Chair, you have a live mic.
Good morning, everybody.
Buenos dias.
Listen, if you have any outstanding warrants or tickets, we got top leadership from our sheriff's office in town. You got the man and a bunch of his staff here. So if you want to sneak out the back, okay, he might be here under false pretenses and looking for a couple of you, and you know who you are. So just get up quietly and, just slide out the back. Sheriff, always great to see you. Thank you, sir, for what you do for our community. County Manager.
Good morning. We're going to begin with our invocation and pledge. Our invocation is going to be given today by Chaplain Eric Hausler for the Collier County Sheriff's Office at the Naples Jail. He's also the pastor of Christ the King Church in East Naples.
And Sheriff, I would ask you to come forward and lead us in the pledge afterwards, if you would, sir. It would be our honor.
The book of Proverbs in the Old Testament says, "The Lord gives wisdom. From his mouth comes knowledge and understanding. And wisdom is better than jewels, and all that you desire cannot compare with her." I want to pray for wisdom for our commissioners today. Let's pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we bow before you and thank you for this day. Thank you, O Lord our God, for the opportunity that you've given us to be here. Thank you that we live in a free and prosperous country. Thank you, Lord, for the county commissioners and their work today. We pray that you would give them wisdom, that you would lead them and guide them. We pray, Lord, that the outcome of this meeting would be honoring to you and good for our community. We also thank you, O Lord, for all our first responders. We thank you for those who are on the road, even right now, protecting us and our families. We thank you for every blessing we enjoy. And we ask for your blessing now on this meeting. We thank you for every good gift you give us. We pray in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioners, I'll take you through the changes. First, we have a note, items 10A and 10B are sponsored by Commissioner Saunders. We have added language for item 17A. On page 52 of the resolution, section 9.6A1, affordable housing of the SRA document should read, a 497-unit, 49.7 acre parcel 1 and a 385-unit, 38.5 acre parcel 2 affordable housing sites will be set aside for acquisition by either Collier County, a community land trust, a private developer, or any other affordable housing provider based upon the appraised value of $22,500 per acre. This is the added language, with a right of first refusal to Collier County. The affordable housing parcel will be considered as a public benefit use and does not require stewardship credits, but shall be included in the calculation of total SRA acreage. The affordable housing units shall be excluded from the traffic impact statement or trip cap for the SRA in which they are located. Parcel 1 and Parcel 2 will be offered for sale to Collier County in writing before they are offered to other entities. That is all for the changes. We do have several times certain items. Item 10A is to be heard at 9:30 a.m. This is an update from Senate President Kathleen Pasadomo regarding the potential for matching funds in the amount of $10 million from the state legislature for the State Veterans Nursing Home Project. Item 10B will be heard immediately following 10A. This is a recommendation to move the proposed location of the State Veterans Nursing Home Project, work with the First Tee of Naples to ensure their development needs are met, and determine if a public golf course can be designed. And finally, item 11A, to be heard no sooner than 1 p.m. This is an update on the Collier County Mental Health Facility and Design Direction. We have court reporter breaks set for 10:30 and 2:50, and we do plan to try to take lunch at noon so we can accommodate our 1 o'clock time certain. With that, County Attorney.
No changes, thank you.
Here.
Okay. I'll go to my colleagues here. Commissioner Cole, do you have any changes or disclosures for the consent or summary agenda?
I have no changes, but I do have emails, correspondence, and meetings for the summary agenda.
Okay. Commissioner Saunders?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no changes to the agenda. I do have on ex parte on the summary agenda some conversations, some emails in reference to the Longwood Village stewardship issue and also the 17C item as well.
Okay. Commissioner Hall?
No changes. I do have meetings and emails on both summary agendas.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I as well have no changes in ex parte meetings and emails on both 17A and C.
Okay. I have no changes, and I have ex parte meetings on 17A, and that's it. Okay.
Commissioners, I believe we have a couple of speakers on both the summary and the consent agenda. Troy?
Okay, Mr. Miller?
That is correct. Our first speaker on item 16K1 is Nick Pearson. He will be followed by Matthew Schwartz, who will be speaking on 17A. Mr. Pearson, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. And there he is. Mr. Pearson, you have 3 minutes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I was just calling in for the Conservation Collier meeting agenda item. I don't really have anything to say. I just wanted to be in attendance in case anyone had any questions for me.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on. Our next registered speaker, item 17A, is Matthew Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz, you should be prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do that at this time. And I'm going to give him just a... Oh, there he
Okay.
is. Mr. Schwartz, you have
Can
3
you hear me?
minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, let me try to get through this in 3 minutes. The last time I was here talking about this issue, I asked you folks to hold a public workshop with federal scientists who spent over 10 years analyzing the entire RLSA from the standpoint of its direct and indirect impacts on many federally listed species, including the Florida panther. That idea was rejected within the county, telling me that they had already conducted their own analysis of the RLSA 20 years ago, and that was sufficient. I'm bumping the request up now. I'm requesting that the Collier County Commission denies the application today and informs the applicant that the condition for getting this project approved is going through an approved federal habitat conservation plan and incidental take permit. This commission does not have the authority to issue that. I'm going to read a short definition of take as it applies to the Endangered Species Act, and this is from Cornell's Legal Information Institute. No one, public or private, can take an endangered species of fish or wildlife. Take has been broadly defined to include, quote, harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, kill, trap, capture, or collect, end quote. Furthermore, FWS has declared that harm includes significant habitat modification or degradation. Thus, the habitat as well as the endangered animal is protected from private action. The definition of harm comes directly from Title 50, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 10, Section 2. It includes the habitat. No one, including the applicants, are stating that no harm will come to the Florida panther and its habitat due to this and other projects in the area. In fact, the applicants were the ones who voluntarily went to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in May of 2009 and requested an incidental take permit along with an accompanying habitat conservation plan to comply with federal law. From Section 10 of the Endangered Species Act, no permit may be issued by the Secretary authorizing any taking unless the applicant submits to the Secretary a conservation plan that specifies 1, the impact which will likely result from such taking, 2, what steps the applicant will take to minimize and mitigate such impacts, and the finding that will be available to implement such steps. 3, what alternative actions to such taking the applicant considered and the reasons why such alternatives are not being utilized, and 4, such other measures that the Secretary may require as being necessary or appropriate for purposes of the plan. Up until August of 2022, the applicants were engaged in this process with the Fish and Wildlife Service. They then suddenly quit. Sorry to say, that's like a teenager who cannot pass his driving test, road test, for one reason or another, and decides to take his or her chances and drive without a license. Proceeding with approval and construction in the RLSA at this point, without that permit, incidental take permit, is essentially driving without a license. It should be rejected by this commission until the required federal permit is obtained. Applicant needs to go back to the Fish and Wildlife Service and restart the Habitat Conservation Plan incidental take permit process. I suggest you consult with your county attorney on this, who may need to consult with an attorney familiar with the details of the Endangered Species Act before going any further down this path at this point.
Sir,
And I
please
thank you for your
sum up.
time.
Great, thank you, sir.
I'm done. If you have any questions about this.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm here.
You know, normally public comment is people speak for 3 minutes and then we just move on, but I've never been a huge fan of that, especially when there's a lot of, if the public comment leaves a few things, you know, on the table. I just want to give opportunity either the county manager and or the county manager or the county attorney to comment, because I heard a few things in those statements that are of concern when, you know, I hear statements like, we totally rejected protecting panthers and nothing's being done with the RLSA. I personally been in this room quite a bit over the last 2.5 years where we're digging into the RLSA. We realize it's dusty. We're doing quite a bit. So the speaker and maybe other citizens may not realize that, but that statement I don't think is entirely accurate based on my experience.
And Mr. Chair, just to say this, I mean, this is not, the public speaker certainly has the right to say anything that he wishes and make representations about anything that he wishes, factual or not, as the case may be. So you certainly have the authority to speak with the county attorney and ask, or the county manager, as the case may be. But this is not the time or place for.
I understand that, and I'm not here to start a debate, but I think when somebody makes a public statement that has a lot of loaded things that either point out the county attorney or something that the county manager is working aggressively on, all I say is, I don't disagree with Commissioner McDaniel, but I want to give you the opportunity to not just sort of move on and have that sit out there if you so desire to take it. If not, then we'll move on. I've said my piece. County Manager, is there anything you wanted to say, Rad?
The RLSA is a signature and landmark piece of legislation dating back years. And primary in that is the preservation of natural lands. And the approval of these types of land use petitions does not waive any requirement for state, federal, or local permitting. So all of those things will still be worked through as they move through their phases of development.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to be able to say that or not. County Attorney, is there anything you have to say, sir?
I thought the county manager stated it well.
Okay. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. I disagree with Commissioner McDaniel. This is the time and place to have this type of a discussion. I agree with the chairman. If someone says something that triggers a question, then we need to ask it. This is the time and place to do that, so I appreciate that. But my comment is that we don't have any of the environmental organizations here that I'm aware of. I've received no comments from any of the environmental organizations on this. And I can tell you, and this is really for the audience, they do a great job in keeping track on what's happening from an environmental standpoint. Them not being here, the Conservancy, the Wildlife Federation, Audubon, seems to me to be sort of an indication that maybe we're on the right path.
Well said.
It was better said than mine.
Yeah, it was. That's why I was going to cancel you out anyway, but you shut off. No.
Yeah, I shut off.
And that was my only desire. I agree with both of you. I'm not here to start a big debate, but I think sometimes when stuff's just sort of hanging out there, it makes the public comment seem like unimportant, that we just let people speak, say whatever they want, and then we move on. That's, you know, I think we're here to run a much more dynamic meeting, or at least, you know, I will while I have the gavel, and you all stated it perfectly. Okay, County Manager, what's next?
Do
we have another comment? I'm sorry, sir. Mr.
No, that was our final public comment on consent and summary, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We are at item 2A. This is the approval of today's regular consent and summary agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second. Okay, then movement in a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Next.
Item 3 is awards and recognitions. We have 2 today. The first is item 3A2A, 25 years, Enrique Perez, Pelican Bay Services Division.
Yeah. I don't know how they get moved. They move on their own. This place is haunted. Thanks, Maria. I should take that out. He gets to keep the bag. It's included. It's included.
I'll let children do it.
Thank you.
Good job.
"25 years, Vil Molina Dye, Parks and Recreation."
Thank you very much for all you do.
Bring the babies up.
Yeah. Family photo.
Oh, hair's caught.
You know, she's probably helped raise her.
Item 4A is a proclamation recognizing the centennial anniversary of the Collier County Sheriff's Office, to be accepted by Sheriff Kevin Rambosk.
He looks good for 100 years. Really takes care of himself. Thank you, sir, for all you do. Appreciate it.
Clean living.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's a bunch. Let's get the tall guy in front.
Sheriff, who do you like the best?
Now you can look
Who
the
else?
other way.
There.
There we go. How about that?
Sheriff, would you like to say anything?
Is it hot in here? Yes. Troy. Please.
Good morning, Chairman, Commission. Thank you for recognizing our 100 years and our century of service, as we also recognize you. Certainly without your support and the support of our community, we could not have accomplished where we are. As I mentioned in the past, today our quality of life with the work that our members do and that of all of your staff is one of the best in the world. And we're honored and proud to be a part of that. You know, we look at our safe community, number one, but most importantly, I want to recognize the men and women of the Collier County Sheriff's Office who are out there 24/7 doing the work that we need to do proactively in a very dedicated, committed, and compassionate way to keep Collier County safe, and that we live in a community where the public is supportive of professional law enforcement. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Item 4B is a proclamation recognizing Reroute Americas as recipient of the Waste Reduction Awards Program for contributing to the greater good of Collier County by advocating the reduce, reuse, recycle message, thereby helping to prolong the usable life of the Collier County landfill. To be accepted by Patrick Bishop, CEO, Michelle Dupreez, Vice President, and represented by Jonathan Bartos with Solid and Hazardous Waste Management Division.
Oh. It's recyclable, right? Yeah, it's a prop.
Chicken biscuit.
Would either of you like to say anything? It's your choice. No, about the award.
Don't go up there and talk trash, all right?
I'll just say it's, one of the things that kind of flies under the radar a little bit here in Collier County is how much our citizens recycle. But even as important as that is how hard our county staff works at education, at making sure that our drop-off points, our landfills are all operating at a real top capacity. So it's like one of those things that's invisible to the community at times, and but it's happening. And so congratulations for all that you do, and for the unbelievable ranking and numbers and metrics that we see. And, you don't win awards like that just because you're, just operating at an average pace. So much like we have a top-of-the-line sheriff's office, there's a lot of stuff buried in the trenches that a lot of citizens don't hear about that takes an awful lot of effort, work, and especially leadership. So thank you to you and all the people that you represent for what you're doing for our county and our environment. So.
Item 4C is a proclamation recognizing the Collier County Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller Office for its place as an instrumental part of the history of Collier County during the Centennial Year celebration, to be accepted by Crystal Kinzel, Collier County Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller.
Ms. Kinzel, did you want to? Podium's yours, ma'am.
I first do want to thank the county commissioners for the recognition, and also the county staff working together on the whole centennial. It's very exciting for me. I think it's been exciting. Michelle, who joined me in the photograph, is actually the instrumental party. We just work on things together, but it gave staff an opportunity to really look at the history of our county and of our organization. And I think it energized them into what Collier County is all about. So I appreciate the opportunity to be recognized for that. Also, I want to let the public know, please go to our website, collierclerk.com. We have a whole centennial button with some really interesting videos, history, things that the staff put together about Collier County. We are also have an exhibit over in the courthouse annex of the 100 years of the courthouse. You'll see some great things like how we pick jurors with bingo machines, a lot of fun stuff. And over the summer, I plan on having some speakers, historians. We recognized in a video the Leadership Collier founders. That video's on our website. And I hope to do that with a few more people so that we can record their memories and their history of our county. So thank you for the proclamation and the opportunity to tell the public.
Commissioners, if we could get a motion to accept the proclamations.
Okay. Have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item 5A is a presentation of the 2023 Florida Water Environment Association David W. York Reuse System of the Year Award, over 15 MGD. This award is given in recognition of outstanding water reuse programs in Florida based on quality management, water reuse system, and public education information aspects of the reuse system. To be accepted by Robert Von Holly, Public Utilities Department, Division Director, Wastewater. Congratulations.
Did you want to say anything, sir? It's totally up to you. Okay, all right.
Did I hear good out loud? Oh,
I'll just add, much like I said about recycling, the use of water and properly using water and saving water and all the things that plaque goes with is sometimes flies under the radar, as we say, but so many things are being done behind the scenes that put Collier County at such a high level compared to the rest of the state of Florida, and we're so proud of that. So, gentlemen, thank you, and thank you for the people that you're here representing that have worked so hard to earn that award.
Commissioners, we're a couple minutes early, but I think we can go to our 9:30.
I think we can.
Item 10A is our 9:30 time certain. This is a recommendation to hear an update from Senate President Kathleen Passidomo regarding the potential for matching funds in the amount of $10 million from the state legislature for the purpose of constructing additional square footage not funded by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs Construction Grant Program for adult day health care and outpatient therapy services for the proposed state Veterans Nursing Home project. And I'll hand it to Commissioner Saunders. He's sponsoring this item.
Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have some special guests here. I'm going to ask Mr. Mullins to come forward to introduce our special guest from the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs. We also have the honor of having our Senate President with us this morning, Senator Passidomo. As everyone knows, Senator Passidomo has done an admirable job as Senate President. She has one more year in that capacity, and I know she's going to do great things for the state of Florida, and quite frankly, setting an agenda for the country. And so on behalf of myself and all of us, I want to thank Senator Passidomo for being here and for all the great work that she has done and will do. I had asked the board at our last meeting to take $10 million in additional money from our sales tax fund and put it to a potential use for developing some facilities in our nursing home, pardon me, that are not funded by the federal or state government. So, for example, a veterans facility to provide adult day health care, a facility to provide rehabilitation. Those types of services can be funded by the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs, but new construction for those facilities cannot be. And so the request of the commission at that time was to add $10 million for the construction of those types of facilities at our veterans nursing home. I met with Senator Passidomo, and she agreed to consider that, and I think she has some comments for us this morning concerning that, and that's why we're here on this particular item. We do have several other issues involved in that, and one of them being the movement of the nursing home to the 18 acres. That's actually a separate agenda item, but I think we're going to be discussing that this morning as well. So perhaps this would be an appropriate time for Mr. Mullins to introduce our special guest, and then we'll proceed from there, if that's permissible, Mr. Chairman.
For the record, John Mullins, your Director of Communications, Government, and Public Affairs, and I also want to provide my thanks to Senate President Kathleen Passidomo. This year, I want to say she almost single-handedly delivered over $14 million worth of project appropriation request funding for Collier County projects. It's with her backing in the Senate that we were able to accomplish so much this year, and we're looking forward to great things next year as well, hopefully.
Since you did it.
Nice job, John. Yeah. Way to get that in there.
But we're also very pleased today to have joining us from the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs Deputy Executive Director Bob Estalos and Chief of Staff Al Carter. And I would say probably after President Passidomo's comments, if they would like to come up and say a few words, that would be appropriate if the board would like to hear from them.
Absolutely.
All right.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if we could hear from Senator Passidomo, Senate President Passidomo, on the issue of the potential for some matching funds, then hear from our guest from the Department of Veterans Affairs, I think that would be really appropriate. And also, I know all 5 of us are in agreement about moving the Veterans Nursing Home to the 18 acres. And I also understand that Bob and Al are going to take a little tour of that 18 acres. And so we can kind of combine that with this issue on the $10 million. At some point, I'll make a motion to do just that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Senate President Passidomo to tell us.
And Mr.
Good-
Miller, just
hopefully
as a
some good news.
reminder, the senator has unlimited time.
I was,
No lights, please. No lights.
I wasn't going near it.
no. I will tell you, though, don't ever say that to a politician. In Tallahassee, the 2 biggest lies are it's a part-time job is number 1, and number 2 is when somebody comes up to the podium and says, I'll be brief, you might as well just put your pajamas on, your slippers, and take a nap. But I do want to be brief because Bob's got some really, we were speaking this morning about the vision for the center and moving forward in the future. This is not your World War II veteran program anymore. But first of all, I want to say that I've been involved in this with Commissioner Saunders for, I was in the House when we started this. So that's, over, almost 8 years ago. And the vision that the commission, and particularly Commissioner Saunders, provided to me just made such a big difference. And so when I'm up in Tallahassee and we're talking about what we're going to do in Collier County, it reverberates because it's forward thinking. And it's funny too, and I'm saying this because it's kind of humorous. When we originally were looking at it, we had a site. Unfortunately, it was kind of far out and it wasn't near a whole lot of services at the time. Today, it's probably in the middle of town, but 8 years ago, it wasn't. And I remember when I looked at the Golden Gate site, I said, this is perfect because you've got a hospital up the road, you've got the veterans' favorite restaurant, Cracker Barrel, down the street, you have a shopping center. You all did a yeoman's job in selecting that property. I think that made a big difference. So my commitment is to help you with the funding. I think, when you came forward with the $30 million, that was a game changer for Collier County. Ocala took a step back, and so we're moving forward. And I know Bob's going to talk a little bit about where we're going. We're going to try to work together with funding requests this year. I think it's a good time, good timing, and I'll do whatever I can to help because I think this will be. We have so many veterans in Collier County, and they're moving to the state more and more. One thing I do want to mention too is my initiative this year. As you know, I did Live Local as my #1 priority this past year. My next session, we're going to be living healthy. So Live Healthy is our initiative, and one of the things, the biggest issue that we're going to have with this veterans facility is staffing and the like. So our #1 priority is going to be how do we attract more and more healthcare providers, whether it be doctors, nurses, companies, hospital workers, from soup to nuts. We're working on that this summer to pass some legislation to attract healthcare workers to the state, and we're looking at all kinds of different ways of doing that. And so that coupled with the workforce housing, which you will have near this facility, is going to make this veterans facility probably one of the best in the country. So I want to thank you for your vision, and I will do whatever I can to see it to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And, Mr. Chairman, I guess, let me do this to kind of set the table for some comments from the Department of Veterans Affairs. I'd like to make a motion that we officially designate that 18-acre parcel as the site of the Veterans Nursing Home as opposed to the 12-acre site that was first designated. So I'll make that as a motion, and then I think that'll set the table for some comments from our guest.
I'll second it.
You got a motion and a second?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I do have a registered public speaker on this item, 10A.
Okay.
Okay. Jackie Key? My apologies. I should have spoke up sooner.
Oh, that's fine.
Good morning. I'm Jackie Kay. Most of you know me, so good morning. I'm a veteran, and I'm the new director for the Journey Home. We're building a relationship-based organization here, and the focus is on connecting veterans to their community. As we know, veterans in Collier County alone, only 24% of eligible veterans access VA care. So access to care isn't a problem. The problem is there's a gap in between those services. And I feel like as a veteran, we are indoctrinated when we join the military. Your family, your parents, they're no longer your family. Your family is the military. Your family is your buddy. Your family is that person in the trench in the foxhole next to you. But the problem is when we exit the military, no one tells us how to reintegrate into our community. So oftentimes veterans are vulnerable and they are feeling isolated. So whatever you all do with this project, ensure that veterans who the vision, they look like me. They have brown skin. They are females. Many of them suffering from PTSD as well as military sexual trauma and so many issues. So when we talk about outpatient services, those type of services should be included as well. I see another major gap with those suffering with alcohol dependency, drug dependency. There's nowhere for them to go besides jail. They won't find therapy there. So I would like to ask you all to consider putting in an outpatient therapy service for those suffering from those issues. And again, we know that the most important thing that veterans need is to be around other veterans to heal. They're not going to find healing in other institutions. However, the caveat to that is the veterans need to be integrated into their community. So that's part of our mission, is integrating veterans with their community. So thank you all very much. This is a very important undertaking. I feel like think about the veterans, focus on veterans first. And the one thing I love about our country and our community, we will disagree on many things politically, but I have yet to see a community member who does not want to honor and show respect and love to veterans. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Saunders?
Yes, we've got a motion and a second that everybody's going to support, I assume. Why don't we call for the vote on that, and then I'll ask.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
So with that, I'd like to ask our guest from the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs, I know you're going to be taking a tour. We're going to be looking at, by moving this to the 18 acres, that's going to create an opportunity to do everything on one floor. And so the additional $10 million that from Collier County and potentially the $10 million from the state, with that additional $20 million, we should be able to build a first-class nursing home with all of the other amenities, the adult day health care, the rehabilitation services, provide a separate entrance if necessary for those types of services, and do other things, as has been indicated by the previous speaker, that might be necessary for the benefit of the veterans. We'll have a little bit of a campus atmosphere there, and I think that's going to be a wonderful thing, and I appreciate you being here. Look forward to your comments.
Oh, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Bob Vastalis, Deputy Executive Director of Florida Department of Veterans Affairs. I have Al Carter with me. Al Carter is our Chief of Staff, and he is the person who really shepherded our last nursing homes that were built around the state. I don't even want to call this a state veteran nursing home. This is really going to be a long-term care community. This is going to be a model for the country, and we're very excited about partnering with you. We've talked about this in the last meeting, so I'm not going to go through all the details. Just one point, though, I do want to make. Jackie brought up a very good point. As we build this community, we have to look at who is going to be our clients, right? It's not the World War II generation. It's not the Korean War. It'll be some of the Vietnam War, but it's that next generation. It's the 9/11 veterans who need more rehab services. They have prosthetics. They have wounds. Women veterans, we have one of the highest populations of women veterans in the country, 162,000. We are going to see more women veterans coming into our homes, so we have to have services that meet their needs. And that's what we're looking to do. And so this is an exciting program. Again, it's not even a state veteran nursing home. It is a state veteran long-term care community, and we're excited about it. Just to give you all an update since we last talked, the last commission meeting. So under the leadership of President Pasadomo, the legislature did pass $500,000 for us to start doing the site project. We have a meeting tomorrow. In fact, when I get back with Department of Management Services to start talking about us, FDVA has got a contract with them, and then they are going to put out a bid for an architect and all the site work to be done. So we're looking to move forward on that. We are looking to propose a legislative budget request so that we have the money to move forward with the grant request. We are still shooting for April to get our grant request in to the federal government so that we could draw down the federal match and move forward on this project. So we're excited about the partnership. I think the moving to the 18 acres really does move this along, because we had some concerns about trying to put all these great services in the smaller site. But I think that moving to this larger parcel, that really takes us over that speed bump, and I think we're going to be able to move ahead in a great partnership here for the veterans down in this area.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I guess the message to our staff is to make sure that everybody's working diligently with the Department of Veterans Affairs and with Senate President Pasadomo and with our lobbyists to make all of this come together, the $10 million from the state, and also the preparation of the site, designation of the site. Mr. Chairman, the other issue involves the golf course, which is really not an issue for our visitors from the Department of Veterans Affairs or for Senator Pasadomo. I would like to move into that when we're finished with this particular item. I think we are at this point. Yes, sir. Thank you.
One thing I would just like to add, on behalf of all of us, Senator, thank you so much for being here. You're always accessible, to us, and it's great that you live in Collier County, so it makes it a little bit easy. But I think no matter where you lived, you have that level of accessibility to everybody across the state. And so we are lucky to have you as a local citizen, but more importantly, we're lucky to have you in Tallahassee. When we went up to Tallahassee, we had a few moments with Senator Pasadomo, and her dedication and also understanding of moving parts is at light speed, and so that's very helpful to us. As a veteran myself, I also, and maybe it's part of military protocol, I have to give a shout out to General Hammer Hartzell, if he's listening. He's a Marine Corps 2-star and outranks me by a lot, outranks Commissioner Cole by a lot, but he's also been extremely accessible to all of us and is part of this team as well. So this is truly a team effort. We have so much opportunity on the table, and one of the things that we've sort of coined here is we never wanted the next nursing home. We wanted the best one. And so we are moving forward and committed and dedicated, and together as a team, this is going to be a veterans nursing home that's going to be a benchmark. And shovels won't go in the ground tomorrow. We commonly hear from citizens, why isn't it being built immediately? There's a lot of moving parts, but in order to do it right, you have to measure twice and cut once, so nobody's stalling on anything. I think we've only had even more opportunity and more good news, and now a bigger site and more square footage to work with, which was always a concern. So I think all of us here are excited to lead from our side here in Collier County, and we'll push as hard as you all can pull, and it's going to be a great day when maybe our replacements are all out there cutting ribbon, who knows, but it's going to be an incredible home with inpatient and outpatient things and a lot of services that don't exist anywhere else, but will in future homes, because you have all set that benchmark for us. So thank you very much for your leadership. It's much appreciated and highly respected.
Thank you, really, thank you. I think Mr. Mullins is going to be guiding the tour. Great.
The sheriff also said that you all were double parked outside, so I'm sorry, that's nothing we can control. He doesn't fall under us. Thank you again, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner Saunders.
The next item is the issue dealing with the golf course, and I can tell you there's no one in the room that's more disappointed than I am that Big Shots canceled their lease. None of us could have foreseen that. I believe Topgolf is buying Big Shots, and Topgolf doesn't want a competitor this close, and so they've canceled the deal. And quite frankly, the folks at Club Corp and Big Shots really just weren't communicating with us. They weren't really honest with us as to what was really going on. As late as April, they were in here talking about financing, and we all knew that that was probably not the case. So anyway, moving forward, I've shown this property to two major golf course developers, operators, and owners, and they've all said, both of them have said without any hesitation, that this remaining property, putting the 12 acres back into the property, and that was a location where there were 2 holes of golf there, putting that property back into this golf course. They can do a golf course, that's not a problem. They can do a driving range. Most importantly, provide the facilities needed for first tee, and a little practice green, and a little clubhouse and a restaurant. All of that can still go on this property. And quite frankly, that is the best use of that property for our community. I want to read some excerpts from a letter that we received from Reinhold Schmieding with Arthrex. So I think it really tells the whole story, because this is not just a golf course for the Golden Gate community. It's in that community, but this is a golf course for all of the citizens in Collier County that perhaps aren't able to afford going to one of these clubs or one of the other private clubs in the county. But Reinhold Schmieding says, on behalf of Arthrex and over 4,000 employees and their families in Collier County, we would like to advise our county government leadership of the importance of having a public golf course for our local families and children. In addition to the many benefits the game of golf affords people of all ages, this golf course will play a significant role in helping recruit and retain employees and their families to overcome the enormous challenges companies like Arthrex face to maintain our presence in Collier County due to skyrocketing real estate prices, high cost of living, lack of affordable housing for employees, and climate challenges. The first tee has been a great attraction and retention, and this is really the most important part of this letter. The first tee has been a great attraction and retention benefit for families who live and work in Collier County. The first tee affiliated golf course will also make a huge statement that our county is interested in welcoming families and providing more access to the game of golf, especially for those who lack the financial resources to play in Collier County. Arthrex has invested over $2 million in the first tee as co-founder and primary sponsor for over 15 years and has committed over $1 million to the First Tee Academy headquarters building project in Collier County. The county not investing in the adjacent 12-hole public golf course will jeopardize the entire project. Please support First Tee and its need for a 12-hole public golf course and practice area for all children and their families in Collier County. I know we have with us Sydney Darlin with First Tee, and she, I'm sure, is going to have a few comments to make. Collier County has been looking at acquiring and developing a golf course for our community literally for the last 30 or 40 years. This is really the best opportunity if we're going to have public golf. And as I said, I've talked to golf course operators. They've said that giving Collier County residents a deep discount, 40 or 50% in the cost of a round of golf, with Collier residents able to make reservations just as well as anybody else who's paying a higher price. This course would be very profitable for a professional operator. It won't be profitable if Collier County tries to operate it, but it will be very profitable if we have a professional group and we give them the right incentives to operate and develop this golf course. And so, Mr. Chairman, at some point in this discussion, I'm going to make a motion that we direct staff to continue the efforts to develop this 12-hole golf course, which would include making sure that the proper zoning is in place, the proper land is in place, and that we continue with the efforts to design this course, which efforts have been ongoing. I know there's going to be some comments, but that will be my motion at some point, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Miller, do you have public comment?
Yes, sir. We have 2 registered speakers. Your first speaker is Cindy Darland, and she'll be followed by David Bumpus.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to visit with me in the last few days in regards to moving forward with the 12-hole golf course. Collier County does need a public golf course for its taxpayers in addition to First Tee. Your commitment to continue to invest the $7 million into the golf course shows you are invested in our community and truly care about our full-time residents as well as tourists who visit Collier County every year. First Tee is excited to continue to work with you as we build our learning center next to the Collier County's first 12-hole public golf course. Thank you for your consideration.
Your final speaker on this item is David Bumpus.
Good morning, commissioners, staff. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. I can obviously keep my comments pretty brief based on the actions of the board this morning, but I do want to echo Mr. Smeeting's sentiments and the appreciation of all that you're doing. And also, as a citizen and as a father, I have 2 children who have grown up not only learning to love golf, but more importantly, learning the values that golf really teaches. And that's been through the First Tee and Ms. Darling's tireless efforts and work that's been put into that program. And quite frankly, we need that in this world and in this community more than ever today, is those values that are taught through that program. So thank you on behalf of myself and on behalf of Mr. Smeeting and the thousands of employees that reside here. We appreciate what you're doing. And quite frankly, thank you for what you're doing for the veterans as well. I'm a son and grandson of 2 veterans, so thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Mr. Saunders?
All right, well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion so we can get this on the floor for discussion, that we direct our staff to continue the efforts to develop this 12-hole golf course at the Golden Gate Golf Course, that they take all the steps necessary to move this along, which includes completing the design, completing the zoning issues, and making sure that the parcels that are necessary are included. Mr. Chairman, I've been we all have projects that we work on, and this is one that I've been working on for a number of years. When I got elected to the County Commission, my goal was to help improve the Golden Gate community. That included purchasing or acquiring their water and sewer services, creating a zoning overlay to help improve the commercial district, creating a taxing district with no tax increase to help fund needed infrastructure to deal with flooding and other things like that. This is just one big piece of that puzzle, and I'm asking for support from the Commission to make this a reality. It's very important to me personally, and I do appreciate the support that I get from the board.
You've got some comments by our colleagues. Commissioner Hall and then Commissioner McDaniel, you're on deck, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make, the public may be sitting here, why is the county pushing for another golf course? I mean, there's 80 golf courses in this place, but there's not 80 public golf courses. Coming here from another place, I've been here 9 years. I still have sticker shock for what it costs to play golf here. And it's not just like you can just go anywhere and play where you want to play. You have to be invited. So to have a quality public course is something that's just, I think it's highly important. It's high time for that. And it's going to be 12 holes. It's not going to be 18. And because of that, I want to encourage whoever we get to design this place to make this place special. Not to make it so hard that nobody enjoys it, but to make it special. And I think that we can do that. And I just, as we direct staff, I want to encourage us not to drag this out forever and forever and forever. As a businessman, I say that we make some choices and get some things moving and get some dirt moving and get some greens made and get some kids on the course and some families on the course, and I will be a champion of it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McDaniel?
Yeah, but I don't know. Commissioner Saunders, did you make a motion, or are we just discussing?
No, I made the motion to get the item on the floor for discussion, so there is a motion on the floor.
All right. I'm going to say this out loud. I am totally in support of what we're doing with the Veterans Nursing Home. Totally in support of that. Totally in support of First Tee, and what they do for our for our community. Totally not in support of spending that $7 million that was originally appropriated for the loan to the Club Corps folks for this 12-hole golf course. I am totally in support. We already own the land. I'm totally in support of bringing the property forward, offering it up to a developer for a public golf course with a reduced rate for our residents. Totally in support of a long-term lease. If Cindy wants 200-year lease, we'll give them a 200-year lease on the property. I don't want them to ever have to look back and for the First Tee to have a home. But, we had a budget workshop here a week or two ago. $10.5 million of unfunded requests that were appropriated in that budget workshop. Granted, 8.5 of that was one particular development or project with water and sewer over west of Goodlet Road. But before we make a commitment on the expenditure of that $7 million right now, I would prefer we set that aside. We have commitments, Commissioner Saunders. You've already made commitments with regard to the remediation, the zoning. That needs to be done. That needed to be done when we bought the property. Those things need to be fulfilled, need to be kept up. But I can't support moving forward with the county constructing a 12-hole golf course at this time. I can't support that. All the other things, I'm totally in concert with what you're looking to do.
I was going to say something, but I'll hear for Commissioner Hall, sir.
So, I'm listening. So do we have choices with that property? We don't have to gift it? What's the options if we don't?
I don't think we're asking for it. I don't know. I mean,
You mentioned the 7 million, so I was just curious. It made me.
Maybe I could elaborate on that. On the 18 acres, we are going to deed that to the federal government for the nursing home. That's an absolute requirement.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the property we will own. The golf course will be part of the Collier County Park and Recreation Department. It'll be owned by Collier County. It's a Jack Nicklaus design course. It'll meet the standards, Commissioner Hall, that you said in terms of quality golf course. Jack Nicklaus has designed several of these 12-hole golf courses. And one of the gentlemen I spoke to that develops golf courses indicated that he had just developed a 12-hole golf course out in Oregon that was hugely successful, and that he knew this would be hugely successful. So it'll be well-designed. It'll meet the standards that you're talking about. It'll be owned by Collier County. It's part of our park system. But it'll be operated, assuming the board goes along with this, it'll be operated by a professional operator like Club Corp. There are plenty of companies that do the same type of work. So it'll be a professionally run a golf course. And just so the board knows, because there was a comment that Commissioner McDaniel made that he was okay with loaning the $7 million. This was never a loan. The RFP that went out and the commitment that the county made was that the county would pay for the development of the golf course, the $7 million to develop a golf course. And the rationale for the county paying for it simply is it's our golf course. It's our property. It's our golf course. And Club Corp and Big Shots, they were going to be the professional operator of it along with the Big Shots facility. The only thing that's changing is there won't be a Big Shots facility. And quite frankly, I think we now have a better project. I think having a professionally run golf course, still designed by Jack Nicklaus, and moving the Veterans Nursing Home, I think we now have a better project for that. I was disappointed when Big Shots fell away, but as soon as I heard that there was a problem, the wheel started turning in terms of how do we make lemonade out of these lemons, and I think we've done that. Moving the nursing home and developing this the way we're looking at it, I think is better for the community in the long run, and that's why I'm moving this forward. So it was never a loan. It was always a $7 million investment in our own parks. And I'll tell you, we spend hundreds of millions of dollars on our parks. I mean, I'm not sure how much we spent on the big Corkscrew Park. That's probably, what, $120 million park by the time we finished. And so this is not an unusual request. And I, again, ask the board for support on it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I mean, there again, I'm not going to argue the point one way or the other. I was told it was a loan. It was originally a subordination agreement to Club Corps with regard to the lease on the property, and then we found out that we couldn't subordinate it, and then this came forward. Again, this is what I'm sharing with you what I was told. I'm not making this up.
But you did vote on the RFP to go out that had a $7 million commitment, so I understand what you're saying. It may have been.
Yeah, and I didn't support
That's always
that.
been the case.
Just as a correction, I didn't support the investment of the county money into this golf course at all. I supported the acquisition of it. I supported the utilization of the property for the Veterans Nursing Home. I supported the utilization for First Tee, but not the construction of the golf course. That's where I stopped. We have a right-of-way that we acquired when we bought this piece of property for $29 million for the 6 laning of 951. And I think more fact-finding needs to be accomplished before we make the expenditure for the construction of a golf course. Putting the property up that we already own to a private developer and operator, having it be part of our Parks and Rec system, I can see that meeting the commitments that we need to do to fulfill the remediation and things. I can see to do that. Supporting of First Tee all the way. I can see to do that, but not expending the money for the golf course.
Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I'm new to this game, but you know, I kind of look from the outside and kind of watch everybody and what they're doing, and I look at history, and you know, as a county government, we do have responsibilities to our citizens. We provide parks, we provide pools, and you know, this county spent a lot of money for the 20 years I've lived here on the parks we provide for our citizens. And I look at some of the numbers of some of these parks that we spend money on, and I don't know what we get in return other than just the satisfaction knowing we provide them and we can provide them for our citizens, and we should to a point. But then I look at the golf course and I'm thinking, this is just another arm of our Parks and Recs. You know, this is something that we provide to our citizens. It's something else they can use as a family. And I think we'd make some revenue off of this in return for a very, very smaller investment than what we've already invested in some of these parks we have out there now. I mean, and I sat here in a meeting a few months back, and you know, Paradise Sports Park telling me the numbers and showing me the numbers and telling me how they lose money on their food truck, and you know, how are we going to fix that and this and that. And I know that price tag was well over $150-some million, and it's still counting. So I look at providing another public place for our citizens to enjoy with their families that don't really have that big of an investment, that may make a little revenue back to the county, and using that property for, you know, in that way. You know, I'm kind of looking at a common sense thing. Where would I want to spend the other money we were going to spend on something else? I think this may be an investment. So I'm just going to tell you how I feel about it. Thank you.
I'll make a comment here. I know it's no secret. I've said it at this microphone before, even well before I was chair, just as a newly elected official. I don't know that I would have ever voted for the sports complex. I don't know if I was sitting here, I would have voted for to use taxpayer dollars to buy the golf course. But that's ancient history, and so we're sitting here now. And so I've also gone on the record saying, even if I disagreed with something that happened, you know, years prior or predated me, it's all about the here and now, and it's about making it successful because it's been decided. I look at that piece of property maybe more strategically or more holistically. We could sit here and debate, you know, a county golf course and falling under Parks and Rec, but I'm looking at the entire footprint. I look at what First Tee is bringing to the table and how this golf course complements what they are already moving forward at a very aggressive, positive pace. And even the veterans nursing home, this might be a small thing, but veterans looking out the window and seeing a beautifully landscaped golf course instead of maybe, something different. And so I don't think we're putting a shovel in the ground today. There's a motion to make some very definitive decisions, but I look back on it more holistically at the entire project, and I think it's a cohesive project with what First Tee is doing, and I support 1,000% what First Tee is doing, as we've all said up here. But I think the golf course moving forward, we could do some woulda, coulda, shouldas, but where we are right here today, I really feel strongly in support of that cohesive course and First Tee being more of a partnership, and then the aesthetics of that footprint and what it will look like in the end when all the ribbons are cut and everything's done. Is that going to be a huge positive for the community and really an investment? And I feel it is. And so, I support Commissioner Saunders' motion, to move forward. We're not going to do it in a vacuum. And was I disappointed that Big Shots dropped out? Yeah, I share in the disappointment, but you know what? They hadn't put a shovel in the ground. They hadn't done anything. So I sort of echo what's being said up here, the positive comments anyway, is that maybe Big Shots saying, hey, we're pulling out, we're not interested, is maybe one step back. But I think this is an incredible opportunity to take 10 steps forward. We've already passed a motion that gives a bigger footprint to the Veterans Nursing Home, which we all support. So that was a positive. So, Big Shots is maybe ancient history. And that's how business works. People are in, they're out, they're in, they're out. And, they hadn't done anything other than some analysis. But I think when I look at all the projects combined, and even the affordable, housing project and how all that fits into the footprint, I think the golf course is a major piece of the cohesion and the aesthetics and the citizen services that would be brought to that footprint. So, I certainly support it strongly and have, minimal reservations. We're going to keep our eye on the ball, and we're not here rubber stamping anything and moving forward regardless of any concerns. So some of the concerns up here definitely do have merit, but I think there's more opportunity here than significant concern at this point. So I definitely support the motion. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, and I just, if your motion is to continue on with the expenditure of the $7 million, it's going to force me into voting against this. And I'm not against it in its entirety. If your motion is to move forward with the exploration and utilization of the balance of the land for the golf course, to continue on with First Tee and secure a long-term home for First Tee, those sort of things, then I can totally support it. But the investment into the construction of the golf course, I can't support.
Well, the motion contemplates the fact that we have funds available to build the golf course. And so I'm not going to change the motion. I appreciate the potential support. I think it's important. I think it would have been nice to have a 5-0 vote. But that doesn't always happen. And a 4-1 vote on this, if it sounds like we've got good support for this, is okay by me. But I can't change the motion to remove the fact that we have $7 million set aside for this project. That's part of the motion, is to move forward with this project. So no, I'm not going to change the motion.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And my final comment is, again, we're in the beginning stages of our budget process. We have $10.5 million of unfunded requests for Parks and Rec, for maintenance, for zoning, for things that are very, very necessary for our community. And until those things are actually taken care of in a satisfactory manner, I think it's prudent for us to explore the utilization of this property as a golf course, putting it up for someone else to develop it and manage it and operate it. I think well, anyway, that's what I would prefer we do. So I can't support it if it's continuing with that expenditure.
Commissioner Hall.
What's the possibilities of public-private partnership with somebody privately joining in on? I guess I understood it. I understand it now. I thought the $7 million was the value of the land that we were allowing for the golf course. Now I understand that it's the $7 million is in addition to the land to actually construct it. If we, in staff direction, is there a possibility that we could do private-public partnership where somebody that privately comes in and puts in, a portion, small portion, a large portion, or whatever portion towards that 7 million to construct the golf course. I don't know how that deal would work, but I'm just asking the question.
Commissioner Saunders.
I think that the problem is, and we, just for a little bit of the history, we did a request for proposals where we asked a developer to come in and build the golf course. It would be owned by the county, but a developer would come in and pay for it and build it. We got 2 responses. Club Corp was one of the responses. And before we could ink any deal with them, they said, no, we can't do this. We can't make a golf course work where we have to build the golf course and operate it, but also give a discount to county residents of 40 or 50%. The numbers will not work. So rolling the clock forward, so we did a second request for proposals. In the second request for proposals, we said, okay, the county will build the golf course, pay for the $7 million to build the golf course. The county will own the golf course and will have it operated by Club Corp or whoever bids. Club Corp bid on it, and they were proceeding. They did an analysis of the course, and they determined that this course would be very profitable if operated properly, but only if the county continued to fund the construction of the course, because you put that $7 or $8 million into the construction cost, and then you have a 50 or 40% discount for county residents, the numbers don't work for a private developer. So that's why we came back and said, okay, the county will pay for the golf course, we'll have it professionally designed, we'll pay for the construction of it, and we'll have an operator, and we'll share in the revenue. So to answer your question, I think that having some sort of a sharing might very well be possible. But I think we need to just move this on today. I know that we can't go to a private owner, a private developer, and say, okay, we want you to build the golf course. We want to own the golf course. The county will own the golf course, but we want you to pay for it. And oh, by the way, we want our residents to have a 50% reduction in the cost for playing golf, because the numbers won't work. So in order for this to work, to have a quality golf course, professionally run, we're going to have to pay for the golf course. The other alternative is to simply sell the land and have a private developer come in and build a golf course, but it won't be a county golf course, and there won't be reduced rates for first tee and for county residents, because it just simply doesn't work. So that's why I'm asking the board to move forward with what we had already planned. We have a better project now, one that I think all of us will be very proud of when we start breaking ground on some of these things. The workforce housing, the veterans thing, the golf course, these are going to all be tremendous assets.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, I'm not going to vote for the motion. And I want you to hear me, Cindy. I'm looking at you. I'm not in opposition or support of first tee. I think there are alternatives that can in fact be done. I don't know that we have to build a 12 or a 9-hole golf course. I think we could build a really nice practice facility for the kids to play on. We could build 3 holes if we're going to do something different, a par 3, a par 4, and a par 5, and the kids can still learn all the aspects of golf and do what they need to do, and we don't need to spend the money that we have with at this particular point in time. Again, if a study's done and a public-private partnership is done, we already own the land. We maneuver things around to be able to facilitate the utilization of a land with a developer to build a golf course, 9 or 12 or anything, something along those lines, then we can account for it at that time. But today, the expenditure of those funds were, especially while we're in the infancy stages of the establishment of this new budget, where we've already been told that we're $10.5 million shy of unfunded requests, and I'm sure there's probably more in the corners, as Leo Oakes used to like to say. I can't support the motion.
So listen, I don't want to open up a can of worms here, but I'm going to make a couple statements. I look at this as not an expense, but more of an investment, and it reminds me of affordable housing discussions that we've had up here. Okay, wow, I got a twin. I just heard myself. It reminds me of some of the affordable housing discussions we've had up here where, like for instance, on this piece of property, one of the reasons why the affordable housing building that is going to be almost 400 units, if I'm correct, 374, the reason why it's able to be 100% affordable, which is almost unheard of, is because the county owns the land and is donating it, or we're utilizing that county investment. We've got philanthropic organizations like the Collier community Foundation and others who are pledging 10 million or more money. So then you have a developer that comes in that doesn't have that expense and is able to then put everything they have into the final piece and be able to affordably do it. As developers tell us all the time, they're not for profit, so they're not going to build something that's going to be a huge loss. They're going to walk away, and that's why that this truly will be one of the few or maybe only 100% affordable housing pieces. I mean, 2 weeks ago when we were here and we were voting on the Haven, and some citizens were saying, oh, well, we'd accept 100% affordable housing, although I respected their opinion. The reason why that's not realistic is no contractor can come in and pay for everything on their own and make it 100% affordable. And if a contractor says they can do that, you're not going to like the way it looks. And so, part of our leadership to protect that community was to say, yeah, that's a great idea, but maybe hidden within that, make it 100% affordable is then the contractor walks away and you get nothing, and then you preserve that undeveloped property. Not to get off track, but here, I really look at this as, like I said in the beginning, as it allows us to attract something that is going to be a huge advantage to the community. It's going to be complementary to First Tee, and it's more of a cohesive, strategic piece of a larger parcel of land. So I think if we, back off this late in the game and sort of start to move backwards, I think in the end we get a whole lot of nothing. I don't think you're going to attract, like you said, a lot of interest when we ask somebody to come in and build it all from scratch, absorb all the cost, and then, oh, by the way, here's all the extras we want with it. You're going to get a whole lot of nothing. So, I mean, not to be disrespectful to anybody up here, but if you're concerned about spending money that is an investment or not, I mean, I think this $7 million is a much better investment for our community than the $15 million we gifted Great Wolf Lodge, which I voted against. So I think it does all matter. And if you're going to make cohesive votes up here, you got to make uniform votes. And I think this gives way back more to the community. And I'm not saying Great Wolf Lodge isn't going to be great and wonderful and everything. I just didn't agree with giving them a $15 million Christmas gift, which maybe, I know sometimes it's different colors of money, but if you're going to throw up the unfunded list, and I respect what you're saying, but I think nobody up here is going to let that unfunded list go unfunded. We already have a very aggressive approach to figure out what to do, but trading the unfunded list for the golf course and sort of connecting those two dots, I think is a bit unfair, because then, like I said, I would sit here and say, wow, maybe we could have used $15 million for the unfunded list instead of helping to build Great Wolf Lodge, which certainly could afford building their own facility. But that said, I have no reservations. I think this is a cohesive project that helps First Tee continue to move forward, and they're bringing a lot to the table. I think backing off now sends the wrong signal to our community, to our Parks and Rec leadership, and to all the folks that are putting pieces onto this tract of land to make it collectively a hugely successful, aesthetically pleasing, wonderful addition to our community. So there'll always be parts and pieces that maybe require analysis, but I feel like we'll be doing all those things. So I look at it as an investment, and we certainly have spent money in areas of this county that I think gave us much less of a return on investment, to our citizens than this. And I think this one is a very high return on investment if done properly, and we will ensure that it is. So I do support it. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, just as an aside, Commissioner Cowell, we've had enormous overruns on Paradise Coast. But that instrument was supported with a tax increase for the TDT, the Tourist Development Tax, and funded that. The majority of that debt. There was an appropriation for $2 million out of ad valorem for the upkeep and maintenance, and we've had overruns on that. I'm not just taking away from those things, but I'm just and again, you brought in the Great Wolf investment. Talk about investments with a 3-year payback if the economy holds and everything goes, and an 8-year return of that $15 million if they file bankruptcy, and because we always get our ad valorem tax collection. That always comes to the county, and it's an 8-year return in the event that changes. have been consistent here. I haven't supported the construction of this golf course. Once that moved into the process, that's when I stopped. Love First Tee, think they do an amazing job. I'm offering a thought. Rezone the property, the balance of this piece of property, and put it up for our small businesses on long-term leases, and do a flex space industrial park on that corner, in and around those facilities, to support small business. There are other avenues that this property could in fact be utilized for. Was I grabbing onto unfunded request list that just happened recently in our history? Yes. But there are a lot of other things that could be done with this piece of property. I was totally happy with the housing. I was totally happy with the Veterans Nursing Home. I was totally happy with the First Tee facilities. I actually said off record, we could turn the balance of that into a very nice dog park and never look back and not have the expenses associated with it. Rezone it for flex space. And again, I'm counting. I can see where we're at. Go ahead and call for the vote, and I'll be quiet.
I'll just make a comment about, I agree with you at 100% on Great Wolf on the return of investment. My position from this seat up here during that time when we voted was they were going to build it anyway. And so that was just my position. I didn't think they needed a gift. And I think if they were going to build it anyway, we would get all that return of investment without having to give them $15 million to prime the pump. But we're not here to debate Great Wolf Law, but I just wanted to make that clarification. You're 100% right. It's going to bring money into the community and jobs and all of that. But the reality is it brings that regardless of, giving them a gift to convince them to build here when they certainly were excited to have this location fall in their lap. But having said that, I just wanted to say that. Commissioner Cole. No, we're not. But I just want to say that. Yeah. Okay. End of discussion. Yeah. It's ancient history. Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. Well,
but I did get the last word.
I was pointed out there. I just want to compare apples and oranges here. The sports park is one thing, but the thing with the sports park is you have to recruit people to use that sports park. That's the way it's designed. That's the way it's set up. We have to have management companies. You have people out there with feelers, bring people in to use it from all around the country, bring sporting events for youth and stuff like that. It's a recruiting thing to get the return on our investment. The old saying, you build it, they will come. If you build an excellent golf course that is cheap for our residents to use, you don't have to recruit them. They will come, and then they will spend their time, they will spend their money there, and they will enjoy it. And it's a totally different investment, I think, on our money, compared apples and oranges. I don't think you compare them. But for I was already in assumption that $7 million was already set aside for it. So I didn't think about that even being offset to the unfunded things we talked about the other day, because I already assumed that this was already a done deal, and now I'm finding out we're going to kind of rehash it. But I think I look at the investment on return, and I think the $7 million to me would be a lot better, than what we've done in the past. That's all I'm trying to say. So.
I also think I'm glad you read that letter from the Arthrex founder from Reinhold. He sent it to all of us because I think he reminded us that it's not just the $7 million we're spending, but by investing that money and committing it, it's making his efforts and those of his team and Cindy and everybody feel really secure that the direction they're going to raise. Which is raising even millions on top of that, is critical. That they believe a cohesive golf course as a neighbor is a requirement, and I think, and I agree with it. And so I think this is a good return on our investment, because if we pledge the $7 million, which has already been talked about and pledged, and maybe it's not set in stone or whatnot, or maybe it's about to be, we also then guarantee that First Tee feels like they have a solid partner. They have somebody that's committed to that footprint, and they are bringing us unbelievable, not only dollars, but it was, Commissioner Saunders and I attended something at Arthrex, which had to do with First Tee, and how impressive it was, and how complimentary they were of the commitment of the county, and how aggressively they're working to bring in, I wouldn't say matching funds, but millions of dollars to collectively put on that footprint to make it something that we can all be proud of. And I would hate to see that be in jeopardy. And so would Reinhold, and that's why he sent us, that note. And I don't think he needed to remind us of that, but it was a good reminder. Commissioner Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, I will close with just a couple quick comments. And we're talking about investment. First Tee has raised north of $6 million. Their goal is to raise 10. They want to have a fund available to fund all of their operations. By the time they're finished, they're going to be putting a $6 or $7 million or $8 million building on this property. That'll be the best First Tee anywhere in the country. So what we're building here is really something that all of us will be proud of. It may be several years before we start breaking ground or cutting ribbons and seeing kids playing golf, but this is one of those legacy types of things that we're building here. And so I'm going to ask the board for a positive vote. We have a motion on the floor. I'm not sure if it's been seconded. If not, I'd like for a second and call for the vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Passes 4-1. County Manager.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 7, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda.
We have 2 registered speakers, Mr. Chairman. Your first speaker is George Abreu, and he will be followed by Jackie Kay.
Okay. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. George Abreu from the Office of Commissioner Simpson, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. I'm your regional director. Boots on the grounds, anything that y'all need. I've been in Immokalee working this area.
You're
Just here to introduce myself.
person than you were when I spoke to you on the Zoom.
I don't like Zoom. I'm an in-person person. I'm sorry. And
How are you doing, my friend?
Great, sir. Thank you. Congratulations on the Veterans Affairs. It's something important to me. I work with Homestead Air Reserve Base. I'm sorry. That's my problem. I get nervous when I talk in public. I work with, I volunteer also at the Homestead Air Reserve Base. So again, I appreciate what you're all doing with Veteran Affairs. Just wanted to personally introduce myself. I'm here to serve you and the office. Anything y'all need, please let me know. I left some cards with a gentleman.
Thank you, sir.
I spoke with him. I spoke with George last month or so ago, and it was over a Zoom. And if I'd have known you were coming, I'd have baked a cake today. We'd actually set up an agenda item and had a presentation and everything. I truly appreciate everything the commissioner's doing for our community, the division of the state into the individual districts with the management process. The Ag Commissioner does an enormous amount for our community, and I really want to thank you for being here this morning. I didn't know you were coming, to be honest with you.
Thank you. And again, my office is based out of Homestead, but I cover 10 counties. My office is also in my car. So wherever I need to be, I will be there. I left at 5 this morning just to enjoy the drive up here. So again, thank you all. I'm going to go visit some constituents now. Thank you all.
Mr. Chair, your final registered speaker for item 7 is Jackie Kay.
Hello again. I've had the benefit of living in Germany for 17 years. Not only that, I speak the language very fluently. And our family, we were a homeschool family. We ate, slept, drank. We did everything that was related to history. And part of my ex-husband's hobby was he worked with an organization called History Flight. And we dug out Second World War planes as well as crews from the Second World War. But the benefit of that was speaking to many community members and many eyewitnesses about the war, about Nazism, as well as the impact of war to them. And, I took my children to the Dachau concentration camp. It did not traumatize them. It made them even more outspoken about hate and racism. And my mother-in-law and her siblings were in Hitler Youth. So I got a firsthand perspective of Nazism, who Hitler was, and how that impacted that country. The thing that concerns me most is as I look at our country, especially the state of Florida, and I I see Nazi flags as well as Nazis who are indoctrinating other Americans along that line of the Nazi ideology. That is a really big concern for me. And I feel like the wonderful thing about history is it teaches us lessons that we're supposed to learn from. And one of my favorite quotes, those who are ignorant of their history are doomed to repeat it. And my concern is, as I look across our country, the Nazi ideology of hate, racism, I'm seeing it here, and that really is a concern for me. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is Nazism destroyed Germany, and it caused Germany to be conquered and divided up. So if we insist on going down this path, we have to really think ahead to see what the consequences will be and how it's going to impact our country as well as the world. It doesn't make sense. First of all, hate doesn't make sense to me. If you really know me, you would know that I'm one of the most loving, vivacious, energetic people you'll ever meet. So love is stronger than hate. Yes, hate is a strong emotion, but love does, and it can conquer hate. So I would love to see a country in which we teach our children to love other people, even if we disagree with them, even if we may not get along with them. There's no reason to hate, because hate is so destructive. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. We are about to take a court reporter break. I just wanted to make one statement, but the young lady isn't here. Erin Deaver is our local representative who represents Senator Scott, and I wish she was here in the back because I wanted to give her a shout out because I think recognition and giving credit where credit is due is important. Often we don't hear it enough when people are working hard to make sure that our toilets flush and our lights turn on and all that. We sort of take it for granted. But I just wanted to say, and hopefully she's maybe watching in her office downstairs, I had a major issue with a constituent that was at the federal level that I thought was impossible to fix, but I reached out to her, and I just wanted to tell her publicly, whether she's here or not, that on a Sunday night, not only did she answer me back instantaneously, but she and Senator Scott's office worked and basically moved a mountain for a constituent here in Collier County that needed federal level help that was well above our pay grade. And within 24 hours, that citizen got a result. And it was, the young lady, Erin Deaver, who I was able to get a hold of instantaneously and immediately set wheels into motion to help, one of our constituents that had a very significant problem that needed correction, and she did. So she was sitting back there for, most of this meeting, and I think maybe just walked out. But Erin, if you're listening, can't thank you enough, and the citizen that you helped is extremely grateful. So I'll just leave it at that. Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back at 10:45.
Chair, you have a live mic.
I'm gonna sleep good tonight.
Okay. We get started. I just remind everybody to put your cell phones on silent. Now we're going to get into the meat of some discussions, and appreciate it. Okay.
Commissioners, we're starting with advertised public hearings, item 9A. This item requires that ex parte disclosure be provided by commission members, and all participants are required to be sworn in. This is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending the Tree Farm Mixed-Use Planned Unit Development to add 120 dwelling units for a total of 580 dwelling units, including 58 low-income units, subject to an affordable housing density bonus agreement on 58.84 plus or minus acres located at the northwest corner of Collier Boulevard and Immokalee Road in Section 22, Township 38, Range 26, Collier County, Florida. If all participants could stand to be sworn in, please. Commissioners ex parte.
Okay. Commissioner Cole, do you have any disclosures for 9A?
Yes, Chairman, I have meetings and emails for 9A.
Okay. Commissioner Saunders.
Yes, I have meetings and correspondence and emails in reference to, actually to 9A and 9B.
Okay. Commissioner Hall.
Meetings, correspondence, and emails.
Okay. Commissioner McDaniel.
I have meetings and emails on 9A. Are we doing 9B as well, or just?
Do you want me to?
Just 9A.
Yeah, just
We'll
9A.
go to 9B
yeah.
next.
Okay, and for 9A, I have meetings, correspondence, and emails.
Okay, Commissioners, we'll begin with the applicant.
Okay.
Good morning. For the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of the applicant. I have a lot of people here with me today that can answer any questions I can't answer. The petition is really kind of a joint venture between Habitat for Humanity and White Peterman. Lisa Lefkow and Maura Foley are here from Habitat. Matt Chambers is here from White Peterman. Chris Scott's the planner from Peninsula Engineering, and Dan Waters is the engineer from Peninsula Engineering, and Mr. Trebilcock is our transportation consultant. I'm going to do just an overview of the project, and then if you have specific questions of the team, we're happy to answer them. As I said, this is a joint venture between Habitat and White Peterman. It affects this portion of the Tree Farm PUD, which is a mixed-use PUD that allows both commercial and residential development. The intention is to build a market-rate apartment complex, as well as housing to be provided by Habitat for Humanity, and I'll show you that master plan in a moment. The PUD was originally approved in 2007. As I mentioned, there's a commercial piece. I don't see the pointer. There it is. This is the commercial piece right here. This is a multifamily piece right here. And then this is the intended additional space for the development. We're increasing the already approved 460 dwelling units to 580 dwelling units. We are not requesting any changes to the already approved 580 p.m. peak hour two-way external trips as part of this project. So the previous PUD analyzed the impacts of 580 p.m. peak hour two-way trips, and this amendment is honoring and living with that same traffic impact that was originally approved as part of this project. With that, there were improvements that were, there was some right-of-way along the eastern portion of the project and the southern portion of the project that was provided to the county, some of which we did not get any impact fee credits, so it was a donation. In addition, there was an agreement related to the intersection of Collier Boulevard and Immokalee Road for intersection improvements, and we paid our fair share of those intersection improvements based upon the 580 p.m. peak hour trips. So this project has, I think, taken care of the impacts of the 580 p.m. peak hour trips as part of the prior approvals. We are asking for two deviations. One relates to signs, and the other deviation relates to how we're going to provide the affordable units, which I'll point out. Typically, you intermix the affordable units within the specific building, but since we have two different product types, One is a for sale and one is a rental. We are asking for a deviation to be able to provide the for sale project separate from the market rate apartment complex. The conceptual layout is, keep losing the cursor. These are the market rate apartments right here. And these are going to be the 2-story affordable housing units around the perimeter. So we go from, lower to higher as you get closer to the extension of Collier Boulevard. Our access is, where is it? We have access here and access up here for both projects. And we have committed to paying for our, obviously, site-related improvements along the extension of Collier Boulevard, which we're required to do and obligated to do. We worked with our neighbors to the west, Esplanade Golf and Country Club, to address concerns they had with regard to buffers and what they would see within our project. I believe they're here to speak in regard to the enhanced buffers, and I believe they spoke in favor of the project at the Planning Commission, and I anticipate they will speak in favor of the project here. So we have enhanced buffers along our western boundary to address concerns that were raised by Esplanade. And we provided with them sight lines to show them that essentially there's really no impact to their view due to the enhanced buffers that we're proposing. I already mentioned the deviation regarding the affordable housing, and that's to allow for the for sale product to be around the perimeter and then the market rate apartments to be separate from each other. And then finally, we have a deviation regarding the sign for the project, which would be in this location right here. Your staff was recommending approval, or is recommending approval. The Planning Commission is recommending approval. And this is one of the very few projects where you've seen that have come through with the actual existing affordable housing density bonus program that's in your land development code and the matrix that currently exists for that. As your staff pointed out, the matrix does work for projects like this, where you basically have a not-for-profit organization providing the affordable housing aspect. So this is a market rate affordable housing project with a significant portion of affordable housing units. And with that, we'll open it up to any questions you have regarding the specifics of the project. And that's all.
Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
Just one quick question. You said it, I'm sure, but I didn't hear it. The number of affordable units?
I forgot the number.
58.
68?
58.
68.
68.
58? 58, sorry.
Somewhere between 58 and 68.
58, sorry. I don't want to misspeak. I've done that one other time, so it's 58.
58 units, and that's out of the 120.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we all got a lot of emails on this project, for and against, and the ones that were for were all very much similar, supporting Habitat for Humanity and all the things that are sort of, you might think are sort of no-brainers, that they definitely are to me. The ones against, because I won't claim to know every single nuance and moving part of this project, so I'm really listening with a keen ear, but the ones that were against were all very similar topic, and it was, and I'm sure everybody saw those, so chime in if I'm missing something, but it brought up, traffic, which you've addressed, and some other things. I've said here before, I don't think any construction project has ever come to this room that didn't have opposition, and sometimes the opposition is just, don't build it, we're overcrowded as it is, stop ruining our county, and that's not really a great defense, but it doesn't fall on deaf ears of any of us when citizens have concerns about density, or they're asking questions on, did we do proper traffic analysis? Has the county done everything across the board to answer those concerns? And sometimes citizens think none of that's been done, and then in this room, usually it's Mr. Bosey who we call to the podium, and then he says, well, nothing could be further from the truth. You know, we've done everything, and it still might not be favorable to citizens who just don't want anything built. But the reality is the things that needed to be done to make sure it would fit on a piece of property owned by a landowner actually have been done. So I guess the question I would ask, and I like hearing it from Mr. Bosey because I look at him as, you know, he's on our county staff. He's a unbiased, you know, person. So I know if I ask the applicant, and I'm not saying you would steer thing, but Mr. Bosey, would you mind just taking the podium and just giving us a little bit of, and I'm sure you saw a lot of those emails as well, but if you could, you know, clarify for the record some of the details that were in there where citizens, you know, brought forward concerns they felt had a lot of merit, but at least in the analysis I had and from our conversations that I had with you, but for the record, there were quite a few details in there that people were screaming from the mountaintops that actually didn't seem to hold water, and maybe just because they weren't informed of the entire process that has happened on this, you know, parcel of land and on this project. So what can you tell us in rebuttal, I guess, or in clarification of those who sent us a lot of emails not in support of what is being proposed?
Sure, Chair. Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. First, let me say that each one of the divisions and departments that review entitlements have signed off, specifically stormwater and transportation. As the applicant has indicated, the PUD had an existing 580 PM peak hour trip cap limitation. That is not being proposed to be increased. So that really does, they're adding 120 additional residential uses, but they're not asking for additional traffic. I think that has a real significant bearing in terms of what the ask is. But more importantly, what the ask is going to give is those 58 units that Mr. Jovanovich identified. Those 58 units are at 80% of AMI or below. So it's a significant yield in terms of providing for attainable housing that we know is in desperately need within this county, but more particularly the location. One of the things that I always fall back upon is, what does our future land use map say for this particular project? What does our future land use element say about this project? Well, the location of this project is in activity center. That's where we allow the highest density of residential use. That's where we allow the highest density of commercial use. And sometimes in the activity centers, we also allow some light industrial. So it's where you would expect the highest intensity. So this type of a project is what anyone who purchased within that area could have and should have expected to be within this general vicinity. Another thing that we do recognize that there is a number of economic opportunities that are in close proximity to this project. When you add 58 attainable workforce housing units to that location, what we do and what we're always trying to do by our growth management plan is we're trying to reduce trip lengths. We always say, as you grow, you're going to have more traffic because you have more people. That's a constant. But what you can do when you have congestion is you bring the goods and services, you bring the economic opportunities closer proximity to where people live. So when you're spending when you're spending 10 minutes because you only have to go 2 miles to get your goods and service, or 2 miles to get to your job, it's a much different experience than if you're traveling 10 to 15 or 20 miles or minutes to be able to reach your destination. So this is part of this overall strategy of what we're trying to do, is bring housing opportunities, employment opportunities, and goods and service opportunities in much closer proximity. And staff's perspective is we feel that we've done this, and the applicant is doing that with this proposal. Like we said, we are supporting the 2 deviations that are being suggested related to the PUD. And any other questions that maybe I didn't address that I could answer for you?
We got commissioners lit up here. Commissioner Saunders and then Commissioner McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple questions for Mr. Bosey. As you said, Mr. Chairman, we received a lot of correspondence in opposition to this. Most of the folks that are opposition to this live in the quarry community, and I've spent a lot of time with those folks, and their concern is traffic. That is probably the number one issue for them, as well as for other developments along Immokalee Road. So a couple questions in reference to this particular parcel. We're adding 120 dwelling units, and we've heard the dialogue about the 58, and the benefit of those affordable units. I want to talk about what could go there if we don't do this, because a lot of folks don't really fully understand some of the alternatives. This is a fairly limited project, but what could, if we turn this down as an example, what could go there? We have the Live Local Act, and that's Senator Passidomo's act. It's a great piece of legislation. And my understanding is that this 18.7 acres is currently zoned commercial or some mixed use. And so my question is, I believe that this developer could apply directly to staff under the Live Local Act and develop a whole lot more units, with only 40% of them being having to be affordable in order to get much more market rate. Can you elaborate on that? Because I want people that are opposed to this to understand, yeah, we're going to create some traffic here, maybe less than what would have been under the original proposals, but much less than what could occur if we say no to a developer and they look to other legislation that's pending now.
Yeah, Commissioner Saunders, you're correct. This is a mixed-use PUD. The back 2/3 are residential, where they're proposing is designated for residential, but that front 18.6 acres is mixed-use commercial. If they chose to, they could come in, submit an application, and request 91.77 units per acre. That's the highest residential density that we allow within the county, and that's what the statute says that they are entitled to. They're also entitled to the highest allowed height within 1 mile of the project. We believe that that height somewhere around 4 to 5 stories. So what they could do is a much more intense project within the commercially designated, mixed-use designated area of the PUD without a public hearing. We would just straight having to satisfy the site development plan process as an alternative if that was their individual choice. So one thing that I did want to point out, and I think the applicant pointed out, this is one of those few programs or few projects where they are actually utilizing our existing affordable housing density bonus program. Most of the time, the choice from the private development side has been to seek a growth management plan amendment to raise the density. What they're utilizing is the existing affordable housing density bonus program to provide for it. So they're working within the lines that we've long established for how to raise density. But yes, if they chose to, on that 18.6 acres on the frontage, they could seek a much higher density project than what we were providing for.
Now, could they still do that under the Live Local Act? That's really a question, I guess, for Mr. Jovanovich in terms of that 18-acre parcel.
Yeah, I did have the opportunity to speak to the author of the Live Local Act, and I asked the question: if I'm in a mixed-use PUD, can I take advantage of Live Local even on the portions that are designated residential because it's within a mixed-use PUD? And the answer I got back is yes. So we could, on just the yellow piece, come in with a site development plan at the 91 point whatever number that was. Obviously it won't fit, but at a much higher density than what we're requesting to put on that site, and probably higher than what we're requesting. And it would be an administrative approval. We wouldn't have to do the enhanced buffers. We would blow past the trip cap that's already existing in the PUD, and under the Live Local Act we could do that.
I appreciate it, because I just wanted the folks in the quarry to understand that if this fails, then there are other alternatives that could be much more attractive to a developer, but much less attractive to the overall community. Thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
as is usually the case, I may be asking the same question, but just a different way. Commissioner Saunders says things a lot more eloquently than I do. For clarification purposes, we're not asking for a trip increase on the already existent cap, but we are asking for an extra 120 units. And how does that equate to not more trips?
Well, since we're adding that use, we are obviously going to not build as much of the other authorized uses within the.
That were already included in the original PUD?
Analysis, yes.
Okay.
I don't see any other questions up here just yet.
We need a motion.
Okay, do we have a motion
Do it.
to approve?
So moved.
Got a motion to approve? Do I have a second?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry for the second time today. I do have a registered speaker on this item.
Go ahead, sir.
Kathleen Sharp.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Sharp, and I am a board director at Esplanade, which abuts, as you've seen in the photos, the exhibits today. We abut to the north and west side of this project. We reached out to start a dialogue with Habitat last fall to find out what their plans were for this project. And we also partnered with the quarry, met with White Peterman as well to work through our concerns. They were very open to listening to our concerns regarding density, buffer, traffic. We actually also had a meeting with Commissioner Saunders and his staff in March to work through our concerns. The developers have brought forth a plan that does meet our concerns regarding the buffers and improvements, and at this time, we do support the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So am I correct that we had a motion and a second?
Motion stands, yeah.
Troy? And nothing else? Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 9B. This item requires ex parte disclosure be provided by the commission members, and all participants are required to be sworn in. This is a recommendation to deny an ordinance rezoning property from Commercial Intermediate District C3 to Heavy Commercial District C5, subject to conditions for a self-storage facility and General Commercial District C4 uses on plus or minus 5.98 acres located on the south side of Tamiami Trail East, just east of Collier Boulevard on lots 2 and 3 of Inland Village subdivision in Section 3, Township 51 South, Range 26 East in Collier County, Florida. Let's have everyone stand to be sworn in.
I do.
Chair,
Okay.
ex parte.
Start with Commissioner Caldwell. Do you have any disclosures for 9B?
Yes, I do have ex parte meetings for 9B.
Okay, Commissioner Saunders?
The same, meetings and emails.
Commissioner Hall?
I have a meeting on 9B.
Okay, Commissioner McDaniel?
It's, meetings and calls.
Okay, and I had meetings and emails for 9B. Okay, proceed.
Thank you. For the record, Bob Mulhare, here on behalf of the applicant. With me, I also have Ellen Summers from my office, who's a certified planner. Felix Pardo is an architect, right over there, and working on the project as well. Jim Banks did our transportation plan, but Jim is not able to attend, and it's a very low traffic generator, so I thought we'd be okay with that. Chris Mitchell is the civil engineer on the project. So this shows the subject location. It is just east of Collier Boulevard on the north side of Tamiami Trail. Directly north of us is the Falling Waters Beach Resort residential community. We're sitting on basically a 6-lane, actually more than 6 lanes with the turn lanes there. Major intersection across the street is commercial. Across Collier Boulevard is commercial. Diagonally across the Tamiami Trail is commercial, all fairly large commercial mixed-use activity center projects. The request is to rezone from C3 to C5 with allowing for the storage facility use and then the full range of C4 uses. This is the future land use element shows the general location of the property. The activity center is not actually any longer shaped in the square red box that's shown there, but this subject property is still within the activity center. And this is the zoning. As you can see, immediately adjacent to our east is C5 zoning, and then there's a CVS on the corner, on the northeast corner of Collier and US 41. This is the subject lot designed. The storage facility is right here. There is another storage facility. All of this property is under the same ownership and has been for more than a decade. It was platted, and there's been a site development plan approved here for this existing self-storage facility. I wanted to point out a couple of things. There is a preserve here, which creates an excellent separation between us and our neighbors to the north, as well as a 92-foot wide stormwater drainage easement, which forces the development on these lots to a relatively limited area and fairly narrow. There is a right in, right out only here. It's a divided highway, and so this project has very limited access. Right in, right out. There is a frontage road right here that's already developed with parking here. Buffers are in place, and this shows interconnection to the CVS, which would presumably allow us to move north on Collier Boulevard. Unfortunately, that interconnection does not exist because CVS, after years of negotiations, the exorbitant amount of money that they want for that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. This is an architectural rendering showing both the existing site over here and the proposed site. They're architecturally compatible and united in the design central access point. As I mentioned, property's in mixed-use activity center number 18, which allows for the full range of commercial uses. I pretty much went over the site plan already. Just make the point here that the closest point of the proposed development to falling waters is about 180 feet. There is an existing 6-foot high wall along the northern property line with landscaping on both sides. When the first self-storage unit was built, my client, myself, we all met with Falling Waters. We made some significant commitments to them. Those commitments carry over to this, also to this proposed self-storage facility, which includes things like no lighting on the backside, no windows on the backside. We redid there's a 6-foot high wall in the back which needed repair. We took care of that. There's landscaping on both sides of that wall. These are just some of the other commitments we've made. The parking lot lighting shall be dark sky compliant. No more than one fast food through restaurant establishment is allowed. There is that second lot immediately to the west of the proposed self-storage, which my clients also own, which will not have self-storage and may be used for anything that that's allowed in C4, including, with the exception of some prohibited uses, and I'll get to that in just a minute. I think you know this is a very low traffic generator. We've made a number of other commitments that are consistent with the proposed East Naples community plan. There's no parking in the back. Our height is relatively low, a maximum of 35 feet zoned and 38 feet actual. Very low traffic generator. As you know, self-storage is a very low traffic generator. So I just want to talk a little bit about the East Naples Community Development Plan. That was accepted by the board in October of 2020. We had a pre-application meeting. When I say accepted, the next step for that plan is either a combination of a comprehensive plan amendment to establish the overlay and a land development code amendment, or I suppose arguably it could come forward with just a land development code amendment. In any case, that has not been heard by the Planning Commission or heard by the board. It's still being put together by staff and working its way through the process. There was discussion at one point in September of 22 about a moratorium, but that was not carried forward. And this use is not prohibited in the East Naples Community Plan. There are a number of discouraged uses that are identified, and these are now otherwise restricted in terms of location and other elements of a plan. So this application is not subject to those limitations on self-storage because it hasn't even gotten to the Planning Commission or the board yet. We submitted the SDP for this self-storage building in December of 2022. And that's presumably ready to be approved once, if this application is approved. I did want to point out, however, that there are some elements that wherein we have tried to comply with the recommendations of the East Naples Community Plan. One of those applications to self-storage is that at least 30% of the gross area has to be occupied by an alternative use within the same building, or alternatively on the site but not within the same building, provided the non-storage use is in the front part of the site and screens the view of the storage. Well, as I pointed out, it is really not possible for us to locate a building in front of this building. This is very narrow, again, with limited access. However, we do have this parcel right over here, Lot 3, which could be used for alternative uses and will be because we won't be putting self-storage on that. There, as I said, there is an existing buffer which was already platted. It's 20 feet deep for about half of the property. It's reduced to 10 feet, and that was because the county took right away when they widened when they improved the intersection here, so they actually took the 10 foot of the landscape buffer. We're not using metal roll-up doors. The building will be entirely accessed internally. So these are other conditions in the proposed East Naples Community Plan. We're not having any outdoor storage of any kind. Obviously, there is a self-storage located closer than 1,320 feet. There's actually one immediately adjacent to the east, which was constructed by the same owner. So, I mean, I want to point out that the site is extremely limited for the kind of development that is envisioned in the East Naples Community Plan. The site plan and the plat included a preserve and a stormwater management area, which again limited development options there. And this just shows you the constraints on the two parcels there. I just wanted to point out, this is the mixed-use activity center. The subject lot is right here, and you can see that this whole strip here is pretty narrow. There is a tractor supply store, a sheriff's deputy substation. There's this existing self-storage, the proposed self-storage, and then, of course, a vacant lot and the CVS. But if you look at the other components in the mixed-use activity center 18 here, you can see that the commercial in Lely PUD is very large. Same thing on the southwest quadrant, which has the Home Depot, Lowe's, and some other improvements in it right here. Quite a mix of commercial there. And the same thing over here. These are obviously much larger, much deeper. And those mixed-use or commercial projects can accommodate the concepts and desires of the East Naples Community Plan, again, which haven't even made it through the Planning Commission or the board. But it's very difficult to do that over here with the limited access. Just another graphic of that. We did have a neighborhood information meeting. We had the president of the HOA for Falling Waters there. His quote is on the screen. We've met with them several times. They supported the first one. They support this one as well. He also spoke at the Planning Commission.
Can you go back? I want to just... Okay.
And Planning Commission voted to support this request. I just want to talk very briefly a little bit about the staff recommendation, which I was a little bit surprised. It seemed a little extreme to me, given that the East Naples Community Plan hasn't even, we don't know what's going to get approved at this point. My clients, we've been in this process for a long time. I realize it's a rezone, but this is also a mixed-use commercial activity center. However, in the Planning Commission staff report under the zoning review, the staff report reads as follows. The land use pattern in the local area contains a mix of multifamily residential and commercial uses. The current zoning of C3 is consistent with the established zoning pattern for the area. The proposed rezone to C5 to allow for a self-storage facility is consistent with the zoning and use of the property to the east. The property is located within an activity center as well as a regional center subdistrict of the pending US 41 East Corridor zoning overlay, which is envisioned to be a compact urban mixed-use node that is walkable and transit-friendly. Well, I think I pointed out to you that you're not going to see those kinds of elements in this very limited access, very narrow, already almost completely built commercial strip. There are other opportunities along the US 41 for those to occur. It goes on to say it is notable that the representatives who attended the NIM from the adjacent Falling Waters neighborhood indicated the level of activity generated by the proposed storage facility is preferred if properly screened and buffered. And, you know, that the applicant has agreed to a number of limitations and conditions on the self-storage and for other uses on the property, including a prohibition on gas stations and convenience stores with gas pumps. So we have tried to be consistent with the proposed East Naples Civic Community Plan as much as we possibly can. That concludes my presentation. I do have Felix here if there are any specific questions about the architectural design. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Miller, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, sir. I have one registered speaker, Gordon Brumwell.
Hi, thanks for hearing me. Dr. Gordon Brumwell, PhD in biology here. The East Naples Community Development Plan, which the board signed off on, shows the community considers U-Storage places undesirable. The 41 East zoning overlay also shows the community does not want more U-Storage places, especially on prime real estate like this corner. So while the overlay is not yet passed, that's true, there's a strong signal, a very strong signal from the community that it doesn't want more U-Storage places in very visible places. So please don't rezone for an undesirable use. We've just heard that activity centers are more dense, multi-use, and result in a shift, a nudge, to local trips, making everything easier on the road. The corner is an activity center. A U-Storage place is not in sync with that intent. So please don't rezone for that purpose, but if you do rezone, please stipulate it must be for a desirable purpose. Or if you do allow a U-Storage place here, please stipulate that it meets the overlay's intent of landscaping that is functional and aesthetically reminiscent of the lush Florida we're losing. Particularly, I'd suggest shading the impermeable surfaces from both rain and sun with native shade trees. This would provide the co-benefits of reducing urban heat island effect and reducing flooding, which we have too much of. Thank you.
That was your only speaker on this item, sir.
Mr. Mulhare, do you have any other speakers? Is there anybody here from Falling Waters or anybody?
He has his wife at the doctor's office was unable to make it. I do want to, thank you for asking, though, I do want to pull up, if I can just, I have the letter that he sent in for the Planning Commission, which was in May. So you can see the letter right here, which reads, when I addressed the county at our NIM meeting at the beginning of this approval process, I stated that we moved to Falling Waters for the peace and quiet, for less people and traffic in the area. Traffic at the corner of the intersection is very bad. We would not want any additional traffic in that area. Store all owners have been great neighbors to us throughout the process and very helpful to our neighborhood. It's important to us that a clean tenant use the property. We have a bear problem. Important not to create any smelly garbage. Because we abut the commercial property to our south, there is no other residential property that is more affected than we are, which I pointed out in my presentation. This is the only residential adjacent development. Developers have kept all of their promises. They've been great neighbors. And please approve the project as presented. I'm going to butcher Frank's last name, but Frank M. Fariulo.
Mr. F. So before I ask my list of questions, can you do a little bit of deeper dive on what type of landscaping you are proposing? And like you said, there's a big buffer in the back that you automatically get to enjoy because of that, environmentally sensitive property. But once this companion project goes up next to the storage unit that already exists on the adjacent land by the same owner, what's the landscape and what's the landscape plan for the new building if we approved it?
So there's obviously one point I want to make, Commissioners, the very few parking spaces that are required compared to other uses here. So when we talk about a sea of asphalt and heat and those kinds of things, this use by its very nature requires less asphalt. So I do want to point out, if you look on this exhibit, that there's a right in, right out, it exists, and this frontage road here exists, which is good because people can move through this project to the east to the other projects without having to go back out onto the trail. There is a landscape buffer that already exists. It's 20 feet wide right here and is planted and is mature. The staff will look at that as we go. If this was to be approved, the staff will look at that as we go through the SDP process, and if we have to supplement that with any trees, we will do that as part of the SDP process. Same thing here. The buffer is reduced to 10 feet because of acquisition of right-of-way for the intersection improvements. So the property owner lost land for the intersection improvements, Commissioner. And I don't think it would make any sense to jut this access road back. It's just going to create problems. It's a straight access road the way it is today. So, I mean, I think the landscaping's in place, but if we have to supplement it, I'm sure staff will look at that as we go through the SDP process.
The current storage unit that's already in place, that this would be a companion to, when was that built? Remind me when that was built.
2020? 19? Yeah, approved in 19, probably constructed in 2020. Sold out within 4 or 5 months. 1 month.
And the height of the current building is what? And the height of this proposed building is what?
They're both 35 feet
35
zoned.
feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody's probably been more negative about storage units up on this panel than me, but I put in my newsletter that I released last week some clarifications. I'm not against storage units. I'm more focused on the location. And so I was very clear about that in my newsletter last week, saying that, they sell out quick for a reason, but, putting them haphazardly just sort of in areas that could have benefited from something maybe more aesthetically pleasing or more needed, up and down US 41. Just my own personal opinion, that train already left the station. One of the things that I am a supporter of, and I've spent a lot of time with Mr. Bosey talking about mixed-use activity centers, is concentrating these more industrial, commercial things on a footprint so that it's a one-stop shop. People can go visit Publix, they can go visit a strip mall, but there are some storage units as you sort of drive up and down US 41 that aren't really in the heart of an activity center. Somebody found a nice piece of property, storage units are cash cows, and years ago. It wasn't illegal, immoral, or unethical. We had zoning in place that allowed for these units to be built, and they went up very quickly in District 1 and in areas that I think didn't add to the aesthetics or the positive use of that area. I've said before, when you build a storage unit on the corner of something that's not a commercial activity center and it's just, you know, across from a gated community or what have you, on the opposite corner you don't get an Ocean Prime restaurant, you get a Wawa or a racetrack gas station, and so you've effectively killed that intersection. When maybe it could have benefited from something that was more balanced for the community. Even though I led some discussion here about maybe taking a pregnant pause or, I hate to use the word moratorium, but yeah, back in September I was floating that idea just because I felt like we needed to sort of catch our breath. And to the speaker's point, and I appreciate you coming to the podium, sir, but to my disappointment, the East Naples overlay, which is still in play, nothing was approved. All we approved back last year was to move forward on further analysis. And even though the current draft might have some things in it that are very negative against storage units, that may not pass with this group. And so, right now it's just in draft form. I mean, I've said before, had that aggressively been pushed by the county 10 years ago, we could have a document that we could throw up right now and say approved or disapproved because it meets or doesn't meet. And Commissioner Saunders has that advantage in Golden Gate because he has a Golden Gate master plan, which is sort of like very similar to what we're trying to do in East Naples. We're just doing it about 10 or 15 years too late. So even if that document comes out and it says all the things that can't be done in East Naples, they're already done. So we won't tear down all the things that don't meet the East Naples, overlay, development plan. So I don't love this, okay, but I also tried to be more fair, more maybe strategic, and say. I also think it's irresponsible to just say, I'm going to vote against every storage unit that ever comes up here. It's really about like where it is. So let me ask you this. When this was, when this owner has owned both lots from, like you said, more than 10 years, when he built the first storage unit in 2019, my understanding is the plan, and even presented to the county, was always that he was going to build a matching companion unit right next to it, correct?
That was always the intention. We weren't smart enough at the time to go through this once, and now we're going through it twice. And I imagine it probably had to do with, what will the market conditions be after we finish this first building? But yes, that was always the plan.
Right. So the reason I hate this one a lot less than so many others that have already been built, and even some others that sort of came to me where somebody was testing the waters, and I gave very strong negative support, and some of them sort of died on the vine. They wanted to sort of float the idea. I mean, this one is in an area that is a commercial activity center, so that's a plus compared to some others that aren't, that we can't unbuild. It is a companion project to a project that was approved long ago, and I know that this was always the plan, and even the citizens know it, and that's why they're in support of it. The East Naples development overlay, even though we don't have the final version, and who knows what's going to be line item vetoed out of that, because I think there's some things in there that I'm going to be really excited about for East Naples, but in the end, it takes the commissioners up here, and there's several of my colleagues here that are going to feel differently than I do about land use rights and whatnot. The one thing that I'm encouraged about that you've done here that other developers that have come to me haven't done is, even though that East Naples overlay isn't approved, you are attacking this companion project like it has been approved. And I've met with Mr. Bosey, and in many cases you've met or exceeded what I'm hoping is in the overlay, and you're taking a position assuming it's approved. And so I hate this less because you're meeting the standards of what I hope is going to be in this long overdue East Naples, overlay. But instead of trying to sort of squeeze this under the door with the minimum things required, I'm like I said, less upset that you all have leaned far forward and said, we're trying to bring this to the standard of what might be in the East Naples overlay. And if it isn't, then, you've still exceeded the standard. So, just to be clear, I'm not sitting here rubber stamping storage units, but I hate this one a lot less than some others that have been built in District 1 and some others that even might be coming forward. But in this one, to be, fair. And also, too, I look at this and go, it's in the middle of an activity center, and by allowing it to be built there, we're saving a piece of property, maybe in another location where a storage unit isn't the best thing. And so I look at it as it's a little bit of sort of that trade-off. And then, like I said, this is a companion project to something that's already been built. This landowner has owned the land for 10 years. It's not a big surprise. All this was discussed, well before my time. And I know the people that live in that community. I heard the same results from the NIM. I did get some negative, not overly negative, but some folks that sort of made blanket statements and just said, we know you hate storage units, so make sure you don't approve this one. And it's really not about the storage unit. It's about the location of where it is. And this one's in the heart of, as you showed on the map, where I wish more storage units were. If I was king for a day and could move some out of some areas that are, in more in locations that would be more advantageous for higher level shopping, better restaurants, and all of that. We sort of have used up some prime real estate in some areas that aren't, the industrial centers where we could have had some other things. But I think we spent a lot of time on this one because, you knew I had a lot of concerns about any storage units just in general. But, this is one where I think the location is less bad, if I could say that. It's not overly tall, and like you said, it's a matching companion project that was already discussed back in 2019. It just your client, I guess, wasn't sure when they were going to build sort of the second building. Knowing that the community, attended the NIM, and I got a lot of feedback from that community as well, saying, hey, we know you're not a big fan of storage units, but we think this one is a little bit unique, that it's in a commercial activity center. It's already surrounded by some things. It's a companion project to something that's already built. So, I want to be realistic here. I'm not banging on tables, putting blinders on and saying I'm going to vote no on every single thing that is has the word storage unit on it. But there's some places where I think storage units, car washes, things like that, don't fit optimally. And in this particular case, I don't think this is one that I'm like outraged over. So this is my district. Maybe, I got a few people, lighting up here, but, I've spent a lot of time looking at this one, a lot of time talking to constituents. And, the lesser of all evils is I wish more of our storage units were concentrated in areas like this and built like this. Doesn't mean I love them, but having said that, I also have to sit here and think, is there anything illegal, immoral, or unethical, with this project? And I'm not someone that just, votes no because, 100 people showed up in red shirts. And in this case, the people that live close by this area, it's the HOA president spoke for itself. To the gentleman's comments in the back, agree with you wholeheartedly. So the conversation here about landscape and things like that, Mr. Bosey, I don't know if your position is we got to solidify something a lot more robust and detailed, or if this was approved, you could continue to have a discussion. And if you thought we were sort of skimping on robust, lush, a professional landscape that is conducive and complementary to what's already in that area, would we have would that be something that could continue after this, or do we have to sit here and specifically put something more detailed before we vote? And when it comes to landscape, because the gentleman brought up a good point, and that is a concern of mine. Even though I don't think the building and the location is a gigantic showstopper, I want to make sure that we're not sort of skimping on the aesthetics of the second companion storage unit. So, what are your thoughts? Do we need to get more specific in the terminology or in the narrative before we vote here, or this will be something, as Mr. Mulhare said, you'll go forward, and if you see some sort of big red flag, you could bring it to our attention?
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. I would ask if you would like an enhanced landscape buffer. They have an existing landscape buffer, and I don't think the configuration allows to increase the width. but I would think some additional plant material added to the existing landscape buffer could provide for a better buffering, better enhancement. Without a lot of specificity, you don't have to name the type of tree or the species, but an enhanced landscape buffer along the US 41 corridor within the existing footprint, I would say would be an improvement to the overall aesthetic and softening of the facility.
Okay, and everything, so that helps. Everything that I said prior to that, do you have any comment? So, the things that I'm sitting here taking a look at is, I hate it less because it's in the center of an activity center, which, like I said, I wish more storage units were. I hate it less because it's a companion project and has always been to a storage unit that's already there. I hate it less because the local community is actually, and I got feedback from them as well, would prefer this companion project over some other things that could go in this location. I hate it less because of the architecture, and the height is not overly obtrusive or of a main concern. And I hate it less because of the natural buffers, but also what has the potential of enhanced buffers, which I would like. And I hate it less because it also meets or exceeds the East Naples overlay, which hasn't even come to us yet, could pass, might not even pass. But this particular landowner has taken it upon themselves to look at the things that would affect them in that overlay, could affect them if it's passed, and has already met or exceeded those what we hope are requirements, but are sort of proposed expectations right now. Did everything I say, is that correct, or do you have a comment on any of that?
I could offer a comment. You are correct. This is a mixed-use activity center. It hosts commercial 1 to commercial 5. Commercial 5 is where a self-storage facility is a permitted use. It's a conditional use in the C4. So this is a place that your growth management plan would suggest to be a self-storage facility. The reason why staff was constrained from recommending approval, and the applicant did a terrific job of giving you the history, in trying to show compliance with the developing East Naples zoning overlay. 2020, the East Naples Development Plan was just accepted by the Board of County Commissioners. It had some do-outs. In April of this year, April 25th, the GMP overlay, which addressed additional height and additional density within your community and regional centers, was transmitted by the Board of County Commissioners. You transmitted it to the state of Florida. We did get some comments back from the state of Florida with some concern over increasing density within the coastal high hazard area. So we have some constraints upon ourselves in terms of when we bring that back to you for consideration. And the intention was, when we bring that back for consideration, we were also going to bring the zoning overlay with it. And I'm just going to bring up the draft of the US 41 zoning overlay. It's already been heard by the DSAC. Just to give you a understanding, someone overrode my first.
Let me ask you this: if that zoning overlay was approved as is, or very close to what we hope or expect or think it might be, is there anything in this project that would be in violation of what we are currently looking to get approved or propose? Are there any data points in this current building that would be excessive compared to the overlay if and when that's approved in its entirety?
Yes, there's one point, and this is the proposed draft right now, and it identifies a self-storage facility as a use for additional design standards, where it had suggested the 30% of floor area or an alternative use within the same project. I think the applicant has addressed that they intend to do that with that other adjoining parcel.
Right.
Where you get caught up, and there's also a building design component that they have, and no outdoor storage of any kind. They're in line with it. It's the locational criteria. It says self-storage / mini storage warehouses shall not be located closer than 1,320 feet from the closest property line of another self-storage mini storage facility. That's where they're not in compliance with it. But that's not an adopted overlay yet. It hasn't. It's been to the DSAC. We intend to bring it to the Planning Commission when we have the adoption hearing for the GMP that came on. Like I said, we're going to have to address the GMP because the state has raised concerns about raising density within coastal high hazard areas. So we've got a couple strategies that we're talking to the state about, hopefully to mitigate those issues.
But realistically, if that was approved, and I'm just talking out loud, is it possible this could be an exception? Because I think the intent of that is, I'm Rick LaCastro and I build a storage unit, and then a week later, Commissioner Saunders buys a lot right next to me and he wants to build a storage unit. So this prevents us from having, I mean, I look at this as, this is a companion project to one footprint owned by a property owner that has had it for 10 years. So if this passed, would there be some gray area here that he's not building a storage unit next to he's building one next to his own? And I'm looking for clarification here.
Yeah.
Or this would still stand, and he would not be allowed to build a companion storage unit next to one he already owns on property he's owned for 10 years.
The applicant has owned the existing self-storage facility. This lot here is zone C3. So when he purchased it, if he wanted to build a self-storage facility, he would have had to have rezoned that property from C3. So you couldn't make that case. Here's the one thing that I say, further our hands are tied, and it seems like this East Naples development plan there's roadblocks in front of it a number of different ways. It's called Senate Bill 250. Mm-hmm. Senate Bill 250, which was passed by the legislators, said that any county that's within 100 miles of the path of Hurricane Ian cannot adopt more restrictive standards within their land development code than what exists today. We can't. So this overlay, we can't bring this overlay to you with the adoption hearing the way that it is.
Right.
It would not be consistent with state statutes. We can only bring the enhancements that are trying to promote more mixed use,
right,
but nothing that's more restrictive. So staff's really stuck in a tough position. We recognize that an activity center would support this type of a rezone. The community, the East Naples Development Plan, and the community through the zoning overlay has tried to put some locational restrictions upon self-storage facilities, car washes. We're not going to be able to adopt those.
So and my last question will be, and I got commissioners lit up here, and then I'll maybe close it out with a motion, depending on what I hear here. But having said all of that, even though all that stuff is still in limbo, this applicant and this landowner has met or exceeded requirements that may or may not be approved to go the extra mile, I guess. Is that a fair statement?
Staff would recognize that the applicant has been very willing to comply with components of the overlay.
Mr. Mulhare, when you hear what did you call the additional landscape, like more robust, or what's
I have the actual approved landscape plan up. I wanted to just share that with you.
Oh, but Mr. Bosley, what was the terminology used for a more robust?
Enhanced.
I'm sorry, yeah, enhanced.
So, and we actually did that. So I'm just reading from what the approved landscape buffer was on the south. Along the right-of-way. It was a type D buffer with one tree every 30 feet and a double hedgerow 3 foot on center.
But listen, before you go through,
No, we are exceeding that. Now, I do think that it's possible.
But I think the word enhanced to the county means something. And so even though you might laundry list all the plants and all those things like that, I would ask Mr. Bosie, am I correct in saying that if we actually use the word enhanced, it either confirms that they're already doing something that's enhanced, or it might elevate a few other landscape things that, the citizen, I, and maybe others are concerned about?
Staff would look at the existing approved plan, and then it would look at the actual condition, and he would make an evaluation. Are you more than what the approved plan was? And if they were meeting that in the condition, then staff would say.
Do you think they're currently meeting enhanced, or there's some?
I am not a landscape architect, so
right, let me hear from my colleagues. Commissioner Hall, then Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a question.
this is a recommendation to deny the application. So would a no vote be in favor of it? Or would a yes vote be in not favor of the project?
No, you make a motion to approve or motion to deny.
Okay, then I make a motion to approve this project.
Okay. Commissioner Colwell, did you have some questions or anything before we?
Well, thank you, Chair.
And then Commissioner McDaniel.
Mr. Mulholland, can you bring up the side-by-side photo again? The storage unit. And I guess this is a question for our county attorney, too. Oops, yeah, you were getting up, sorry. You know, we're with staff's recommendation and not to deny, and we're moving forward. I'm hearing a lot of moving parts here, what could be or couldn't be. And now, you know, with the new statutes coming down from Tallahassee, I mean, if we're making rulings on things that don't exist yet, or if we're making rulings on things that we may see in the future may contradict what our rulings would be, are we opening ourselves up to some sort of litigation saying, you know, you made a decision on something that was a hunch or this or that, and there is going to be statutes saying that I can do this?
You have a quasi-judicial hearing going on right now. You have criteria to whether or not you're going to approve it. That criteria is in your executive summary. The concept of the East Naples overlay is not part of that. That is outside this discussion. Right? If you're going to deny this, it's not going to be based on a plan that may or may not be voted on. It's going to be based on the criteria that's before you in the executive summary.
But that's the basis that our staff is bringing it to us.
I understand that.
Okay,
That's not the legal considerations, but that's staff's recommendation.
Thank you. So secondly, I'm sorry, that was, I wanted the picture up there, and I'm just going to go full circle, and I know, you know, this might help you, Commissioner LaCastro. You know, if I took 10 people in a minivan, 45 mile an hour down the road on Collier Boulevard, and we didn't tell them what those buildings were, I could probably guarantee all 10 couldn't tell me what that was. Now, people have a conception or idea what a storage unit looks like because they've seen them in the past. You got the cyclone fences, you got the elongated buildings, you got the 100 orange roll-up garage doors facing your interstate, you know, and that's just set in their minds. But the one on the left almost looks like half of our elementary schools we build here in the county. I mean, visually, seriously. I mean, so I think what you're doing and the other part about being within so many thousand feet of another storage unit, I don't think that really falls into this jurisdiction because this gentleman, you know, he built the first one. He sold out in a month. So evidently there's a need to the community for this type of business. And he sees that he has an opportunity to provide that again for the local community in a way that's not visually, you know, bad. I mean, it is what it is. And I can guarantee you that 10 people couldn't tell me what those buildings are if I drove them by there 45 mile an hour. I can guarantee it if we didn't have signage out there.
You have super restrictive architectural design standards that require those buildings to look more like an office building than anything else.
Yeah, so, you know, I kind of was dumbfounded myself when I read that, you know, we were not going to recommend, knowing that the planning commission, when I had the opportunity to actually look at, you know, what was going to be there and it was the same owner. It wasn't a competing element to somebody that was already there. You know, I kind of have to, you know, I have to support this. I mean, I think it's the right place, it's the right look, it's the right design, and the only people to live next to it support it because they like the neighbor they already have. And jeopardizing that and having somebody in there they might not like, you know, I think they're trying to protect themselves. So that's kind of how I feel about it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, thank you. You know, to coin the chair's phrase, you hate it less if we could control the color of what was actually going to end up being without those big ugly red orange doors and things, that would be a nice thing, but we really can't. My question is, circumstances change. We have a nice property owner now. He's been a good neighbor. We rezoned this piece of property to C5. Why are we not asking for, is it not allowed for a C3 conditional use request to do storage?
It's not. C4 conditional use, C5.
That's why the rezone goes. So my question is, can we condition this approval on the use and not, and require a comeback if the property owner, not owner changes, but if the use changes, can we require that to to be stipulated?
Yes.
I just want to point out, Commissioner, that we've agreed to probably,
Then while you're hunting that, I just.
right here, we've agreed to any number of conditions. The square footage is limited. The setback is set in place. The hours of operation are limited. The lighting is restricted.
I saw all those things.
So I just want, I mean, the only C5 use we're asking for, I'm sorry, is the self-storage. No other C5 use. It's only that.
So if this particular good neighbor, good owner, good property owner sells a piece of property, we're not opening Pandora's box for all of the uses under C5.
That's correct.
It can only be as designed, size, shape, color, storage facility, no matter
Subject
who
to-
owns a
I don't
piece
know
of
about
property.
color.
And then the other question I had, maybe you may be able to answer it, because I'm okay now, because I was concerned that we were gonna rezone it and then it sells and we get to deal with whatever else is there. Under the,
You're also rezoning to C4.
Yes.
correct,
Okay, so the C5 is limited, but somebody could purchase the property and put in a use for C4.
Yes.
okay.
So if you want to condition this rezoning that they're going to be putting in a storage facility, like they're selling this as, you can do that.
That, I think, would provide for better protection for the
On this
uses
lot,
in the
that's fine.
neighborhood on this particular lot.
And I'll amend the motion to approve it as as a conditional use for storage unit only.
Well,
Well, not as a conditional use, but
It's a conditional use, because we have to rezone the property to see.
Well, rezone it for a storage unit, whatever, however, it just maintains and bees a storage unit.
you eliminate the C4 rezone portion of this. You're simply going to rezone it to C5, limited to the storage unit, no other uses.
We want to eliminate the loophole. Commissioners,
correct.
McDaniel's bringing up a great point. We want to eliminate the possible loophole of a sale and then a blanket approval for something we don't want there.
Or, yes, it would be less conducive for them.
May I just make a comment?
We don't get to pick on the property rights. Property rights travel with the zoning, and the rezone opens that door for the utilization of the property rights, and that's where I'm
I just wanted to point out, the reason that we chose to rezone to C4 with one C5 limited to the self-storage was that we felt that the C4 district, it's in an activity center, provided a better mix of uses for that last remaining lot that might actually meet the desires of the East Naples Civic, as opposed to C3, which is much more restrictive. That's why we put that in there. We prohibited gas stations and convenience stores. Everything else, depending on what happens with the East Naples Community Plan, will be restricted. So I just wanted you to understand it wasn't, a big reach. There's only going to be one vacant lot if this gets approved. And it seemed appropriate to go to C4 in an activity center.
And while I'm contemplating that, the question is, with it being C3 now, could the property owner, without a hearing, convert to residential under the Living Local Act?
Live local, yeah.
Which then height restrictions go out the window, size, shape, all those things, density goes off the chart, traffic impacts, negative impacts.
About 5.6 acres, so yeah, you could do something. It wouldn't be very desirable, I wouldn't think, given the configuration of those lots, but yes.
Certainly not as desirable. So, and thank you for that. I had that in my brain earlier with regard to the the living local statute.
So do you have my question is, because everything you're saying has significant merit, do you have a better way of wording this motion so that it does ensure that we're not opening up Pandora's box or other possible things, down the road? Is there a better way to word this?
Well,
So that we are protected?
for clarification, aren't there two lots here?
Mm-hmm.
And one lot's going to be the storage center?
Correct, and we don't know what the other one is, but we're upzoning it from C3 to C4.
That's correct. So the issue isn't the lot that they're putting the storage on, the issue was the other lot, and you have no idea what's going to go on there.
Well, the issue is both. Again, I got clarification on the C5 use to be specifically for storage. It does open up other uses under the C4.
In the future?
Zoning classifications and we don't know what those are. We don't know what those uses in fact are going to be. I'm not as concerned about it because there again, it's over on the corner and, so.
I just want to point out, you don't know what other C3 uses are going to go there. I mean, the district, C4 is a more permissive district. If you felt comfortable restricting, as Jeff suggested, taking out the C4 and allowing just the one C5 use, we're not going to object. There's only one lot left.
Right.
But we just felt it gave a better mix of uses for that lot.
You made a statement earlier, Bob, about, having to come back to the well, and if we'd have known better, we'd have rezoned it all in the first place and so on. And I'm not looking to cause that. You have put prohibitive restrictions in the C4 request to not allow for a gas station, not allow for a convenience store. The other listed C4 uses, could that site be converted to high density residential? Mike, Mr. Bosey?
Any site that's zoned commercial can.
Yes, and
it's
it's
commercial,
C3.
whether it's C1, C2, C3, C4, C5.
It doesn't get any more because of
No.
C4 as opposed to C3 that it currently is.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, let me just read the list of prohibited uses that we included with the rezone. Amusement and recreation services, outdoor, anything that would be noise, and automobile parking, automotive vehicle equipment dealers, convenience stores with gas pumps, gasoline stations, homeless shelters, hospitals, marinas, outdoor storage of materials, pawn shops, repair services. Only allowed one fast food restaurant if indeed that goes on that parcel.
C4.
Yep. No building or structure shall exceed 35 feet. Because C4 allows more height, we put that restriction in. And that looks like that's the end of the use to be restricted. I think it's pretty restrictive.
I think it's sufficiently, it's covered.
I mean, I really want to thank my colleagues here because I know that this is a sore point with me, storage units, but also too, I'm a realist. I'm not here that just, I cover my eyes and just say no to every storage unit. Like I said, it's more about the location. So I appreciate the healthy discussion here to make sure that if this is something I hate less, that it's still as positively done as possible. And then, like I say, putting it in the center of a mixed use activity center maybe saves another piece of real estate somewhere else for it. I don't know. My colleagues have any other questions?
I think the motion that was made is satisfactory, and I'll second it.
So I have one thing that I would add, and this might be semantics, okay, but humor me a bit. It sounds like you have a very robust landscape plan, but I think to our staff, the word enhanced landscape does mean something. So I don't know if it needs to be put in writing somewhere or it's just I'm saying it verbally and you're agreeing to it. But in the discussions, if this does pass, and it looks like it will, and we move forward, I'll take the words out of the citizen's mouth because he's speaking for both of us. I really want to see robust, and there already is in that area. You go down the road where they've built the Publix and everything. I spent a lot of time in that area, and a lot of developers have really gone above and beyond to not just make it look like a big giant industrial footprint. So I want to make sure that that we do go to the max, and I think the words enhanced landscape to the county do mean something. So even though you have a laundry list of plants and everything, I'd like that word injected into the verbiage of what you have there. And it might mean nothing. It might mean you already have that, but if, when we do start to get to those details, I want to make sure that we've got everything in there that allows you to lean as far forward on the landscape as possible under the enhanced landscape category.
I know staff won't want it to be too subjective. They're going to want it to be very objective. So look, I've done this before. I understand the term enhanced landscape buffer. We do exceed the code because of that natural preserve acts as a landscape buffer.
No, but that's nothing you've done, so that's already back there.
No, it's there. No, I agree. But along 41.
I'm not giving you credit for that.
No, I understand. What I'm trying to say is the only opportunity is along 41.
Right, and I want you to do enhanced landscape along that.
And so what I'm suggesting is that we agree to a double hedgerow. The code requires a canopy tree every 30 feet, so space one tree per 30 feet. You can put them together, but that's the calculation for
You're
determining.
doing what?
We're going to do 1 per 25.
Okay. So does that fall under enhanced landscape?
So that we'll have to put that in this ordinance as a requirement.
One of the things I always say here before we vote, or sometimes after we vote, is just because we vote on it, we're not done. And so this is in District 1, and I want to follow this one closely. And, Mr. Boziu and I will stay, plugged in. It's not a matter of just approving it and then saying, we're done. It's keeping an eye on it. We've approved, many projects up here that turned out to not be great. The Onyx, maybe the rock crushing lot, you could sit here and mention some things. I want this to be a very successful project with enhanced landscape, and it's a companion project to something that's already there. It's in an area that is much more favorable than some of our other storage units that can't be unbuilt. So having said that, I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes unanimously. We will now break for lunch. Unless you, County Manager, did you have something? Or
No, sir. What time do you want us back?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Saunders, sir.
I was going to say what time to come back.
What do you all think? Is 1 o'clock too soon?
It's
53 minutes for lunch, so we keep moving? Okay, is that enough? I think tomorrow's. Yeah, okay, we'll be back at 1. Thank you.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Okay.
All right.
Back, everyone. Just a reminder to everyone, there's a lot of new people in here. Please put your cell phones on silent and whatnot. In case they were on at lunch, we got a lot to talk about here. Okay, so we're going to move to 11A.
Yes, sir. Commissioner, that brings us to item 11A, our 1 o'clock time certain. This is a recommendation to accept a project update on the Collier County Mental Health Facility and staff recommendation to proceed with the design of option number 1 for 87 total beds, 45 CSU, 30 adult Medicare acute, and 12 ESAC, with an estimated construction cost of $44 million. Mr. Ed Finn, your Deputy County Manager, will begin the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate the introduction. Edward Finn, Deputy County Manager. Today, we're going to talk about the mental health facility. I have some folks here that are going to help us out get through this. Scott Burgess, the CEO of David Lawrence Center, is here. He's here to speak to the development of the program for this facility. I have Javier Salazar of RG Architects. He will be able to speak to how his design is going to meet those programmatic objectives. Eric Bracken from DeAngelis Diamond, the construction manager on this job, is also here. Ayub Albahu, our principal project manager from Facilities Management, and Claudia Roncaroni, senior project manager, are the internal team on this. The 87 bed design that's being recommended is kind of shown on your screen at the moment. This is 87 beds. It is coded for the type of uses, and we'll have another schematic where we can look at those uses in a little more depth. The estimated construction cost only is $44 million, and that note there says that includes some preliminary value engineering that's already been applied to this initial budget. Project objective. The mental health facility is an important community priority project endorsed by the voters in 2018 and identified as the #1 priority of the Behavioral Health Ad Hoc Committee. The facility will function as a central receiving facility for those receiving services under both Baker and Marchman Acts and will greatly increase mental health crisis support. The proposed new facility will serve the mental health needs of Collier County's expanding population and will serve to reduce demands currently placed on the Collier County Sheriff's Office. This is a little snippet of the project timeline. In March of '22, the NTP, Notice to Proceed, was issued to RG Architects. In March of '23, the construction manager contract was approved by the board, and we're back to you today on June 27th, seeking the board's authorization to move forward with the design of option, in this case, option number 1. You'll see there that tentatively fall of '24. What's identified there is guaranteed maximum price number 1. That would be the price for the site work. Our hope is to have the site work rolling before the final design on the vertical construction is finalized, bringing us to a spring of '25, very tentative guaranteed maximum price approval for that element of the project. Project programming and master planning. An important part of this is, in fact, the programming and master planning. I'm going to go through a few slides with you real quick, and if there are any questions on the programming at this point, Mr. Burgess perhaps could help us. These comments deal with adult beds rather than children's beds. The average number of adults under the Marchman Act at the Sheriff's Office jail is approximately 10 beds per month. The average number of adults within the existing David Lawrence Center facility is approximately 29 per day. The peak number of occupied beds experienced by DLC is 40 beds per day. The existing programmatic needs for beds based on today's demand is somewhere between 39 and 50. 12 Emergency Service Assessment Center, ESAC beds are required with all the options that are going to be presented to you today. And the last bullet deals with the number of county residents that are forced to seek mental health services out of the county. Project construction estimates are part of looking at our options. The construction manager, D'Angelo Steinman, started developing construction budgets immediately after the contract was approved. They developed an initial detailed construction estimate based on the 30% construction drawings in the amount of $48 million. That was for the 87-bed design, option number 1, as we're calling it today. And they use an extensive library of subcontractors to arrive at that number. The $44 million construction estimate for option number 1 we're talking about today includes preliminary value engineering on that original $48 million number. In addition to the 87-bed option being recommended, option 1, staff is providing a 72-bed option, option 2, and a 57-bed option identified as option 3. This schematic is that of option 1. This represents 87 total beds. This is the $44 million estimated construction cost. And you can see that the elements include CSU beds, and those are 45 in number, Medicare beds, 15 in number, and acute beds, 15 in number, as well as the 12 emergency beds. The area of this option is 60,000 square foot. Option 2, total beds 72, 45 CSU beds, 15 Medicare/hospital bed, and the 12 ESAC or emergency beds. Option 3.
What's the square footage of option 2?
The square footage is 52.5. And this option is estimated at $39 million. Option 3, total beds is 57, $34 million in estimated cost. And this facility would be limited to 45 CSU beds and 15 emergency beds. I will say that staff and the team, more to the point, the entire project delivery team, is recommending the bare minimum that our delivery team would even consider would be option number 2. Staff is recommending and the delivery team is recommending option number 1.
What was the square footage of 3? Did I miss it on the slide?
I think if we could, Mr. Chairman, I think this slide provides all that information for you, as well as a cost per square foot of all the options. If I may start at the left-hand side, when we came to you in February, relative to the zoning, we did not have the construction manager on board, and we were using estimates that probably were a little bit inadequate. At that point in time, our estimated cost was $29 million for construction. Unfortunately, when we brought the professionals in, or the experts in, more to the point, those estimates have risen quite a bit. In large part, we're presenting you multiple options because of that substantial increase in cost, so that the board actually does have some options to consider. The second column in from the left deals with the option number 1. Option number 1, as I mentioned before, 45 adult CSU beds, 15 acute beds, 15 Medicare beds, 12 ESAC beds, with an estimated cost of $43 million. And as we talked about, 60,000 square foot at a pretty substantial cost per square foot, reflecting the fact that the 30 combined acute Medicare beds are actually hospital beds in nature, that we're providing kitchen and dining facilities to a hospital level construction standard. One of the questions that we want to make sure that is understood is what's going to happen at the existing David Lawrence Center campus after the new facility is built. The existing facility will continue to have 15 existing children CSU beds, continue to have 15 detox beds, 3 existing emergency beds will become children's emergency beds, and what is left is a potential there, because they still have some real estate under the roofs for a 30-bed future expansion, subject to licensing and program needs. And that may seem a little confusing to you, and if you're a little bit confused, I'm going to make sure that I drive you right over the edge with this little eye chart. On the left-hand side is the David Lawrence Center campus as it exists today or before the facility is built. And you can see they presently have 30 adult CSU beds there. And what we've tried to do is just show you how that's going to travel into the future, and those will become future bed capacity once this new facility is constructed. One of our most important considerations is the fiscal impact. Project is currently at 30% design. As I just mentioned to you, we have 3 design/construction options. As we talked about on slide 10, the estimated budgets here are set against the programmed amount of surtax money. If we look at option 1, the programmed amount was $25 million. Approximately 3 goes to engineering, design, and architectural services. Set against the construction estimate leaves us a funding estimate or a funding delta of about $22 million. There's some other considerations that we need to include in our discussion. There's an estimated 4.4, and that's a percentage of the construction costs that's going to be necessary for furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the facility. That is not reflected in the $44 million number that we're discussing today and looking for direction on. There's also likely to be an ongoing operating cost. The initial estimates provided by David Lawrence Center after considering program revenue and grant sources, they anticipate a $4 million funding shortfall that has to be covered to when this facility is fully operational. As a follow-on on that, the county manager and myself met with key community leaders on these unfunded aspects of the program. We met with considerable success in those discussions. We still haven't achieved an actual hard commitment on community funding for this important project, but we're hopeful. While hope isn't necessarily a good strategy, we're hopeful that we can achieve some of those funding goals through community sources. The fiscal impact as it involves the surtax funding, because of the timing of when we're going to achieve the overall community-wide $490 million on the program, is going to allow us to run the collections through December of this year. Relative to what we expect to receive against our program $420 million, we expect to see $491 million in surtax, leaving us with about a $71 million favorable delta for us to move forward with some of these critical projects. A portion of that delta can be used to fund all or some of this project delta we're talking about today. I bring us to the recommendation. Our recommendation is to get authorization to proceed with the option 1 design for a total of 87 beds.
Okay, I got
And with that,
I'll let up. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Finn, can you go back to that slide that shows the original and then all the options with the changes of money? No, keep going.
Slide that had the proposal, which was
Yes.
$29 million.
Right there, that one right there.
yes, sir.
So in the beginning, we had 54,000 square feet that included 87 beds. Then option number 1 jumps up to 60,000 square feet with the same 87 beds. So that's 6,000 square feet at 732 foot. That's 4.4 million. And I'm just asking why the increase of square footage and the increase of the 4.4. I can see the difference in money.
Yes, sir.
But why the square footage?
And I'm going to bring Javier Salazar up here to speak to the actual technical way he met the program needs.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Javier Salazar with RG Architects. So really good question. So for those of you that are not familiar with the design process, you start with the programming requirements, right? Which is just pretty much listing, we're gonna need this type of spaces with this type of program associated with it. And then you would create some, grossing factors associated with it, right? So that we can quantify, circulation and so on. The specific needs, so what you saw on the 54 was the initial program itself, so there wasn't really any spatial design associated with it. So then once you translate that into an actual design, then these type of facilities are inherently not very efficient from a circulation perspective because you gotta be able to lock all the different components and have free access individually from the other ones. And that's where that bump happened from that 54 to the 60. So the 60 is based on an actual spatial design as opposed to the 54 is just programmatically specific.
Gotcha.
Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Saunders.
A quick question for Mr. Finn. You said that the sales tax collections will end in December of this year, and that's because we will have exceeded the $490 million that was originally programmed. $70 million of that 490 went to the cities, and you have $71 million extra over the 490.
Yes, sir.
So the question is, does any of that $71 million have to be shared with the cities?
The distribution of the surtax occurs at the state level, so this is independent of the cities relative to receiving our share. So let me answer it another way. The state distributes the surtax, so the cities will also get their share, but directly through the state.
Okay, so we have an extra $71 million. And I say extra in quotes because obviously everything's gone up, all the other projects, but you're sure that we have $71 million over and above what we had anticipated?
That is what our estimates show us, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we didn't have to, that the number might have been lower because of the share for the cities. Thank you.
Any other questions? Got nobody lit up here? Anything?
Would you like to hear from the folks that have joined us to speak on this item at this time? I know we have a number of speakers, including folks from David Lawrence.
How many public speakers do we have on?
8.
Okay, let's hear from public speakers because they might bring up something that then the people that are in the room might want to address. So
Your first speaker is Father Michael Orsi, and he'll be followed by Dudley Goodlett.
I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. I have been in contact with many people who have very, very serious mental problems. I have been long associated with St. Matthew's House. We can no longer continue without the help of the David Lawrence Center. This is a wonderful partnership that we have. I'm also at our hospitals practically every day and go to the emergency room, and inevitably there is a sheriff's car outside. It's a revolving door of the sheriff's department bringing people in and then bringing people out, releasing them back into the community. And even some of the sheriffs, the deputy sheriffs, say to me, Father, we need a facility to put these people in, and so too the nurses. They tell me the same thing, and the doctors. I'm also involved with Newman High School, Catholic High School. So I come in contact with a lot of the students, and believe me, these young people have some very, very serious problems, and from time to time we have used the David Lawrence Center, but we do need more help for students who are suffering drugs, alcohol, depression, and suicidal tendencies. In a county like ours, Collier County, there is no reason why we should not have a facility that is suitable for the needs of this county. It should be a 5-star facility because that's who we are. And the money is here. The money is here. Gentlemen, you know the money is here. I know the money is here. And I'm not letting David Lawrence Center off the hook. As you well know, I'm not always supportive of everything being handed out by the government. So there has to be a partnership. And I've spoken with Mr. Burgess, Chairman Bagar, and the goodwill that these gentlemen express and the need that we have, I am sure that we can expeditiously put option 1 into effect as soon as possible. Let me tell you one more thing. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention God at a public forum, but I will. I was at St. Matthew's house, and whenever we needed something, and of course we're a religious-based organization, faith-based organization, I would always say, and our director would say, and some of the board members, if we need it, God will give it to us. And I'm telling you, gentlemen, we need it, and God will give it to us. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Dudley Goodlett. He'll be followed by Trista Meister. Mr. Goodlett's been seated 3 additional minutes from Jessica Seifer, who is sitting right there. Mr. Goodlett?
Good afternoon. Dudley Goodlett, and I'm here. I'm sort of 2 roles here. First, I'm going to read a letter that each of you has received from Garrett Richter, but I think the people in the audience and in the public would benefit from hearing what he has to say. He couldn't be here today, so I'm the poor substitute, and I will have a couple of comments after reading his letter as well. Although this is addressed, of course, to the Board of County Commissioners. Garrett Richter is the Florida Market President of First Foundation Bank. Dear Chairman LaCastro, Commissioners, each of you, along with the people in this room, all have at least one thing in common. We are interested in the well-being of our community and in the well-being of our citizens. The interest motivated each of you to run for public office. It motivates you each day that you are called on to make a decision that will improve our community. I admire your dedication and appreciate your commitment. The discussion you are being asked to consider is whether or not we acknowledge our short-sightedness when we approved the partial funding for the Behavioral Health Receiving Center and revise the amount to reflect a tremendous and unplanned delays and to participate in the ongoing operational costs of this extremely needed facility. It's been said before that we have no primary mental health facilities in our community. The David Lawrence Center and the Collier County Jail. Our county jail is entirely funded with tax dollars. Our county jail is the most expensive and least effective means of treating mental illness and the impact of such to our community. The David Lawrence Center, on the other hand, is a highly respected treatment center that our community is proud of, and it remains the most effective and efficient way to meet the mental health challenges in our community. I'm confident that most everybody in the room today has been directly or indirectly impacted by mental health or addiction issues. When we hear of the challenges that the David Lawrence Center takes on, we often whisper about them, and when these issues directly confront us or someone we love, we pray about them. We have all heard the saying that hindsight is 20/20. In hindsight, we should have foreseen the rise in costs of the significant delays associated with the receiving center, but we didn't. I hope we'll use foresight today as you consider the request by the county staff and the key stakeholders deeply involved in this project for adjusting funding and future operational support. Foresight calls for this facility to be completed without downsizing, to maximize its immediate impact, and in realization that in a continuing growing community, these needs will continue to explode. The need to treat every form of mental stress and rehabilitation in our community will always be a mandate. How we decide to fulfill that mandate will separate us. Let's be proactive today and not reactive tomorrow. Please speak out in favor of this necessary change. Please vote for the change. And finally, please know that your community services appreciated and is making a long-term difference. If learn, earn, and return is a good recipe for life, and I believe it is. Learn from our past short-sightedness. Let's earn a reputation that we are proud of, and I thank you for returning your talents and experience to our community. Thank you for your support. I will merely add to those comments that I have had a chance to review the staff report. I think Mr. Finn has done an excellent job of outlining what the challenges are, and I would hope that that after you have an opportunity to review the comments from others that you will hear from, and having carefully scrutinized the report from your staff, I hope that you will move in the direction of succeeding in that regard. And many of you may know I was pretty involved in the passage of the penny sales tax a few years ago, and it's the fact that it has exceeded in a year ahead of time the expected resources that are going to be available is a real credit. And I think that going forward, the David Lawrence Center and the hospitals will continue to try to raise the level of interest in the part of those institutions for funding this going forward. And we appreciate all that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your next speaker is Trista Meester. She'll be followed by Ray Stedman.
Hi, thank you. I'm reading a letter on behalf of Richard Weisberg. Dear Commissioners, my name is Richard Weisberg. I'm a Commissioner for Mental Health and Substance Abuse for the state of Florida. Unfortunately, I cannot be here today because I have a finance subcommittee for the state today at 1, which conflicted with the time certain change. I urge you today to pass the increased funds needed for the David Lawrence Mental Health Center project. There have been many obstacles over the last 5+ years to get here. 5+ years ago, we as a community voted in a penny tax specifically for this reason. It is my understanding this tax has been so successful it is ending a year early. It is also my understanding that the funds are available from the penny tax for the additional funds needed for the project. This building allows for the maximum increase in bed capacity, which is critically important for our great and growing community. My family has experienced this firsthand with our middle daughter, who, when Baker acted, slept on the floor at David Lawrence Center. Had she been sent to Miami, who knows what might have happened. This week, she graduated in nursing at the top of her class, all due to David Lawrence Center and the hard work my daughter has put in. I would like to take a moment to reference the 2023 Community Conversation Report on the Table, Southwest Florida. This is a regional initiative among the Collier Community Foundation, Charlotte Community Foundation, and the Collaboratory. The issue ranked number 2 out of 10 as most urgent for Southwest Florida is mental health and substance abuse. It also ranks number 2 in Collier and Lee County. As a member of the Florida State Commission for Mental Health and Substance Use and the Finance Subcommittee, I want to be able to proudly reference my community, how my community, Collier County, is working together and doing their part. Lastly, it is a moral thing to do. Sometimes the moral thing to do gets overlooked and pushed aside. Please do not do this today. Please, I ask you as a Collier County resident, as a husband and a father, to approve the additional funds for this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Your next speaker is Ray Stedman. He'll be followed by April Donahue.
Thank you, Commissioners, for taking the time to hear me today. My name is Ray Stedman, and I currently serve as the Vice President of Programs for St. Matthew's House. As many of you know, St. Matthew's House serves the homeless, addicted, and food insecure populations of Collier County, and has since 1988. St. Matthew's House has served 1,865 individuals in the past 12 months, and 36% of those individuals have a diagnosed mental illness. Many of those not in the 36% experience symptoms of mental illness and go undiagnosed while living in a state of homelessness. Thankfully, we have a provider in our community, the David Lawrence Center, that assesses and treats the mentally ill homeless of Collier County, those housed in our care, and those not housed, by providing stability and ongoing therapy, treatment, and medications. The success of St. Matthew's House residential programs is often spoke of in a positive light at many events and diverse settings throughout Southwest Florida. Mentioned by some of you in the room, city officials of Naples, former residents, current residents of Collier County, program graduates, the news media, and families of those who have been in our care. However, the success we enjoy can never be attributed to our efforts alone. we rely heavily on the partnerships, like the one with the David Lawrence Center, that provide a level of excellence that our reputation reflects and our residents enjoy. Many of the residents of St. Matthew's House are often shared patients of the David Lawrence Center. Thankfully, we have not experienced a disruption in care due to the increased demand being placed on the mental health provider. Strong community partners like the David Lawrence Center are paramount to the success of the rehabilitative efforts of St. Matthew's House programs. We are standing with the David Lawrence Center and echo their petition for greater capacity to address the needs of community members who are in crisis due to acute impairment, an episode of mania, or thoughts of self-harm, just to name a few. As a representative of St. Matthew's House, we would ask you to vote to proceed with a recommendation for option 1 to accept this project update, benefiting the mentally ill of Collier County. Thank you.
Your next speaker, April Donahue, will be joining us via Zoom, and she will be followed by Jason Cooper. April, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm April Donahue, Executive Director of Collier County Medical Society, and I speak on behalf of the CCMS Board of Directors. We would echo the previous comments offered and support the request for an increase in funding for the new Collier County Mental Health Facility building and ask you to approve the proposed option. As these are excess surtax funds and the need for mental health beds in our community is so great, the CCMS Board believes that choosing the option for the 87 beds as previously planned is the best choice for the health and safety of our community. This long-term investment is a more efficient means of spending our tax dollars on mental health and will help prevent us from getting further and further behind the ever-increasing demand. Thank you for your time today.
Your next speaker is Jason Cooper, and he will be followed by Edward Morton.
Good afternoon, Chair and esteemed County Commissioners. My name is Jason Cooper. I'm the Assistant Director of Development for Home Base Florida, Veteran and Family Care. Today, I represent General Fred Franks, a man of extraordinary service and honor, and our Honorary Director. General Franks is a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point, a seasoned veteran of the Vietnam War, and the strategic mind behind the left hook maneuver that brought us to victory in Desert Storm. His leadership commanded over 150,000 troops and revolutionizing mechanized warfare. Despite a debilitating injury, his service spanned over 35 years, earning him too many prestigious awards to name today. General Franks has been a member of our community here in Collier County for the last 25 years, contributing to the welfare of our veteran community. Unfortunately, he was not able to join us here today, but has trusted me to communicate our endorsement for increasing the funding for the construction of the Collier County Central Receiving Facility. The most recent VA Annual Suicide Prevention Report underlines this urgency. Published in September of 2022, it reveals that the rate of veteran suicide in 2020 was 57% higher than the average adult. Here in Collier County, 1 in 4 adult suicides is a veteran. Our local clinical programs reported a record number of veterans and their families seeking behavioral health assistance. Our partners at David Lawrence Center, under the leadership of Scott Burgess, have made significant progress with this project. We firmly believe that this facility, approved for the Infrastructure Surtax Initiative, is a priority within our community. The Collier County Central Receiving Facility will provide a comprehensive care to those with mental health emergencies and address the invisible wounds of service. This is crucial in preventing the devastating consequences of untreated mental health conditions such as suicide. As a combat veteran myself, as is most of our staff, we understand the true toll of service and sacrifice. When our men and women take the oath to serve, they trust that we will be there for them when they return home. Your support is critical in fulfilling this implied trust and making the Mental Health Central Receiving Facility a reality. This center will ensure veterans in our community can access the care they deserve through their service and sacrifice for us all. Thank you for your commitment to our veteran community. Together we can make a profound difference in the lives of those who have selflessly served in our country. Let us be measured by how we support our most vulnerable and our veterans. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." Our actions today will echo this sentiment. Thank you.
Your final registered speaker on this item is Edward Morton.
Good afternoon. I think we've heard a lot about square footage and dollars and cents. I should preface everything by saying I'm also a veteran. I have seen up close and personal, having served on active duty from 1969 to 1972 as a captain in the United States Army, of the rigors of not only war, but the toll that it takes on human beings. Human dignity is very hard to describe. It's very hard to define. It's a lot like obscenity. We know it when we see it. We feel it. It's part of our fiber of our DNA. It's what we believe in ourselves, what we stand for, what we represent. I would like to think that our community, as I look around the country, and I see the ravages of human dignity, and I see homeless camps, and I see veterans killing themselves, and people from all walks of life suffering from the rigors and the problems of human and mental illness, behavioral health. I would like to think I live within a community, and have for the past 50 years, in a community that prides itself on not just keeping up with, but advancing the cause of human dignity by working together to take care of all of us, from our young to our old. As Vice Chairman of the Board of Florida Gulf Coast University, I see every day and hear every day the challenges faced by our young students and by some of our older students, and the rigors of academia and the pressure placed on people. I've also been the CEO, as most of you know, for 35 years, CFO or CEO of NCH. I've chaired the Chamber of Commerce. I've been around this community my entire adult life, other than my military service. So I implore you, please, allow us to plan for the future. Allow us to provide for the dignity of every human being that resides in Collier County. Allow us for the opportunity to provide both behavioral and mental health. This entire community needs your support, and I would ask for it today. Thank you very much for everything that you're doing for this community. Thank you.
That was our final speaker, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm gonna just lead off unless somebody had a question, but I don't see anybody lit up here. I'll just say to my colleagues, let's not make a mistake here today. This is a great investment of our dollars, and I would hate to skimp on a facility that's long overdue. And a lot of people spoke about veterans, but this is a facility that's going to help our entire community across the board. So, I mean, this is a no-brainer for me. I've seen us put money in certain directions over the years, and currently sometimes where we scratch our head, this isn't one of them. So to me, it's disappointing the costs that have gone up, but that's not something we can control. It's nobody's fault in this room. Construction costs have risen across the board. But when it comes to mental health, I hope all my colleagues agree we want to measure twice, cut once, and not skimp on a facility that a couple years down the road, our replacements are sitting up here saying woulda, coulda, shoulda. I don't know if I've got Commissioner Saunders is lit up here, but I'll make a motion to approve option one, with no reservations. Commissioner Saunders.
Well, I'll start off by seconding your motion. I agree with everything that you just said. If we're going to do this, we want to do it right. And the right way to do it is option one. That's building for the future. And the folks that spoke today, they were very eloquent, not elegant, eloquent. They were elegant too, but that's what I meant. And they spoke from the heart, and I think you did too, Mr. Chairman, that this is something that is really needed. This is something that will serve the citizens of Collier County that are in need of these services. It will help our Sheriff's Department and how they have to deal with mental health issues. But most importantly, it's going to help those people that need these services. And so I'm pleased to second your motion.
Chair, if I may, I'm sorry, we failed to recognize that Sheriff Rambosk is here, as well as Scott Burgess, and we weren't sure if you would like to invite them up to just say a few words before you finalize your discussion at whatever point you see it appropriate to do so.
Not really. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I'd offer to them if they would like to make some comments. I don't feel like I feel the negative mojo from any of my colleagues. So I would say, Sheriff and Scott, the floor is yours if you would like to say something. One of the pieces of guidance, though, I will give the county staff is, this is a big undertaking. This is a big dollar figure, and so if it does pass here, we've had some projects where down the road, then the county attorney was telling us we didn't get the best bang for our buck. So even though we're voting on the option one and not cutting any corners, let's make sure that we spend the taxpayer dollars wisely. That's a nice big fat round figure of $44 million. But we've had other projects that were very expensive, and then a year later we didn't feel like we got best bang for the buck. This is not a facility where we want to misappropriate funds or not get our full dollar's worth. But I think there's so many people involved in this project. There's so much oversight that I don't believe that's gonna happen. And we have a contractor that definitely has a great reputation here in the community. But Mr. Burgess or Sheriff Rambosk, either one of you, the floor is yours if you'd like to make a comment and talk us out of anything.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. And that's what I'm concerned of. It's, I know all of your commitment. I mean, if you look back 2 years, the commitment that you as a board made, along with the partners here, to create a strategic plan to address mental health issues. One of the elements of that was more resources, more services. That's kind of where this came from. So as I mentioned to you during our budget review, that I would recommend to you and still do option number one based on the need in our community. And on that, I'm just going to leave it alone because you're all headed in the direction that I believe is in the best interest of Collier County and its residents.
Mr. Burgess, did you care to make any statements from the podium? Okay. I was going to say, after hearing from the sheriff, now I'm kind of on the fence. Commissioner McDaniel and then Commissioner Hall, you're on deck, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to say it out loud. The need is real. There's no argument that the need is real. I would like to have greater assurance as to how we're going to pay for this. I saw when Mr. Finn was slipping through the slides, there's a $4+ million deficit in operating funds that are going to be requisite. Right now, in the infancy stages of this project, we're, and I don't know where the 29, I thought there was 25 million originally appropriated in the surtax, and then it bumped to 29 here in these slides. No?
No. But
so there's I have a $19 million deficit in the estimated construction costs at this stage today. They are not going down, those construction costs.
Understood. So I'll answer a little and then I'll hand it over to Ed. We have been meeting for the last several weeks, as was indicated by some of the speakers, about exactly these things. Obviously, we need to do the things we need to do to keep this project moving. Very important. It's already, it's been this long. Where we have not gone to construction due to the constraints of zoning and other things. However, facing down these cost escalations, amongst other things, we have had some scope adjustment and things like that, all that have been brought to the board. We're facing a much larger project than initially anticipated very early on by the voters, but the need is not different. It's getting greater every day. So we did sit down with our partners and have had really good conversations that this is a Collier County, as a county problem. This isn't just a Collier County government problem as far as how we get over these funding hurdles. So our plan is to continue to meet and to look at how we can partner. Now, as far as the construction goes, as we get further into design, it will open more doors for us to pursue money other than the surtax. That's definitely an option. But any ways that we can leverage additional grant dollars to put towards the construction is something that we and David Lawrence are committed to doing together. So that if we could shrink down the amount of overage from the surtax that has to be consumed, that's a possibility. We have viewed 3 projects as being the priority projects for any surtax overage. We've discussed all of them with you. That is the Sheriff's Forensics Building, this mental health central receiving facility, and obviously the Veterans Nursing Home that we discussed earlier today. So that is how we've positioned it to you all as far as the consumption of those additional surtax dollars. But again, pursuing grants and other funding sources. On the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and on the ongoing funding of the facility, we also have had conversations with our partners about that, where people can step up to help us, and there's no amount that's too small. So it isn't, we are not looking for one entity to come in and take the entire amount, but any amounts that people can contribute. Our partners in the hospital will be continuing to have those conversations as we firm up these budgets, as we look at this construction cost, and as what it look like, to operate the true cost of operating the facility. So these are things you're going to continue to hear from us. We have heard you loud and clear, and we will continue to work through that to bring every funding opportunity to the table to bring this important project home.
Well, I got elected in 2016, and the need was as prevalent then as it is now, and our community hasn't done it. I'm going to support this effort, by the way, today. I'm going to vote for us to move forward. But and I say this, there are other ways of accomplishing the service of this need. They have been proposed. And I would like to know, I would like to see some, and I don't want, Mr. Morton talked about I believe Ed did. I think you were talking about the morality of what it is that we're doing and how we're moving forward and satisfying this dire need for our community. One of the circumstances that I learned early on was that our jail facilities were the largest mental institution that Collier County currently owns and operates. And for me, what I would like to see is a comparison with regard to the offset of those expenses in relationship to the benefit of a central receiving facility and the treatment afforded to those patients, offsetting the exposure that we have in our jail system. The sheriff and I agreed early on that there was little to no rehabilitation that came with incarceration. Little to no rehabilitation that came with incarceration. So I can certainly see the value. I can see the human need and aspect there, but and it doesn't come with a but it comes with a but, and that is we have to be accountable for what it is that we're doing, and it has to have validity over and above the human aspect. There has to be a value attributable, so that we're not just continually creeping forward with an increase in expenses and an increase in operations and an increase across the board.
Understood. And we can work on that analysis for you.
Commissioner Hall, then Commissioner Saunders.
I just want to go on record saying I don't want to get in God's way.
Chicken.
Not me. Not no way. Not no how.
Scared.
Commissioner Saunders.
Just real quickly, this morning, Senate President Pasadomo was here. She was talking about how this past session, her focus was workforce housing, affordable housing, and she did a tremendous job in bringing some very significant legislation to the floor and ultimately being signed by the governor to address that issue. And I think that effort will pay off in terms of tremendous numbers of workforce and affordable housing units going up very quickly. But then she said, as we were talking about the Veterans Nursing Home, that this coming year, she was going to dedicate her time to health care and to making sure that Floridians have access to quality care. So the message there is we have an advocate that is Senate President, we have a lobbyist that is very effective, and now we have a staff that has a mission to seek funding from all sources possible. Dudley Goodland and I had the opportunity to serve in the legislature back in the old days, and we can both attest to the fact that the legislature likes to fund projects where there's a significant amount of local funding. This is one where it would be hard to top in terms of local funding. So I think you'll be successful, and I know Mr. Goodlet will be out there helping, and I certainly will as well.
I just want to add before I call for the vote. So we've had a lot of people that have come to the podium talking about how this facility is long overdue and required, and how much they will utilize it. From David St. Matthew's House saying how important it is that they utilize it. Our hospitals in town, how much they utilize it. Our sheriff's office. I was going to mention Senator Pasadomo, exactly her comments. And then obviously this is a county facility, but it's in partnership with working closely with David Lawrence Center, but obviously this is a big advantage for you. So, I've just mentioned a lot of very generous groups, and I'm thinking of just how impressive our community, our philanthropic community was to fund the Baker Senior Center. How people step forward and the important mission of that facility. This to me is something that is, not to say that the senior center isn't important, but this is at that much higher level when it comes to significant needs. So I won't put Mr. Goodlet on the spot, but he represents a circle of people that have cared about this community for a long time. I enjoy driving on your road, sir. But I know that there's people in this room and outside of this room, to include Senator Pasadomo, that to find that delta, especially when we've committed to the blue ribbon option, I think that sends the signal that we're committed, but we need some assistance. So all these people that are going to benefit and utilize, this facility, our challenge to you is step forward and make this a true community project. We're making the tough decision here on how to best use taxpayer dollars. But as Commissioner McDaniel said, we have a couple of deltas. And so if this is truly going to be a community project where we're all standing arm in arm and cutting a blue ribbon, money needs to come from multiple sources. And so we have time to do that. But, we're making a big decision here. So having said that, I've got a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, I got Commissioner Daniel lit up. McDaniel, sir.
And this is a comment, I don't want to belabor the point, but while I have you all in the room, one of the things that our community is direly in deficit of is adolescent care. And so any expansion that you have the capacity of putting in place, take care of the pipeline that's feeding our adult system. That will reduce the requisites on the adult system. So as you're moving forward, focus on the adolescent community. One of the most dysfunctional facilities that we have is the operations over at the DJJ, and no slant on the folks that are in there working. But Mr. Burgess and I have talked about this at length. The sheriff and I talked about this at length. And the dire need for our community, for a facility for our adolescent population. And if you want a long-term societal shift, work with the young that are going to feed that adult pipeline, and you won't have the requisite of these cost overruns. That's just a little take home.
And to Mr. Finn, who's hiding in the back, well, I'm looking at you. On time, on budget, or early and cheaper. As my grandmother would say, capiche?
Copy that, sir.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor of option one? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Father Orsi will now be passing around a basket for a collection. Just so you all know, this doesn't count for Sunday church. He always tells me if there's no collection, he'll see you on Sunday. Okay, County Manager, we go to 11B.
Nope, we're going to, I'm sorry.
We're going to 11B?
Nope, we're going back to 9C.
Ah, okay. I knew we were jumping around.
Yep. All right. 9C is a recommendation.
Okay, well, let's wait till the room clears.
We can't all go to the bathroom, we won't be a quorum.
Now we can get some stuff done.
Nice.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Patterson.
Okay. Item 9C is a recommendation that the board adopts an ordinance creating the unpaved private road emergency repair municipal service taxing unit by authorizing a levy of not to exceed 1 mil of ad valorem taxes per year. This item was continued from the February 28th, 2023 and the March 28th, 2023 Board of County Commissioners meetings. Ms. Trinity Scott, your department head from Transportation Management Services Department, is here to present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Trinity Scott. Following our meeting in March, the board directed Transportation Management Services to go back and work with Commissioner McDaniel to kind of iron out some of the details, specifically with regard to the opt-out process. Attachment J in your agenda packet is the item that's up on the board that provides some clarification just with regard to the items that we were discussing during the prior meeting. The first is the advisory committee makeup would be one representative from Collier County EMS, North Collier Fire Control and Rescue District, Greater Naples Fire Control, Mockley Fire, as well as the Collier County Sheriff's Office. How we would come forward with the list of roadways each year is that the advisory committee would submit a list of roadways that they deemed impassable for emergency vehicles, and that the disrepair is a danger to the health, safety, and welfare to the citizens of Collier County. They would provide that list to the MSTU project manager. The MSTU project manager would compile that list. It would be ranked by the committee, and we would develop a budget based on the anticipated revenues. So we would, if we had 10 roads, we would develop a budget and we would be able to go worst first as far down the list as we could based on the revenues. There was some discussion with regard to data management. How would we document how much money we spent on each road? Those actual expenditures per roadway would be documented in a manner just as we do with our own county roads, utilizing our cartograph software. That's our asset management software. So we would be able to determine, based on any link, we would save those work orders and be able to pull that data from our system. And most importantly, I think the biggest conversation that we had was about the opt-out policy and how that would work. So in order to opt out, an individual property owner would submit an application to the advisory committee demonstrating that the road is passable, the road, not just their area in front of their individual property boundary, that there's a sustainable maintenance plan in place for the next 5 fiscal years, and a signed statement agreeing to maintain the road and remove any obstructions that would impact emergency services. That application would go to the advisory committee. Based on the information provided, they would approve the opt-out application. The property owner would then need to reapply at the end of 5 years to reaffirm that they have a continued maintenance plan in place. If at such time during that time frame that the road becomes impassable to emergency vehicles and emergency maintenance is required, those previously opted out property owners would become subject to the MSTU. That concludes the items that I have to present, and then I would defer to Commissioner McDaniel if he had any additional information.
I'd like to, if I may, I'd like to confer with the county attorney with regard to this opt-out provision. I know we talked about it for quite some time, and it's been a bone of contention. My question is, I don't live on Platte Road, but let's just say I did. And I own 300 feet of that road and 30 feet of the 60 feet easement that's there for the road. I choose to opt out and my neighbors don't. How do we manage my 30 by 300 foot swath of Platte Road with regard to the maintenance?
The road's either being maintained or it's not. If the road's being maintained, you can opt out. That would be everybody along the road can opt out.
So-
If the road as a whole, it's like a chain. I mean, a chain is only as good as its weakest link. You can't have your part of the road maintained and everybody else not maintained.
So for clarification purposes, then I live on Platte Road and I choose to opt out Platte Road. I have to agree to a satisfactory maintenance agreement and keep the road up so that it's passable for emergency vehicles.
Yes.
For an ambulance. I think that's the stipulation we put in there, was so that it was passable for an ambulance, because we have four-wheel drive sheriffs and four-wheel drive fire trucks and so on. So the entire road of Platte Road would be opted out if a property owner on Platte Road chose to seek the application and opt out.
If the road's properly maintained, you can opt out of the MSTU.
A property owner
All of them.
on a road can opt out the whole road.
Yes, if they've been maintaining the road, there's no need for them to be in the MSTU.
And please, I'm trying to get this clear in my brain, because it's not what this language to me is confusing.
Well, from a history of this, we started off where you would have a road that was impassable. And what we would do is we would go out there to declare the emergency, fix the road, and slap on an MSTU to repay the county.
Right.
Your concept here was to expand that, so rather than doing this on a case-by-case basis, you'd have an existing fund so that you can go there and just fix the road. Right. All right?
Yes.
Well, there are two new commissioners on the dais who may not have been aware of this history. So your concept was to expand this so that you would have a pool of money so that when a road was declared impassable, staff could just go out there and fix the road and be done with it. We wouldn't have to go through the process of setting up an MSTU for that particular road. Right? So the premise is to fix impassable roads. If you're maintaining your road, your private road, right, there's no need for you to be in this MSTU.
Right. And so I'm coming back to my original question, because the way I read this, the way I read this opt-out language, it was different than what you and I had talked about when we were in my office. I have friends that live over on Rookery Lane, down by the sanctuary, and one of them is a family member of a large road construction company in our community, and they have millings on their road. So they aren't going to be, they can opt out of this MSTU and shouldn't have to, because the road is quite passable. I'm trying to wrap my arms around the opt-out process for a property owner on a road. Can one person make a decision for all of their neighbors?
One person can opt out, all right, but if the others don't opt out, they're in.
So the way that I understand it, the whole road has to be passable. Or
Yes.
no one can opt out.
Correct.
So if the road, if you got 5 property owners and the one property owner in the back has his road all jacked up, nobody can opt out. So the pressure would be in the neighborhood. It wouldn't be on us.
I don't want the pressure to be on us.
Right.
And again, for history purposes, I mean, I'm the president of a little homeowners association in the sanctuary from the year 2000, when Commissioner Collier was sitting in this seat. And back in those days, we used to try to establish an MSTU per road. And that never came to fruition. And then we moved into the system that's been going on for the past 23 years where an emergency is declared. And so my thoughts were, if everybody that were residing or accessing their property via a private road paid a little bit into the system, into the kitty, we would then ultimately bring all of the roads up to be traversable by an ambulance, and we wouldn't have these emergency circumstances. So the question on this opt-out, I like the idea of an opt-out because there are some roads that are private roads that aren't requisite, that don't need to be party to this. But I'm just trying to get the semantics of who can opt out and who can't. Oil grade road goes from Oil Well Road clear up to Immokalee Road. Collier Enterprises owns both sides of that road. They can take care of their own road. There's nobody else that's on that road. They can opt out. They can opt out of the MSTU. That's just one that strikes Rookery Lane. As some of my neighbors last week at the CENA meeting, at the Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association meeting, some of my neighbors on Rookery Lane expressed that.
So my understanding, and Jeff's gonna correct me if I'm wrong, if there are 6 property owners on a roadway, if the roadway is not passable, no one can opt out. If the roadway is passable, each individual property owner would need to opt out.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
It's an affirmative action to opt out.
I'm fine with that as a trial basis. I would like to cap the first year at $500,000 with an accounting coming back and not set it at a maximum of 1. And as with many of these MSTUs, we can adjust accordingly based upon the actual determined expenditures. So that's one of the things that I would also like to adjust here. Set it to be a maximum of 1, but the first millage rate levied would be $500,000.
And sir, I think that you would actually be setting that millage rate next year.
I
understand, but I want the language to stipulate that the first levy would be $500,000.
That your ordinance provides a cap of 1 mil. During a budgetary process, you will set the mill for all of your MSTUs.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Saunders.
I have a couple of questions, and I understand where you're trying to get to with this, Commissioner McDaniel. I was initially opposed to this, and I think I still am, but I want to explain why, and then I want to ask a few questions here. We have 105 miles of unpaved roads, according to the executive summary. And the taxable value estimated $372,700,000. 1 mil was going to raise $372,900. So I think we're talking about raising $186,450, plus or minus. Now, I don't know how much staff time would be involved in developing this. That would be one cost. You'd bear that cost in developing it. Then every year we would collect $186,000. But we have to have some way to monitor who opts in, who opts out, what roads are going to be repaired. And I'm wondering if you have any idea as to how much it would cost just to maintain and operate this type of a system, because we have a lot of MSTUs and they're time intensive, but this is one that seems to me that would require additional staff, perhaps. That's a question.
It may. What I'm going to tell you is, for right now, our intention is to start this program with our initial municipal service taxing unit staff that we have. We have 2 project managers. You note that in these requirements that I put forth, these determinations are made by the advisory committee, so it is not our staff member, our team member who is going out. So they would collect the information and present it to the advisory committee, trying to reduce that burden on the county team members as much as possible.
The executive summary says that down at the bottom, just before the growth management impact, it says, if the unpaved road program is approved, the level of effort necessary to implement the program will be evaluated and staff will report back to the board if additional staff or other resources will be required. How long will it take you to do that?
We need to see what the initial opt-out. We don't know. If no one opts out, it's not really a huge there's not a whole paperwork burden and all of that. So it's probably going to take us a good 6 months to be able to evaluate what's coming in, et cetera.
Okay. And then I think this probably would be a question for the manager and perhaps the county attorney. Is there an alternative way to do this? I know that there's been some discussion about spending public money on private roads, but if we have an unpaved road that's impassable, somebody calls and complains, or the sheriff's department advises you that a road is impassable, I think in the past we've simply gone out and fixed those problems.
The current policy is that we will go out, fix the road, and then charge back the cost to the community through an imposed MSTU.
Has that process worked well, or?
I'd have to defer to the county manager with it.
I have not heard of problems with that other than we wouldn't know necessarily of every road that's impassable, but I'll look at Trinity to see what problems have arisen from your side.
We have, since I've been in this position, we have set up, I believe, one. It's a process that works. We're reactive in it. But yes, it is a process that does work. We do have a method of being able to do it right now.
Okay. Then I guess just from your, I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot then. Maybe this is a question for the manager. Is this in your mind the best way to go about this? If it is, I'll support it. If it's not, then I won't, because I just don't want to create undue burdens on staff. We're not talking about a whole lot of money here on an annual basis. And so is the burden going to be worth is the pain worth the gain here in terms of what you're going to get? Or I guess they say, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is that the way it works?
You said it before, Commissioner LaCastro.
Dang, I wanted to end with that.
Commissioners, I think to Trinity's point earlier is that we don't know. It could be a very simple process if you don't get a lot of opt-outs, but I think the opt-outs have always been the question, is the layer of complexity that the opt-outs start to add, and then where do we go from there? We're still at that point left with, we still have our existing process, but this is an attempt to be more proactive potentially. But the question becomes the tolerance of the community on those streets that are the ones that are affected, and whether or not they will try to opt out or will want to.
Okay. And then just one last question for the county attorney in terms of just kind of figuring out the boundaries of this. Typically you have an MSTU that has some defined boundary, I think.
Unincorporated Collier County.
So any unpaved road in the county, you don't have to go through any descriptions of those roads or anything. It's just.
I think staff knows what the unpaved roads are.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner McDaniel had a follow-up.
And Commissioner Saunders, can I just answer maybe a couple of questions? There have been 3 imposed MSTUs since I became the commissioner for 5. All 3 were. One was a duplicate on Blue Sky, I think is the name of the road that goes up to the Nancy Payton Bird Sanctuary, a county-owned piece of property. It fell off into the creek. It fell off into the canal due to a lack of maintenance, even from us, the county that utilized the road to access the county road or a county property. And then
Blue Sage and 42nd,
yeah,
I
Blue
believe, were
Sage.
the
And then Platte Road, ultimately, as well. I lost a friend on Platte Road who, Rita Greenberg, back when the Corkscrew Fire Department was still in existence, couldn't get to him. Actually, Rita, and the road washed out so bad that it was an $11,000 one-time expense. The rationale with this is to try to take a proactive stance to assist our residents that need emergency services with this process, and do it in a far more cost-effective manner. The Platte Road, it was known that was a washout for years, literally years, and could have easily been fixed for several $1,000s, not $11,000. Blue Sage could have been fixed the first time for several $1,000s, not $11,000 twice. 43rd was another, 41st down off of Everglades, that was another one. And so the rationale here is to take a proactive stance, the other side of this equation is, and we're not hearing from a lot of the folks that live on private roads because they're tenants. So there's a landlord that owns those properties, especially when you move out further into the east, into the Immokalee area. There's some roads that I have trouble getting around on, even in my four-wheel drive. The other question you had was administratively. We do have staff now that is aware of these private roads. Each time we created an emergency MSTU, we charged an admin fee. We will be charging an admin fee here as well, but it'll be one for the whole county, not one for each. And it costs about the same whether you're taking care of a mile-long road or 100 miles of roads, from an administrative standpoint. So that was my other rationale for taking this step.
Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I know we revisited this. It's probably, the second or third time since I've been on the committee. I think it's about the third time we've discussed this. And we are definitely getting more details, especially on the opt-out and the opt-in, and we're seeing a lot more information. And I know we keep talking about reactive and proactive. And I haven't seen a real description of how we're going to be proactive, identifying the roads before it becomes a problem, or being brought to our attention. The way it is in the past is typically an ambulance or a fire truck or the sheriff has tried to get down one of these roads, and then we notice it, and then we address it, which was the old way to address it. And if it's that bad, we fix it, and then we tax them appropriately to reimburse ourselves in the county. But I see we're talking about reactive. I think we're reactive on the part that we're collecting the money up front. And what I'm seeing here, I don't see a whole lot of description of how we're going to be reactive in identifying before it becomes a problem. Because once the deputies or the ambulance is going down the road, it's the same exact scenario it was before. That we had before was basically they're identifying it and we address it. The difference is now we'll just have money available before that. And that's not what we're really trying to achieve here, right? I mean, we want to have ahead of it, be ahead of the game. So what is the difference in what I read before and now what we're reading now of what we're going to do proactive to identify these roads before it's too late?
What you're going to have is you're going to have twofold. So the current process is we are notified and then we have to come to the board. So I would be
notified by who?
We are notified, I'm sorry, by the either the sheriff or EMS or
So it's
fire.
the same exact
Yes.
process.
So that's how they come forward to us, but then we have to come in front of the board. So that is a delay in being able to get out there and address the situation. So we would have this kitty of funds, if you will, to be able to address those in a more immediate stance. Currently, our current program, because they don't come in that often, we utilize our own internal team. So road maintenance will typically go out and address the situation. So I'm pulling resources from another, critical action that they need. So what we would do with this would be actually put a bid out, have a contractor on call to be able to contact a contractor to get them out to do it. So I'm not reallocating my existing resources. Having when they're just kind of willy-nilly coming in, it's difficult to get a contractor on board to say, yes, I'm, on board with the program and I'm going to be available to you to be able to be at the drop of a hat. So this will allow us to put this out to bid as well.
Okay, so like I said, ultimately, we're still only identifying the problem when it's brought to our attention.
Absolutely.
The only difference now is we're proactively collecting the money ahead of time, other than then addressing it either with our own resources or having a caveat to fall back on what somebody we already approved as a contractor can do the work for us. So I guess on the lines of Commissioner Saunders, Now, how much more bureaucratic red tape and people involved now to manage this portion of it when it comes down to having a third party doing the work for us? It's going to have some sort of pull on our manpower.
Absolutely. We just don't know to that extent because we haven't implemented the program yet.
Thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And I just, on that note, there's been some discussion about the county moving forward in already bringing on new employees and new assets to take care of the stormwater circumstances that we have, drainage, so on and so forth. Would those assets be able to be appropriated in along these lines, or do we have to go out for a bid individually on the roads? If we got notice that, and it passed through there is a review committee of the EMS, the fire, the sheriff, to be all three fire departments, I think, are included in that. Would we be able to utilize the assets that we're already planning as a group to be, obviously when they have spare time?
Well, what I would tell you, commissioners, they're not going to have spare time because, you know, I'm just beating them all the time, telling them to work, work, work. My preference would be not to pull those additional resources off the very important job that they need to do, which is taking care of the swale maintenance. That program that I presented to you, I was still barely within the industry standards of what we anticipated being able to get done. What we would do with this is put a bid out. We would have a contractor that would be, we would be able to call to be able to go out and do that, so that I was not taking important resources off of county-maintained roads.
Gotcha. Ms. Scott, when somebody wants to, they think their road's serviceable and they want to opt out, they have to prove it to somebody on the county staff, somebody?
The advisory committee.
Okay. And then in the past, has there ever been a discrepancy where our version of the road being serviceable and the person who wants to try to opt out, their version is, in conflict?
We've never had, sir, we've never had this program before, so we've never had the opportunity to opt out.
Yeah.
How it has been in the past is we get a call from the fire department or from EMS that says, we can't get down this road. And what I want to say is, I do want to preface this because I had this conversation with Commissioner Kowal. We're not leaving people at the end of the road.
Right.
Our first responders are MacGyver, if you will. They will get there. They will get someone. If we can't get an ambulance to them, they will get them to the ambulance. So I don't want anyone to think that we're just saying, oh, sorry, we can't get there. It's not that at all. Our first responders are amazing and do amazing work to try to we'll get to people and get them out to an emergency vehicle to be able to get them on their way. So we haven't had this opt-out provision in the past. It's been the road's impassable. We need you to get out there and do it. And so we established the emergency MSTU.
I was just trying to think out loud of where there could be a crack in the armor where, our version of a passable road and the person who wants to opt out, their version is different. And, we're not in agreement because some people want to just opt out quickly and go, the road's fine, I'm not paying anything, boom, and then we're like, well, no, it's not. And so what's the standard? But like you say, we'll have to wait and see how that.
Absolutely. And the advisory committee made up of emergency responders. Those are the ones who can tell you, can I get my apparatus down that road or not? Right.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And I haven't belabored the point with a lot of stories, but there's a lot of stories. There's as Trinity has so adeptly said, our first responders are better than MacGyver. They get to the people that in fact need and have to have the assistance. The other side of the equation is there's more that traverse these roads than just emergency vehicles. There are other facilities, trash removal, so on and so forth, that will receive less wear and tear all the way across the board. So staying within the bounds of the law and taking public assets onto private property, we're not condemning or eminent domaining any property. We aren't bringing these roads up to a level of service that would requisite that they would be ultimately donated to the county because of all of the the Department of Transportation's requisites. This is strictly a health, safety, and welfare maneuver to better assist our residents in these areas.
I just wonder if we're going to have a resident or two that says, yeah, I know these guys are all MacGyver, so my road's fine, they'll make it, but it's not really up to our standard. But, you know, their takeaway is, yeah, but it's good enough. These guys won't leave me on the road. That's why I'm opting out. And then, you know, we have some, and I guess it remains to be seen if we're going to have any kind of that sort of pushback.
But they can't opt out without the committee allowing them to opt. They cannot opt out without the committee allowing them to opt out.
Allowing them to, yeah.
Number one. Number two, if they opt out and it becomes impassable, they don't get to opt out twice.
I got you. Commissioner Hall.
My thoughts are a couple. You don't think that we're creating a bureaucracy by doing, I mean, I say that that's my concern, but at the same time, the frequency of the repairs, you said once, Commissioner McDaniel said 3. So what is the frequency of the repairs that we have to do?
So as I stated, since I've been in this position, which is about a little over 2 years, we've had one roadway come forward. Commissioner McDaniel's had 3 roadways come forward in his tenure. So it is not something that
It's not something that's ongoing
has been
all the time.
frequent, but that is just my experience with it.
So I guess the best thing that could happen is that we could have the majority of the people opt out, because that means their roads are passable.
Basically, yeah.
And then again, if you opt out, I mean, or if you don't opt out, then you're subject to $500,000 or whatever. And if you do opt out and we have to come back and do your roads, then it should be twice that much. There should be an incentive to keep your road passable, is my thoughts, and I like the fact that the whole road has to be passable for anyone to be able to get away from it. And if they don't want to be taxed, there's 2 things. They should want to keep the road passable for their own health. People are willing to risk that. That's why it's obvious that the roads are in that condition. But what they won't be willing to do for their health, they will be willing to do for their pocketbook. And $186,000, I was thinking, as much as fast as we spend money around here, that doesn't seem like very much. But when you say we could do one for $2,000 or one for $4,000, that $186 would go a long way. So what do we do if we get a surplus? If we do this and we get a surplus of funds and we go 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and then all of a sudden we have this big money thing, what do we do for the homeowners? Go ahead.
Am I allowed to answer it?
Commissioner McDaniel, go ahead,
Yep.
sir.
Number one, and those were my estimates of the cost. If the issue had been addressed when they were needed to be addressed, and they weren't exorbitant expenses of 11, 12, 22,000 twice on Sage and so on and so forth. Those were the upfront, number one. Number two, there are a lot of people that are not here today that were here before when this item came forward before, that live on private roads but don't own the property. And so there are landlords that own the property.
It's another dynamic.
It's entirely another dynamic that's added into it. Number three, one of the reasons I've asked to set the first year at $500,000, so we have a known amount. We have a budgeting process that we'll be able to go through, see what we're doing. As we have done in the past, before you came on board, we have had other MSTUs that became full. I was going to say gluttonous, but I was full. Okay. And so rather than eliminating the existence of the MSTU, we lowered their tax rate to 0. We just moved it. We
still stays there, but just zeros.
We adjusted the tax rate in an appropriate manner based upon what the actual needs for the expenditures to support whatever the reason that MSTU was in fact in place, and that's my plan with this as well. So constant monitoring, management. Again, it's going to be the worst first process. First few years are going to be heavier in expense because of the initial repairs are more expensive, and then the ongoing maintenance, in theory, should be less.
Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess I'm gonna throw another thing in the fire here so we can have a conversation about the opt-out, which I like the idea that the whole length of the roadway beyond all the properties have to be maintained to a certain standard for the whole road to opt out. But at the same time, I live on a road with 6 other neighbors. Let's just say we gauge it upon the property value of what you're gonna pay. That's really the only way we can do it. So I'm talking about fairity here, like what's fair. And my section of the road and the frontage of my house is maintained to a certain standard. But the guy at the end of the road, 2 houses down, doesn't take care of his house. His house is worth half of what mine's worth, and he doesn't take care of his portion of the road. But I'm stuck paying more money into this fund than he is to maintain a piece of road that does not allow me to opt out. I don't know if that's fair. I'm just putting it out there.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And again, you know, what I perceive as fair and what you perceive as fair sometimes are 2 different things. The rationale here is for everybody that accesses their property to pay a little bit into this account to be able to take care of all of the roads in an equal basis. I mean, again, it's difficult to ascertain ultimately what's fair and what's not. And my particular road on Red Hawk Lane, it's accessed by 2 other private roads that run up and down Red Hawk Lane for their primary access. So you can't hardly get down their lane to get to where their actual house is. But I own my own motor grader. I used to own my own rock company. My road's in pretty decent condition. But these other roads are virtually impassable, especially in the summertime. This is when this circumstance, right now, we're just coming into the rainy season, so we're not having a lot of issues. This was my answer to a circumstance that's been going on in this community for a long, long time, and as you both know, as you all know, I'm not a huge advocate of increased taxation. I'm certainly not an advocate of increase in bureaucracy, but this is a health safety, and that's primarily why I brought it forward. This is a health safety issue. I lost a friend on Lilac because Rita couldn't get to him. So, which is accessed off a Platte Road that became impassable.
And I think that's the other issue I brought up earlier is how do we be proactive to identify these things before we do lose a loved one? And then use the money properly.
Right.
And that mechanism, if we could figure that mechanism out, I would feel better about it. But I don't see it yet because it sounds like the same way we identify them or after it's already a problem. The only difference is we have money to use, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, if we want to look at it as a public safety thing, we have to really look at the nuts and bolts. How does it make it safer? And if there's a way that committee can form some sort of task force that physically goes out and inspects these roads, they set time aside so many roads and they do an evaluation of these roads and bring that back. And then the people have the opportunity to argue if their road meets a certain standard or not. But it'll be identified before we have to run an ambulance down there, before we have to run a sheriff's car down there. Because I think the only mechanism in place now we have to identify them is the same exact one we've had in the past. And by then it's too late, especially for the commissioner's friend. That's not the time to recognize it. So if that portion was clearer to me, it would make it easier for me to swallow the pill. Because I do believe in public safety. Believe me, I definitely believe in it. I served 28 years in it. I know how important it is. So, but to be proactive, you have to actually be proactive. We can't just use it as a cliche or a word to say, well, we're going to be proactive, and everything we put in place is just reactive. So, if we can look at this, I don't want to postpone it. I think we've postponed it long enough.
Comment on that.
But
Birds first.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I mean, like,
Birds
Commissioner
first.
Saunders has been waiting. Go ahead, sir.
What's the timeline on this? So if we approve this today, does this go into our budget, our current budget we're working on?
No, sir. It would be next year.
So if we, just a hypothetical question, if we approve this in January of 2024, would it still go into the 2024 budget, or would it have, I'm trying to see if we have some time to evaluate a couple of these questions.
I believe it has to be done before the end of the year to be able to get to the property appraiser. Is Mr. Finn still in the room? He's not.
I think that's
Oh, yeah,
right.
he
I
is.
think as long as it's done this calendar year, I think we're in good shape. And Mr. Finn is nodding in the affirmative. County attorney hasn't nodded one way or the other.
I'll just forget, to be honest with
He
you.
nodded off. So if we do it this year, we're good for in other words, if we don't do this today, but we get staff to do some evaluation, and we come back in a couple of weeks, or we come back at another meeting in August, we can still do this year.
Still get it in on time.
Yes.
Okay. The reason I'm asking that is I think there have been a lot of legitimate questions. I support what you're trying to do, Commissioner McDaniel, in terms of fixing these roads. I just don't want to create a bureaucratic nightmare for a couple staff people, because I would be supportive of putting $186,000 in our budget to cover those expenses on an annual basis, if that's what it is. And that's simple. That's easy to maintain. I know Trinity Scott has indicated that she doesn't want to drag people off of important projects, but if there's an emergency and we have a fund available, and I'm sure we could get the work done. I just don't want to create a bureaucratic nightmare for a couple staff people, or spend a lot of money to collect a little bit of money. And maybe we need some more evaluation. That's all. I would say have staff really dig into this and tell us what this is going to cost, what it's going to really entail. And maybe you can't do that, but just a thought.
You want to answer his question before I go?
All in McDaniel.
Who replaced Harry Sells?
We have two different project managers there.
Okay.
But we have a project manager that's identified for this if it goes into place.
Well, and Harry did all that with our private roads, and that question you were asking, both of you were asking with regard to it, we already have identified, our staff's already, at least they did at one time, identified the private roads and driven on them and inspected them and that sort of thing. So, I mean, that aspect of it was ongoing.
Well, what I
way
would,
back in the day.
if I could respond to that, that was done many years ago when this originally came up, I think maybe back in 2000. So it's been 3 years since the team has been out on the roads.
Okay, we could use that as a base. We can, they haven't gotten any better. Those roads that were in poor condition haven't gotten any better. I can promise you that. So we can use that as a base. I mean, this process has been ongoing for quite some time in a known circumstance. So, and Commissioner Saunders, I thank you for saying what you said. But the thought process was that I had here was if this ordinance in fact passes and goes forward, we have a known revenue source. We may be able to backfill in advance even this year to be able to take care of some of the worst roads, knowing that there's a revenue source coming back to replace it. Of course, that'll be up to Mr. Finn to figure out whether he's got an extra penny or two laying around.
Commissioner Hall.
So if we pass this today, we have till the end of the year to line out the details of it, or to hear the details of it, of how it's going to actually play out? Or if we,
Well, yeah.
I mean, there's been several questions, there've been some good points. And
The timing is only as to when the tax collector actually could bring the money in.
Okay, so we need to have the, we need
What
to have the
Commissioner
details.
McDaniel is saying is if we pass this ordinance now, you can loan this MSTU the money now, and they get paid when the money starts coming back in.
I guess my question's more about the details.
Steph's not going to know the details to actually start working on this.
Correct. So if you pass it today, and we come back with establishing the advisory committee, et cetera, we can get the advisory committee meeting. This will not go on the tax roll until next October, or November, sorry. So it will not be in this year's tax roll. It would be next year. So we would not technically start collecting money until next year. That does not negate the fact that the advisory committee couldn't start working and identifying the roadways. We would certainly want to get started procuring a contract so that when the funding's available, we have our contractor on board ready to go.
I guess I have the feeling that we have the cart before the horse. So what if we don't like the horse? Can we just change it? Sure. If we don't like the details? Okay, and then the other question is, how does the existing payback work? Does it work on property values, or does it work on shared expense?
Property values.
So the unfairness is still in place right now,
Perception.
the perception of the unfairness.
Unfairness.
Clerk of Courts?
Well, I was hoping we'd get to answer some of my questions, but let me bring forward some of the complications I saw. First, yes, it creates a bureaucracy. And then when I hear the county attorney say things like, well, we'll lend it all the money and then we'll get paid back. That not only takes county staff, but that takes accounting staff for $186,000, which is just based on an estimated $500,000 collection. But I have not heard to date what would be the total cost of repairing all of these 140-some roads. Because here's my concern. You collect based on a millage, which is disparate a little bit based on property value, even though you're all on the same road. Right now, you have an assessment that is equitable to those people that did not maintain their road. That's a little bit different than a millage that is based on your property value, not in relationship to the repair on the road. Also, what happens is, first year, you get 5 people that may be the worst. Everybody's contributing, they eat up that amount. Or the people that opt out, you say they can rejoin in 5 years. Well, I would try to opt out forever, because then I wouldn't at least have to pay it for 5 years. And maybe that cycle will come around and I'll be the worst road and I'll get it paid with other people's collection. The timing is what I'm having a struggle with, and I was hoping we would get there, but I don't think you can until you know the total cost of what it would be overall to fix all of these roads to current standards and maintain it. So I really tried not to interject, but I don't think you're there. I'm sorry, but I don't think you're there yet, and it is creating a bureaucracy that we have to account for and manage, and these questions are still outstanding. So postponing it a month or so, let's get a little bit better. I don't know how much it would take to get an idea on these roads, but you're trying to tax for something that you don't even know what the total cost is. So I had to say that. Thank you, sorry.
Commissioner McDaniel?
I certainly appreciate the clerk's opinion with regard to how this is going. There's already an assessment. We already pay an equal assessment based upon our property values. But the people that access their property on private roads receive no benefit from that. The property taxes that we pay on an equitable basis are for the public roads and the access and maintenance on our public roads, not on these private roads. So this was an avenue for the folks that access and only access their properties via a private road to pay into a fund to bring all of those up to standard. The cost is going to vary based upon the condition of the private roads. And there will be a period of time for people that live on Red Hawk Lane that won't receive any maintenance or upkeep on that road because I own my own motor grader. So
Has any analysis been done on the roads as far as what the estimated cost would be to bring the ones that aren't up to standard? As the county clerk of courts mentioned?
No, and as Commissioner McDaniel stated, it's going to vary based on usage. It's going to vary based on rainfall that we get. You know, a road this year that was passable next year may not, depending on usage and if we get an abundance of rain, you might have washouts. So it's not something, these are not paved roadways. These are lime rock roads. These are dirt roads. These are sand roads in some instances. It is, it's a varying thing. And as I stated, when this came up a few years back, we had a team member who went and spent a lot of time to go out and assess the roads and look at the roads and see what was passable and what wasn't. That has not occurred for this exercise. We do have his information that we had before. In my conversations with fire and EMS, I asked, do you assess the roads? Do you go out and drive them on a regular basis? They do not. They do it based on complaints that come in or if they go to a call. So if they get a complaint from a homeowner that says, I don't think that you can get your apparatus down this road, they will go check it out. If they can't, then they notify county. They'll usually come to me, and then we go forth with the establishing of the emergency MSTU.
Commissioner McDaniel, you want to make a motion, or do you want to delay this?
I'll make a motion for approval of the proposed ordinance with a cap to be at one mil and the levy at a half a mil the first year.
Okay, got a motion? Do I have a second with those changes? I'll second it. So I got a motion and a second. Commissioner Saunders.
Just real quickly on the motion, I support what you're trying to do.
I understand.
I'm not comfortable creating this countywide MSTU because I just don't understand how much work is going to be required to get this done. This may very well pass, and if it does, that's great. But if it doesn't pass, then I don't think that's the end of the issue, because I would like to, at some point, if this doesn't pass, talk about how we can fund this and how we might do it as an alternative. But I'm just concerned about the bureaucracy that's going to come with this. I just don't understand it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And Commissioner Saunders, you and I have been around here a long, long time, and again, we the community, our road transportation department, we don't hear anything about our private roads in the wintertime when they're passable. It's only in the summertime when the rains come and they become impassable. This circumstance has been going on since time immemorial, and this is the efforts that have been done in the past have been excessively expensive because of the time associated with the reparations that were requisite. Again, I cited Blue Sage over there on off the end of Garland, that is a private road accessing county land. And it fell off into the canal. I called it a crick. It fell off into the canal twice. And I actually remember I offered to go grade that road if I could get somebody, the county, to park a motor grader down there just to go fix that road so that it stayed passable. And there are people that live down there, residences that live down there as well. So, and again, this is an answer to an ongoing circumstance that hasn't been, in my personal opinion, hasn't been rectified, hasn't been taken care of, and a lot more good can come from it than the little bit of work that's associated with it. So,
yeah, the reason I seconded it is after hearing you all speak back and forth, and clearly, you can make the points either way. I really didn't look at it as bureaucracy. I look at it as it's going to take effort and work, but bureaucracy means something a little bit different. So unless somebody can explain it to me, I don't know that that's the first word I would reach for. Is this going to take effort by the staff? Absolutely. And there's a lot of things we vote on here that take a lot of effort. That's why we vote on them. So I think it's going to take work and effort, but I don't really look at it as government overreach or bureaucracy or those sort of things. I'm not saying it's perfect, but if anybody has anything to say, and obviously the clerk of courts does, we haven't taken a vote. We're here to debate and talk.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think when we reference a bureaucracy, it is the dollar value of what you're able to collect versus the expenditure of all the costs to account for it, to monitor it, to account for it. And when you talk, is it even going to be a half a mil for 182,000? Going back to Commissioner Saunders' point, what are you creating the cost for all the departments to handle this versus what would it cost to do it maybe another way? Going also back to the millage versus the current route. If this has only happened 3 times in the last 7 years, this is creating a real bureaucracy for monitoring, evaluation, billing, collecting, accounting for it across all of us. And you're only talking about what? What's the total population? And if I were on one of the dirt roads and my neighbors weren't taking care of it, but I couldn't opt out because I've been taking care of my segment, and then I keep paying in and my road doesn't even get fixed until 4 worse roads get fixed, I think you're going to have some public outcry if that occurs. I don't know how many people know that this is potentially occurring, but they will when they have to opt in or out or get those notifications, because you haven't noticed anyone that this has happened. Have you, Trinity? Or
Clerk?
yes.
Madam Clerk, that's incorrect. That was
Okay.
a statement that we went through the last time when some of my colleagues had concerns, and we sent letters to all of the property owners that were impacted by this.
Okay. And so you didn't have any feedback on that?
Oh, certainly we had feedback,
Okay.
both positive and negative. Some of the people didn't want it, some of the people did, which is why I work with the county attorney to establish an opt-out provision that I think will impact work.
But in going back to the question of bureaucracy versus just extra work, we all work extra on anything that we need to do and we can accomplish it. But that goes back to, was there an analysis done of who would really opt out or who would opt in versus the costs what are the total costs that this would take to do all 140 plus roads? That number, based on who's opting in or out, that would even be necessary really to set a millage rate, because you don't want to overassess or over-collect and then at the end have to refund it if in fact those costs weren't necessary to fix the roads. So I just see a lot of accounting that has to be done with this. Yes, we'll do extra work, we do whatever is needed, but when we talk about bureaucracy, it really is the complexity of determining that without the actual detail of the numbers. So, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell, did you have a?
Oh, I have a whole bunch to say, but I'm not gonna right now. It's not that complex. This isn't brain surgery. We have a health, safety, and welfare circumstance that has been prevalent in this community for the 40-some-odd years that I've lived here. And again, if you all don't want to do it, we don't have to do it. I'm not going to bring it back ever again. I've been looking to get this circumstance taken care. And two times ago, when this was brought forward, I had folks from Immokalee, from the CRA, from the community leaders in Immokalee come here, gave their time, and we continued the item again because of all these misnomers of lack of information and lack of accounting and so on and so forth. So there's a dire, is it a dire need? No, but is this need been here since time immemorial? Yes. And this is we can't spend public funds, Commissioner Saunders. We can't just go grab 187,000 from another kitty and put it over here. We're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to spend public funds on private property. And this is a mechanism that our county attorney, and I've worked on to stay within the 4 corners of the law and service a dire need for our community. Relatively speaking, a small portion of the population, I'll give you that, Madam Clerk, but there's still the agenda said 105 miles. I had 111, 110 miles of private roads, sand roads in our community, so there you go.
Ms. Scott, let me just ask you a final question. What is your what is the staff's recommendation, from the folks that you're here representing? So we heard from the clerk of courts. I don't think we sort of heard your recommendation. You explained it very well and answered all of our questions, but what does the staff have to say?
Well, we're here to carry out the will of the board.
I know.
Number one.
Okay, so then I'll just ask you flat out: is this an overabundance of workload, bureaucracy? The juice isn't worth the squeeze. Let's talk plain English. I mean,
I can't. So, Commissioner, I can't tell you that until I figure out what's going to happen with the opt-out portion of it. If this is just the fire and EMS are coming to the MSTU and giving us a list of roadways that need to be addressed, and we're essentially bidding them and managing the construction part of it,
okay, well, finally
That's one
somebody
thing.
spoke in plain English. So I wouldn't second it based on, because I want to hear a better answer than that. So if that's the answer, then I don't think we're ready to vote on this. So I'm not saying kick the can and move it along. And, you know, I would encourage Commissioner McDaniel that if this is something he's passionate about, I don't care if you bring it back 10 times, if it's something that we should talk about. So don't lose airspeed because, you know, you're feeling beat down or we're going round and round. I agree with you. I think this is important, but and I'm not saying you are, so I probably should take it. But I don't want you to feel discouraged that, hey, you know, I came back one more time for the college try. I can't get a consensus, so you know, I'll just let it go. But you know, truthfully, and you were truthful, but I was hoping to hear a better answer than that. And so then I sit here and say, maybe similar to what some others have said, is the cart before the horse. And then also, too, I don't feel any sense of, to go back to what a couple of the other commissioners said, if we don't need to decide today, and we still have some unanswered questions, then maybe we're not kicking the can and we're not continuing to bring it down. We still haven't answered all the questions before we start, you know, taxing this small group of people, and maybe for no reason or the wrong reason or the wrong way. So, got a bunch of people lit up again. Commissioner McDaniel and then Commissioner Hall, you're on deck. Commissioner McDaniel.
I just want to assure you, I'm not losing airspeed. I'm not quitting. The last thing I have done is ever quit, just so you know.
Right.
Just so you know. Number two, the questions that are being raised by folks that aren't really dealing with this. I am the commissioner of District 5. I would say 80 of these 110 miles reside in District 5. I hear from the residents of District 5. I owned a mining and excavating business. I know what the costs are associated with the reparations of these roads. I know what the cost is associated with running a motor grader and fixing these roads and making them passable. The clerk of courts was very nice to step up there and talk about all of the accounting and everything, but these things, you want to hear plain English? This isn't brain surgery. This is a need. Well, I know of one person that's passed because of the time that was requisite to get to the board and do the reparations and do the stuff because of a known circumstance that was there. And that's one person too many, let alone people who, on the other side of Immokalee, that live on private roads, their kids have to walk through water knee deep in order to get to the school bus. I didn't bring all those people in here to barrage you. This to me is a no-brainer. This to me is a circumstance that's it's not complicated. It's.
Let me ask you this: did anything that Ms. Scott just said, as to some of the unknowns that that are still out there, concern you, or do you think they're a big part of the equation before, you know, we move out on this? Are we doing it prematurely? And I'm just asking hypothetically because, you know, she stated something that wasn't as definitive as I had hoped, but that doesn't mean it's a smoking gun and we can't move forward and make progress. So what are your thoughts?
Personally, and again, I think staff is not aware, this opt-out provision, I think we got it as clear as mud, to be honest with you. Is it going to create more work? Not really. I mean, in my view, if a person, I use Platte Road as an example, if a person on Platte Road chooses to opt out, then Platte Road is opted out. And then if that road becomes impassable, then they don't get to opt out anymore and they're included in it, period, the end. It's not brain surgery.
And if I may, Chairman, so see, I have a little bit of thought behind this as well. So with the opt-out policy, it would be more of an administrative thing about bringing this to the advisory board, having the advisory board act on it and all of that. I wouldn't do that necessarily with another full-time equivalent position. we have the opportunity through a staffing service here at the county to bring on administrative assistants with us, which would be charged back to the MSTU through their administrative costs if we needed that, because that's going to ebb and flow. That's not going to be, opt-outs. My guess is probably not going to come in, hundreds of them at a time throughout the year. They're going to come in. My guess is right after someone gets their tax bill, they're going to say, oh, I want to opt out of this for next year. And so that would be when I would bring in, temporary administrative help to be able to help the project manager.
If we needed it.
Absolutely. It wouldn't be that I bring them in. It would be, like I said, ebbs and flows. And that is something that I can turn on and turn off depending on what the staffing needs are for it.
We are, the clerk asked you, we sent letters to all of the affected people. I mean, do you have a recollection as to the response that came from that? The majority that I mean, there were a few people that are like, heck no, don't raise my taxes ever again. I already pay taxes. Why aren't you fixing my road?
Right.
Exactly, and that's what I tell them. And so
it was not overwhelming one way or another.
Right.
Those went to Michelle Arnold, and before she retired, she sent those to me. It was not overwhelming one way or another. It was 50-50 split, give or take. And we also had some roads that actually came forward together and said, absolutely, we would love to do this. And as a road, we want to opt in.
Commissioners, maybe a compromise. Because it seems like probably Commissioner McDaniel hit the nail on the head, is that this issue is very close to him as he lives it in his district. And the rest of you getting your arms around what this really looks like and what this really means. Maybe we have a little bit of time. Why don't we convene the committee of folks that deal with this on a daily basis with Commissioner McDaniel and with Trinity to get our arms around that top. There's going to be a top list of the roads that we know are going to need the work, right? Of the 105 or 10 miles of roads, they're going to be the logical ones that rise to the top. And there'd be an ability to do a cost analysis on those and break them up into a reasonable plan of how they'd be addressed. Now, it doesn't address the opt-out, but it would get this board some understanding of what we're dealing with here as far as the magnitude and the roads, what we could bring back to get you then the perspective I think that you're all looking for. Because what we're hearing from you is you're not maybe it's harder to get your hands around what we're dealing with, how many are there, what are we even talking about, and how many people are on those roads. So do you have a road with 5 people? This is a road with 20 people, because the complexity of the opt-out, of course, goes up with how many people are opting out. But short of doing everything or doing nothing, we could take that step of us sitting down together, not one more time, Commissioner, sorry, and trying to get this in a way that's more meaningful to everybody here on the board.
Commissioner Hall had a comment, and then we'll see what Commissioner McDaniel says to that.
Well, Commissioner McDaniel said exactly what I was going to say. It's 90% your district. Mm-hmm. And so Commissioner Cole and I, we're not here in private road discussions in our districts. And so it's a public safety issue. I don't want to kill this just because we don't have the answers to everything. But I would like to have some of the details. And I would like to see it come back, because I think it's very worthy of doing it right. So I want to encourage you, if we I hate that term, kick the can, because that, to me, that says it's not important. But I would like to have some of the details, and I would be behind this, and I would support it if I had some of those details issued. We do have a process in place right now, so we're not losing any ground, but we're not gaining any ground. But the ground that we gain, I would like to gain it smart and do it right. And I would be behind it if we had some of those details issued.
Commissioner Cole.
I'm going to try to simplify this, and I don't know if I can even, what I'm going to say is even can be done. And I do, Commissioner McDaniel, this is a large, partly in your district, and I know you personally feel about how you feel about it, and the feelings that you have just due to personally what you've witnessed and suffered. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody, and I understand that. But, when we have anybody that works for the county, their salary is paid by every taxpayer in this county. So when that person's tasked to work on these roads or tasked to do some sort of even in the clerk's office, they're being paid for the people, in my district, District 2, District 3, District 4, District 1's salaries are being paid for that. So it is tax dollars, from everybody's dollars are being part of this whole process. And I don't know if it's even possible, and we've already sent out letters we know the number of people who live on these roads. We know the properties. We know those numbers. They're hard numbers. I mean, and it's majority in your district. And if it's something that we could, as simply as send out a proxy letter and let them vote up or down, let the people decide and get the results back. And if we can just clean the language right now, I just want to see something a little bit more proactive, because I do believe in being proactive for safety purposes. And the way it's written right now, I can't support it because I don't see that. But if the people in your district, and they want this, and they're willing to vote and say, yeah, this is what I want, I don't have a problem. I just don't know if it's something we can do or can't do.
You can do it.
Because that would probably simplify this a lot more than us beating our heads over it. Because there are people in my district, they're going to say, I pay taxes too, and you're using resources that I support through a salary in the county to go out and fix a private road. And, I have to have a right answer for them too when I'm asked.
That isn't correct. There is an asset portion for the clerk to count the pennies.
So out at 100-some thousand, we're going to collect. We're also going to pay salaries that anybody that's going to be
That's all the administrative
connected
stuff
to
that's
the
charged back to
administrative
the
part of it.
MSTU.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just trying to be clear.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful. If there's a tone of voice of impatience, it's just because I've been talking about this ad nauseum, and the MSTU is a self-contained unit. The administrative fees will be paid for administration of the MSTU. If there's a charge by the clerk or the tax collector or whatever, those are all paid for out of the MSTU. So the circumstance here is certainly not to take away from any other assets that we have available to us here at the county. I had a thought when staff was talking to me about going and buying more dump trucks and loaders and taking care of the dire drainage needs that we have going on in eastern Collier County, that we'd be able to appropriate some of those assets and take care of some of these roads as well. But if we need to put it out for bid, we'll put it out for bid. It's the administration aspect of the MSTU will be paid for out of the MSTU.
Well, like I said, if it's possible, and if it's something, and if as a body up here feel that that's an avenue to take, to send out a letter, it's an up or down vote, because these people live on a private road. They live on a private road for a reason. Some want to be on a private road. Yeah. So I don't know where their stance on this is.
This board in the past has done that for MSTUs. You can either set up the MSTU involuntarily or voluntarily. By voluntarily, it would be an up or down vote by the people within the MSTU. We haven't done that in years and years and years, but it has been done by this board.
But I think that'll give the voice to Commissioner McDaniel's district, who is mostly affected by this, and they'll have the control over if we do something with it or not. I mean, but right now, the way I sit at it, I'm making a decision for my taxpayers, which, they don't, one way or the other, I don't know how much they want to be involved in this. But if it's his majority of the people that are involved in it and they take an up or down vote and they want to go with it, then it'll be easier for me to swallow. I mean, that's all I'm trying to say. Just trying to simplify it a little bit.
I like the county manager's suggestion. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on what you suggested, but Commissioner Saunders is next.
I think Commissioner Caldwell has a great idea. We can find out fairly quickly. I've gotten letters from people the only letters I've gotten is from people saying that they were opposed to it. But it's only been a few.
Right.
3 or 4. Question for the county attorney, because we've been saying a lot that we can't spend public money on private roads. We've been spending public money on private roads, and then we've gone back and gotten reimbursed. So I'm not sure where this idea is that we can't spend money on a private road. If there's an emergency, if there's a public health safety issue, it seems to me we can go in and pave a road with public money.
Commissioner, I've been up and down this road many times. If we could do it just with the general fund, we would have done it years ago, but there's court cases and AG opinions that say you can't do it. What we're doing now is just loaning the money and then getting it back. That's probably good, but it's the constitutional prohibition of using public money for a private purpose. And
Even if there's a declaration or determination that there's an emergency that needs to be corrected?
that's been tried before and has failed.
But
Trust me, I would much prefer to use, look, we used to in the old days send the truck out with the gravel and take care of it, and that'd be the end of it. But, you know.
Okay, and I was just confused because we have been spending the money in advance and then going back and collecting it. But I understand what you're saying.
And we declared, forgive me for interrupting, but we actually declared an emergency in those circumstances that got through that particular issue. By doing it this, and to give credence to the county attorney, he's leaning forward on this because this has never been done in the state of Florida. So it may get challenged, there may be questions, there may be things that we don't know yet that we'll learn if in fact we do it or don't, as the case may be.
So what's your thought on the county manager's proposal to have some folks get with you and maybe get some of the unanswered questions answered?
I'd be happy to do that. You know, there again, Harry Sells and I spent an enormous amount of time way before I became a county commissioner. I mean, Commissioner Coletta told me to take the knee and nominated me to be the president of the Corkscrew Island Neighborhood Association. And on the premise that back in the old days, in order to establish an MSTU, you have to have 50% plus one vote in order to implement that MSTU. And you cannot get these folks, and I'm one of them, that lives on a private road to all come together. So waving this magic wand takes care of a circumstance, allows for an opt-out provision, has a third-party administrator of the emergency services folks to determine the worst first, and takes care of a necessary circumstance in our community. So I'd be happy to meet with the county manager, get Harry's list, go through that process, bring it back to you, take some pictures, bring some people in. If you want me to go through that I'd be happy to do it.
Would we need to vote on that, or if we are all in
We
agreement?
can just vote to continue this for another month.
Yep.
We got a motion to continue it based on also what
You
you
okay with that?
suggested, which I think was very astute.
I like the deal, I just need some details.
Yeah.
And I think that discussion will bring us to details. So we have a motion, I'll second that. All in favor of following the county manager's suggestion, which Commissioner McDaniel has agreed to. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Passage unanimously with continuation and deeper dive. We're way past the break, and you know Terry's over here, like, you know, giving me daggers. And let's take a little bit longer. Let's come back at 3:40. Okay,
No.
that you just is that too long?
Yeah.
What?
She used to go for a walk.
What's 3:35? Okay, we'll split the difference.
Compromise is what we're here for, right?
Chair, you have a live mic.
Okay.
Item 11B is a recommendation to award request for proposal 22-8023, outsourcing of county marinas to Blue Water Florida LLC, in which 8% of all gross sales revenue, excluding fuel, 6% of gross sales revenue from fuel, and 100% of all watercraft launch and parking fees are remitted to the county, and authorize the chairman to sign the attached agreement. Ms. Alima Edwards, Parks and Recreation Division Director, is here to present.
Okay, Ms. Edwards, we're all ears.
Right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. If awarded, Blue Water Florida will be responsible for the operations and management of the following 4 marina locations: Port of the Islands, Goodland Boat Park, Caxambas Park, once it's fully reopened, and Cocohatchee River Park. The detailed scope of work of this solicitation will allow the vendor to have the ability to conduct daily operations of the marina, manage the commercial fishing activities for a fee, and provide and operate permitted concessionaires. The vendor should also have the ability to lease recreational and commercial boat docks, both wet and dry slips, using board-approved lease agreements and standard rental rates set forth in the Parks and Recreation Fee Policy Resolution, which was 2021-263, and it may be amended. The contractor is also authorized to conduct the following types of businesses and services, but not limited to: retail sales and services, live bait sales, fuel sales, dry slip assignment and boater registrations, reservations for day slip rentals, boater evictions for dry storage, posting weather and tide reports, marketing of facilities, and safety and security of the facilities. When we met with the vendor, these were the negotiated terms that we came to agreement with. Blue Water Florida will remit the following to the county on a monthly basis: 8% of all gross sales revenue, excluding fuel. For fuel, we'll receive 6% of the gross sales of revenue and 100% of the watercraft lunch and parking fees. Now, when this solicitation was put out, the agreement period advertised in the RFP included an initial 1-year term with 4 annual renewals. During negotiations with the vendor, Blue Water requested a 2-year initial term with 3 1-year renewals. This was due to the heavy nature of investment, such as staffing, fuel, inventory, and other initial startup costs. Additional negotiated terms were that Blue Water will have 60 days or less grace period on revenue collection from start date of the fully executed contract for Port of the Islands Park and Goodland Boat Park, and then collection on revenue will commence 60 days or less after the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for Cocohatchee River Park at Caxambas Boat Park. As you know, that these 2 parks are still going through some Hurricane Ian repairs, so this is why we came up with this negotiated term.
Okay, let's go back a couple slides. A lot of this is in my district, and I don't see anybody. Okay, right there, step right there.
Okay.
Okay, so my first question is, and I think all the commissioners know here, but just for the record, this all stems from contracts that we had for these marina park stores that were very heavily unbalanced towards the vendor and not so much to the county. And we're not looking to make anything a cash cow, but just trying to find balance. And also we had some issues, a little bit of fresh blood and putting something out for rebid, and the previous contractor could have rebid, but didn't like the new terms and decided to walk away. It was kind of last minute, so all these marinas that you see listed here, right now they have very minimal services. I mean, very minimal, because the previous vendor not only took all the inventory, which is rightly hers, but basically emptied out the store. So we're providing minimal services at all these places. Having said that, looking at this slide, how does this compare to what our previous vendor had? Because our strong suggestion up here was, if we're going to renegotiate, like I said, we're not looking to make it be necessarily a cash cow for the county, but have it be a smarter business contract. So what would these numbers be if we were looking at the previous vendor? How much did that person get compared to what these new numbers are? Is it much different? We were hoping it was.
It is. The previous vendor received 96% of everything, and the county received 4%. With these numbers right here, we get 8% of all gross sales, 6% of the fuel sales, and we get 100% of the watercraft rentals and parking fees. So even if they do take parking for us, say the meter is down, the county would get $9. The vendor would get $1 for administrative costs for the credit card fees and things like that. But this is a much better deal because we're basically the collecting money from the vendor, and we don't have to provide the service. I also want to note as well that with this vendor, they want to provide watercraft rentals. Now, this was some of the things that came up with this contract. We're not taking anything away from the current commercial vendors, but this is also another revenue source that if awarded, that this vendor can bring in revenue that the county would receive a percentage off of.
What percent would we get of that?
8%.
Oh, 8%.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm just sitting here trying to do math in public. When you said the previous contract was 96% to the vendor, 4% to us. This breaks it out a little bit different. But under the previous contract, let's say we got, so we got 4% of gross sales under the previous contractor. We get 8% now,
yes,
right? What did we get from fuel? Did we get anything from fuel under the previous?
4%.
We got 4%, now it's 6%. And then the launch fees and parking fees, did we get 100% under?
It was 4%.
We got 4%, so that's the big difference. And, that was one of the things that we had an issue with. There's other people lit up here, so I'll just ask one more question and then probably circle back. But a lot of emails from some of the commercial businesses who rent watercraft, and I really appreciate, I pushed most of those, really all of them, to Mr. Rodriguez, and I did that not to nickel and dime you all, but he really is it was really the authority on all of this from day one. We've had a lot of change. You all are new positions, and I just knew that Mr. Rodriguez knew like the whole story to tell some of these vendors that were sending me particular emails saying, if you allow this person to rent all these watercrafts and everything, you're basically putting us out of business. And I actually got a thank you note just recently from the person you traded notes with a couple of hours ago, saying he's not completely happy, but your sense of urgency and your response, he's like, okay, don't love it, but kind of get it. But for the group here, what's your response to that? Because we're not sitting here trying to, I don't want to say put anyone out of business, but we are trying to run a more efficient operation there. And when we have so many businesses, cats and dogs doing this and that, I think the spirit behind having this vendor at least do those types of rentals, and I'm correct in saying part of this contract doesn't allow anybody else to rent those type of things. He has an exclusive on renting those type of watercraft, correct or no?
That is no, sir. So with this is an additional revenue source for the vendor, but additional possible revenue source for the vendor. We're not trying to eliminate any of the commercial vendors currently right now. I know the biggest draw has been Caxambas.
Right.
And with Caxambas, as you know, we're going through a rezoning process with the city of Marco. Eventually, we will have to reduce the number of commercial vendors at Caxambas, but for example, and this is what I explained to the current vendors that we have, if we're saying no commercial activity at Caxambas, whether this person has a permit currently right now with the county, that means no commercial activity.
Right. And for the other places, if he's got the exclusive contract to rent watercraft, and there's some other people that we'll use Goodland for an example, or Port of the Islands, there's other vendors out there that were doing the same thing. Are they not allowed to do it because he has exclusivity?
No, they're allowed. It's no exclusivity.
Because that was some of the pushback. So Mr. Rodriguez, was that sort of the confusion by a few of those vendors who were crying foul? They're like, oh, this guy's got, he's got carte blanche over all of the watercraft activities, and now, you're putting us all out of business. So that's not correct.
That's not correct. For the record, Dan Rodriguez, your deputy county manager. I think with the commercial vendors, because of all the activity in the last 2 years to kind of regain control of our ramps, they're kind of, walking on eggshells. They're kind of, what's going on next? What this allows, those vendors that show up with the commercial permits with kayaks and whatnot, remember, they have websites, they have their own base, they have hoteliers that call them up and said, hey, I've got 20 people that want to go on your kayak business. So their business occurs outside. This is where eventually, or possibly in the future, or may not, where you get a grandfather and his grandson show up and said, hey, I'd like to get a kayak, and they're buying bait right there. They can grab a kayak or a paddle board just for ease of use. The challenges we've had, as you know very well, in Caxambas, Goodland, you get a van show up with a trailer with about 50 to 80 kayaks, and all of a sudden they're unloading and staging in our parking lot. That's gotten cleaned up in the last year and a half, and we just want to make sure that this vendor has the most opportunity to be successful. They're open 7 days a week, 10 to 12 hours a day. They've got to staff it, each site. And as you know, personnel expenses is one of the largest expenses. So we have a responsibility to provide that level of service to the community, but also that vendor needs to have a fair wage and earnings in their goods and services. But I will tell you that last bullet point, that 100% parking fees in Boat Street Street is a tremendous win. And I remember you, Commissioner, as well as Commissioner McDaniel last year, kind of put us on notice. And again, this contract has flexibility. They can come back and say, this isn't working. Staff can come back and say, you know what, we don't like how you're managing our contractors with the commercial permits. This is a performance-based contract, and that we have opportunity here to modify and clean it up as we move forward.
So just a couple of observations for the other commissioners. So this excludes Tiger Tail, where we normally had a contract, but that's a very thin operation right now. We're basically selling food and water just through vending machines, and it's been successful. I haven't had one complaint. I mean, people miss Tony Smith, who was out there years ago, predates me, and I still hear that every once in a while. But we're at least providing the bare essentials. People aren't looking to buy bait and ice at Tiger Tail, so that one's still one that I guess remains on autopilot through Parks and Rec. Can you just go forward one more slide, and then yeah, so right there. So I understand this 60 days for Cocohatchee and Caxambas, because basically the number on Caxambas doesn't matter all that much because there's so much damage. It's not like he can move in there. But there's no way to tighten that timeline for Port of the Islands and Goodland. I mean, they're sitting there basically fully ready, totally fixed. The store's sitting there, I guess, pretty much empty, ready to move in. He really needs 2 months to be able to get in there. And, one of the things that I've said to staff, privately is, I hope this contractor, if we elect to move forward, is prioritizing the things that we need him to bring out there. And we don't need him to turn the marina back into a 7-Eleven on day one, but we need to get ice, bait, water, some of the basics out there. And I would hope it wouldn't take 60 days to do that, especially once if we did give the thumbs up on this contract, but I'm not part of the negotiations. Was that just sort of a number sort of out of the air just to give them maximum time? Because I sit here and go, wow, are we going to go 2 more months with, and granted, it's not seasoned, but even to the handful of people that uses marinas, and it's more than a handful, they're not happy right now. They realize that the contract was very one-sided, and everybody understands our rationale, and I get very few people that don't get what we decided to do here to run things more like a business and have it be balanced. But I do get a lot of feedback from folks that go, hey, I know that your Parks and Rec folks are trying hard, and they have a vending machine that sells water, and they've got a machine out there that sells some basic food items. But these guys are really looking for, at these big marinas, ice and bait. And it was easier to say, well, we're not able to do that right now through Parks and Rec, but we're about to pull the trigger on a vendor that we're excited about. But after we give the green light, we're really going to still be under the current circumstances for possibly 60 days, even for the bare essentials.
So this was for revenue collection, where we will receive the revenue. They have 60 days or less to get this done. If we can get it done in 15, 30 days, once they're telling us they're ready to go, we can go ahead and make it happen. But we want to make sure that they had a buffer. We don't know if they were able to get their permits on time or anything, so we were giving them that time to get what they needed to get together.
I just want to make sure we're clear to the vendor and saying, listen, you don't have to have every Milky Way bar in the store before you cut the ribbon and unlock the door. If you can, get the freezers turned back on, stuff them with ice, water, and bait, and have somebody there to sell those items, and then, you know, at least your store's open, and then you could start to increase the inventory over time. That's really what our citizens are looking for. I guess my last question will be, what's the reputation of this vendor? So I know we didn't get 50 bids because regardless, these aren't cash cow businesses at times. Although these bigger parks, they're profit makers. So I mean, but what's the what can you tell us about this particular vendor that you're recommending?
From talking to other vendors and from the vendor's actual proposal, they've only been in business for 2 years, but they do have experience in this. I haven't heard anything negative. The current vendor has also been a commercial vendor since 2015, so they have a good reputation, and we'll go from there. So,
okay. I mean,
yes, sir.
But we heard something similar about the previous Tiger Tail person. As you know, I'm not throwing you under the bus or anything, but once Tony Smith exited and we didn't really get a lot of bids, and then a guy came in from Orlando, I think, and had this, he's done this 1 million times at 100 places and everything, and he lasted, just a handful of months. And that wasn't because he was incompetent, but I think he must not have owned a calculator, because Tiger Tail, we knew, wasn't a cash cow business. He exclusively bid on Tiger Tail, and then was disappointed that, he wasn't, selling 100 chicken sandwiches a day in the off season, and we could have told them that. So I think we're doing smart things at Tiger Tail now, just providing the basics. But can you go forward one more slide? Was there a slide after this? No, that was just questions. Okay, I'll go to my commissioners here. Commissioner McDaniel and then Commissioner Saunders.
Go back to that slide. And the question that I had was, is this a grace period of no payment to the county from those collected revenues, or is this just a spell for them to be able to offset their upfront costs and then start paying based upon revenues that they collected 60 days previous?
Yes, sir. That's what it is. It's a grace period for them from their start date to not have to pay the county revenue until they can get their first operational costs together.
Because my suggestion was, and I did this in the mining business, was I set because there's a period of time for collections and so on and so forth, but you run your business for the month of January, but you don't pay for it until that you don't pay for that until April.
Correct.
And you set that up after, and then you're collecting February and May and so on. So we're not just giving away the revenue. That's not correct, because what you just explained to me is not what I understand. What I understood you to say was, we're abating the revenue for the county for January
And February.
We're giving them 60 days to sell as much as they can and not have to pay anything. What I'm suggesting is we set the first payment up to be 60 days in arrears to allow for the offset of the inventory and staffing and all of the upfront costs that they may in fact incur, but we don't start collecting until they don't start paying us for 60 days. That was my thought.
They don't pay us for 60 days, but then they're paying us they don't get 2 free months of collecting 100% of the revenue. Like the way this is worded, I think that's how we're sort of interpreting it. Is that the day he opens,
right,
he gets 2 free months of selling everything he can, and then starts paying us on the 61st day with the profits that you have on the slide before this. And I don't think that's what you mean. Commissioner McDaniel is explaining it exactly how the way it normally does work in business. He pays us for the very first time on the 60th day, but he pays us for the first month, or the second month that he opened.
He gets 60
so he doesn't get 60 days of free money. So it's important that this contract's written properly, or that we didn't cut some sort of deal with him, giving him 2 free months of 100% of the profits. And I don't think that's the impression. We're allowing him to collect money and build his coffers so that when he gets to the 60th day, he can pay us for the first 30 days of the contract. I'm hoping that's the are we clear, or?
You are clear now.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tanya.
For the record, Tanya Williams, Public Services Department Head. Just for clarity, the 60-day time clock starts the moment this contract is executed. So if you approve this contract today, execution day is today, and that 60-day clock begins now.
Yeah, but that's not my point, dear. And that, forgive me for the dear.
It's okay.
My point is, I would prefer we collect from day one, but not be paid for 60 days. Not have an abatement of the income, because this is the other side of the equation, and you didn't hit on this, and that's the county's responsible for 100% of the maintenance, always has been, ongoing expense. We pay for that.
Yeah, for the record, Commissioner Dan Rodriguez, their payment's in arrears. So basically, when they sign that contract, they're paying us 8%, 6% out of the gate. And so they've got the 60-day time period to make their first payment for those first
For the first month.
Got it. Yeah, we would.
And that's what we wanted.
So I'm going to simplify it real simple, okay? If he opened on July 1st and started selling stuff, right? So he sold stuff the entire month of July, sold stuff the entire month of August, we would get no money. But on 1 September, which is basically the 61st day, he would pay us for July and August. And that's how the payments would go,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. That's what we all want up here, because that's how business works. So we want to make sure we're running this like a business, because the last contractors seem to be a lot smarter than the county, and we're trying to fix that. But I guess my question would be, would he just pay us for July? Like in September, he'd pay us for July. In October, he'd pay us for August. Do we, I mean, it's important we understand the nuances of this contract, because, we're trying to tighten it and improve it. So
Once he gets his cycle going, then every 30 days.
every 30 days, right? Okay.
And that's fine. I had one more.
That makes sense. Go ahead, sir.
The other thing was and it may have gotten already discussed, but there was I got an email from Zach that talked about the RFP, that the original RFP that went out did not include the opportunity to have commercial boat rentals. And so his client didn't bid on the entire system, because it wasn't included in the RFP.
Good afternoon, Sandra Herrera, Procurement Director for the record. It was included as part of the RFP criteria number 3 list that all bidders are required to provide any additional bidding opportunities for rentals. So as part of the criteria, anybody that wanted to bid on it could bid and offer any future rental opportunities.
So it was part of the RFP that went
Yes, sir.
out? So that was just an incorrect statement. Okay.
Well, but it was a nuance. If it was written like that, that was a little bit of a nuance. So Zach sent us
Any-
all the same email. His client maybe didn't see it in lights, right? But I mean, if it had that sort of generic statement at the bottom, you've got to be astute enough to know that that's your wide open door to add any other additional extras. I mean, that's contracting 101. So,
And it reads, list any rental opportunities or plans that would be incorporated into the facility.
right.
So again, it's an RFP, so we're asking the vendor to community to provide those future opportunities.
And in my other statement or question had to do with the RFP itself, and that was, we did these for parks in mass. We didn't allow for someone to pick one or the other.
Correct,
So they had to take them all or none.
correct.
I think our backup plan was, though, if we got no bids, then we would maybe break them out. But I think we were hoping to have one vendor, because some of these parks are more lucrative than others. And if they took the whole kit and caboodle, we thought, I mean, I guess, we wanted to see on the bids if somebody, thought it was advantageous to them, and they obviously thought that it was. Commissioner Saunders and then Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. I think Commissioner McDaniel addressed the issue I was concerned about. We have the letter from Zach Lombardo. I don't know if there's anybody here from Paddle Marco, by any chance? No? Yes? Okay. And it does sound like that language may be a little bit confusing in terms of the general, you can bid on other stuff. I just want to make sure that we treated everybody fairly. I did have a conversation with Ms. Edwards earlier, and I think we did, but I just want to give Paddle Marco an opportunity to express their their concern, and perhaps we can address that. But I think you covered it. But I just want to make sure. Make sure everybody's treated fairly.
I
And
saw those emails too, yeah. Is somebody here from Petaluma?
yes.
Yes, he's back in the back.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I do have 2 registered speakers. I don't know if it's either one of these
We'll
people.
get to this gentleman first, but
Sure.
we'll see if you can compare notes and see if he's one of the 2 speakers.
I'm one of the speakers.
Are you Glenn?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a long day. I couldn't remember what you said.
I have a question for Lima before he.
Yeah, I'll get to you.
All right. So, yeah, Paddle Marco. My name's Glenn. Been doing it 8 years out of Caxambas. Glenn Livesey. Been doing it 8 years out of Caxambas and the Isles of Capri Paddlecraft Park. Always enjoyed working with the county. I appreciate the opportunities the counties have given us to work on those properties, most of the time. So when this bid proposal came up, I think it was in February, I took a look at it because we've all been waiting around patiently for the marinas to open so we can get part of our livelihoods back. And I looked at the bid proposal and I saw, okay, it didn't include water sport rentals, but I wanted to be sure because our commercial permits always seem to be in jeopardy. So I asked a question on BidSync as well as the county email. The question stated is, if I was to bid on the county marinas on BidSync right now, I am wondering if I would be able to rent kayaks, jet skis, etc. as a concessionaire, or is it strictly managing the marina, fuel, bait, etc.? Thank you. My response from the county 10 days later was no. This is strictly for managing marina, fuel, bait, etc.
Who sent you that? Who was
That is from Christopher Lopez. Let me look. Christopher Lopez, and that is a procurement person.
Okay.
That is a procurement strategist for Collier County. So I said, okay, it's going to be business as usual. It's just a new person running the marinas. I don't have to worry about someone having kayak racks there, taking all the walk-up traffic, etc. So I didn't bid on it, and 10 or 12 other companies didn't bid on it as well. All the jet ski guys would have bid on this stuff. Kayak guys would have bid on this stuff if we would have had a foothold in there. But we were under the impression, especially with this question being answered by the county, that it wouldn't include water sport rentals because that would be an unfair advantage. I understand Olima, she put our mind a little bit at ease that our commercial permits are not in jeopardy for now. That's awesome. But 2 years down the road, I don't want somebody to come and say, hey, this Blue Water's doing real good. You know, and it's a she, by the way. Her name's Cam. She's doing real good. I think she can handle all this. We don't need these other 20 companies. I don't want that to happen because I've been around way longer than her as all the other companies. I do about 14,000 customers a year, and she's doing 4 jet skis to 8 jet skis. Okay, so I've drawn a lot of revenue for this county. Other notes here. I got 30 seconds.
No, we're not gonna cut you off.
All right. I left my speech in the car, but it's all in my head.
Can we address that initial, because your initial, you know, I mean, to me this is black and white. We're here all about transparency. So this seems very black and white, that he asked a very clear question. Somebody from our staff came back and said, no, absolutely not. And then, you know, the contract that we're sitting here has those nuances that are different. So, you know, separate rumor from fact here, because what I'm hearing here seems clear, but what are we missing?
So the RFP was to outsource the marinas. It was not specific for kayaking or watercrafts. While the solicitation did have a criteria, number 3, like I mentioned earlier, where we did want the vendor to community to provide any additional rentals. At the time that the question was posed, county staff, Parks Rec, did not intend to include specifically kayak rentals. It came up during negotiations. Now, Blue Water, as part of their proposal, did include that component in their proposal to offer future services for kayak rentals. So during negotiations, that was discussed with your Parks Director, and it was accepted to increase that revenue.
That seems, you know, when I got other people lit up here, that seems like unfair to me, because, you know, you're supposed to negotiate what you've advertised. So if then the person that was sort of like the winner, or the first group you're going to negotiate with, then starts changing the rules or comes up with sort of a better mousetrap, these guys don't know it. And so, you know, really contracting 101 doesn't really work that way unless you tell me something different. So I understand
And it
what
wasn't-
happened. I was Blue Water. I got called to the table, and then it was like, hey, let me see if I can. Now I've got a one-on-one conversation with the county. But, you know, the bottom line is what this gentleman says, Glenn, right? What Glenn says to me has merit, or tell me why it doesn't, because it seems like that after the fact negotiation, after everybody else was sort of boxed out, is a foul. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but if Blue Water, unless I'm missing something, would have come to me as a county negotiator, I would have said, well, no, that's not part of the initial bid, but it's a great idea, and it could have been a subsequent thing that went out for bid, and then Blue Water could have amended their contract after Glenn and a whole bunch of other people bid, and then it would have been more of a competition. But it seems like, you know, Blue Water sort of has a little bit of a corner on the market to be able to sort of like add in the extra pieces to their contract to make it better for them. And because none of these guys bid off of the initial contract, there really was no competition. So it made the contract better for Blue Water. But, you know, I think Glenn's got a solid point here. I think, you know, the negotiation should have been what was in the initial RFP. And even though that line was in there saying, you know, it gave you an opening to say, oh, and any other possible rentals, if he wouldn't have read that email, I would have said, well, you know what, but he actually asked for clarification. If you would have not sent that email, I would sit here and go, man, you got to read the fine print, Glenn. It was right in there. It said that you could have put anything, but you were unsure of that. And, you know, that's why I said I'm not trying to throw Carlos under the bus, but, you know, we're here to be transparent. I want to know who from the staff, you know, gave you that very definitive direction. And it may not have been an error. Maybe that was the direction that county contractor got. But then it seemed like after the fact, when we zeroed in on Blue Water, then we started to sort of tweak the contract. I don't know how my colleagues feel, and I've got two lit up here. But
And just to clarify for the record, Blue Water's proposal already included that. So it was discussed during negotiation because it was already part of their proposal. So at no time did they modify their proposal because it was already there.
But he was looking to make a proposal and was told that he couldn't, right? I mean,
As well as other companies, yeah.
And the question was specific to the kayak rental services. Again, the essence of the RFP was to hire a concessionaire for all of the services, not just that one component.
I have no issue with Blue Water. She's a nice lady. My request, and I think this would be the right thing to do, is honor the contract, but you need to remove the water sport rental aspect of it. That's already being serviced by us and 20, 30 other people that work collectively at these parks. The water sport rental was never in the initial bid proposal. If it was, we would have bid on it. So I would like to just request to have that removed. Otherwise, that she can do the rest. Let
me just ask you this, though. So you were looking to make a bid if you could have had the water rental craft in there, but do you realize that if you would have got the bid, you would have had to run a convenience store full of stuff, which doesn't sound like your area of expertise?
The only way I would have bid is if water sport rentals was included, and now looking at it, it's clear as day that it's in the considerations, and now it's like, okay, if that was being negotiated and we didn't know about it, I would have been interested in it, as would other companies, but it seems like it's being slipped in here in the 11th inning or whatever.
My colleagues, Commissioner Hall, and then Commissioner McDaniel.
Thank you, Glenn. I mean, I don't know what the opportunity is that we have to put it out for bid to make it clear, to allow everybody to include watercraft and gas and management. I don't know if that's a possibility. But the questions that I have for you is 6% of fuel and 8% of sales. Who is footing the bill for the cost of goods? Does the county buy the fuel, or does the vendor buy the fuel?
The vendor buys the fuel.
Okay, as long as that's happening, I'm good with the gross sales figure. If we were buying the fuel, I would want something on gross profit. Okay, no worries. Is any cash accepted?
That is a good question. In regards to?
In regards to sales at any of these places?
Yes. Yes, they have, the vendor has to have a point of sale system. So they can take cash, credit card, unless we just tell them that we want them to just do credit cards.
It's pretty easy to fudge numbers with cash.
And actually, that was an accusation by the past vendor that I heard from some of the residents that are in my district in Port of the Islands, that they made the comment that when they entered the store in those last final months, and it's totally I'm just telling you the one-sided. We didn't do a big investigation. It was kind of after the fact that they were encouraged to pay cash. And to Commissioner Hall's point, if that encouragement was there, then there was probably some, possibility of some skim going on. And also too, we had caught that previous vendor doing some other things, sort of renting additional parking spots for trailers. Mr. Rodriguez knows all about this, and taking 100% of the profits. And those trailers were parked on county property. So I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but that is a valid point. That is something that we got to make sure that money's not leaking out of the back. But okay, Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, on the note of the watercraft rental, is there an opportunity to exclude that out of Blue Water's contract and just well, we have licensed commercial companies that actually do these businesses at our different parks and ramps. So to just take that portion out of the lease and go ahead and go forward with the Blue Water management of these 4 parks and allow the vendors to come and go, because these folks have, now, it doesn't address that email that Glenn has that.
You could have got the whole contract.
That specific, well, him or any of the other 20 vendors that saw that email that didn't bid on this agreement. So it may be prudent for us to rebid this with more clarity.
You can change the terms of the contract, but then the vendor has the opportunity to walk away.
Correct.
So if you want to make any changes to this, it's your prerogative. That's why we bring it to you. But then the vendor can either accept your changes or walk away.
I understand, and I'm just, he's one commercial contractor that has a kayak, I call them kayaks, a kayak business that he does, and there may have been other vendors that saw that email from procurement that didn't bid on this, that could have bid on this or would have bid on this, but didn't because their primary business is the watercraft rental.
Commissioner, if I may, for the record, just to clarify something, these vendors, the commercial kayakers that come to our facilities, it's launch and go. They should not be staging in our parking lots and waiting for walk-ups. If you go to Isles of Capri kayak launch, you'll see 80 kayaks trying to be launched at once by commercial vendors, and the residents have to wait and wait to launch their single kayak. So the intent of this contract is to give some options in the future. That doesn't mean the director has to approve it. If you'd like, we can bring that back for the board to approve it if we have a better understanding of how that might work. But the goal of this contract, as our procurement director clearly stated, was a concessionaire to manage the fuel and the distribution of goods and services to the public. The fact that they offered that as a potential service is something that we would look at in the future. Let's say they can't maintain their personnel because of shortage in revenues out of season and whatnot. That may be an option. And again, the commercial vendors of kayak companies as well as others should not be using these parks facilities to operate their business. They can't use it to advertise. They're there to launch and go.
Right. That was primarily one of our issues for limiting the permits in the first place, because they were setting up camp in the parking spots and waiting for their phone to ring. So, but I do appreciate the fact that a potential bidder on this RFP that we put out was told that it was specifically for the management of the facilities and didn't include the rental aspect of it. That is a concern.
If I could add one thing real quick. Parking, Paddlecraft Park, new issues with parking, and there's always a middle section for people to get through. There's never a time people have to wait. In fact, all week long, all those cars in the parking lot are our customers and 2 other companies. You might see 1 or 2 recreational people. I know you get a lot of complaints, but a lot of times they're from the same 5 guys who are anti-business. So I want to just let you know we're courteous about that. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I know there's one other speaker here, Maria, that would like to add. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, second speaker.
The second speaker is Maria Riley.
Hello. Thank you, Collier County Commissioners, for the time. I will refer to the proposal from Blue Water Rentals, a current jet ski rental operator that will take over all four marinas, Goodland, Caxambas, Port of the Islands, and Calcahatchee. My main concern is the plans to incorporate watercraft rentals from the vendor. I see these as a conflict of interest. Currently, the marinas have tour operators that offer those services, and the main issue with the companies that operate with permits is parking and dealing with the other vendors that still operate without permits. Collier County announced that no more permits will be issued, and I see this plan as a problem because the new vendor is a tour operator, which will create a conflict offering more services when there's companies that already have permits. Marinas have been saturated. I don't see why there should be a stationary vendor that can provide these services. I see this as an ongoing problem for the county in the future, still trying to resolve the current issues developing the commercial permit program. The vendor currently has 3 permits. Eventually, she could offer other activities with those 3 permits she currently has. But the county had made it clear that there are no new permits to be issued because parks had reached their maximum capacity. Currently, companies have to trailer their equipment and cannot show up with them without reservations. How is it possible that the vendor would be allowed to have stationary kayaks, paddleboards, wave runners, and other watercrafts? And would the vendor maybe sublease this? The main idea for a vendor taking over 4 marinas is to satisfy daily operations, maintenance, safety, security, sell fuel, bait, ice, food, drink, snacks, etc. The problem with the conflict of interest, I see it as a continuous commercial permit issue. I would urge the board to further review the proposal from Blue Water LLC, page 6, item 7, plans to incorporate watercraft rentals. This decision wouldn't benefit the county or users of the ramp, commercial or residential. The proposal for Goodland was kayaks, paddleboards, fishing poles, boats, and wave runners. Port of the Islands, kayaks and boats, Caxambas, kayaks, paddleboards, fishing poles, no motorized vessels, and Calcahatchee, kayaks, paddleboards, fishing poles, and boat and wave runners. Thank you.
That was our only speakers, those 2.
And really, what I've heard here, the only thing that just really concerns me significantly, the biggest thing that concerns me significantly is what our county person replied back to Glenn with, Carlos, because, you know, that vendor and many others were operating off of the thought that, they weren't going to make a bid on the entire kit and caboodle because it didn't include the thing that they really specialized in, and so then they walked away. And then once Blue Water, who felt like they specialized in everything, sealed the deal, then they kind of added in a bunch of extras that Glenn and a bunch of others were told weren't going to ever be a part of the contract. So that didn't really sit great with me. I don't know how my colleagues feel. Commissioner Hall.
Well, the way I see it, we have 2 choices. We have a choice to award the contract to Blue Water with the exclusion of the watercraft, or we go back and rebid it apples to apples.
Or the third, when we go back to, if we went back to Blue Water and said it's going to exclude watercraft, like the
That's the
county
first one.
said they could walk, and then we're back to option 2.
Right.
So it's sort of a Commissioner McDaniel and then Commissioner Cole.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's we either issue the contract and exclude the watercraft rentals and allow that to be on a independent basis, or we go back out to bid again.
And if we excluded watercraft and Blue Water didn't walk, then you go out to bid for the watercraft part. Blue Water can bid on it, but then it's more transparent to everybody else, and Blue Water might not get it. It might be a different vendor. And then how you make that work, I don't know. Because Blue Water now owns the marina store, and they probably were going to have all their kayaks and everything sort of as part of that operation. If somebody else came in and got like a secondary contract and now was also able to operate, the watercraft business out of there. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I could see that as being overly complicated. Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I just think we have a responsibility to be transparent in this situation. it may have just been a mistake or an oversight, when the gentleman answered that email, but he did answer it, and what he read, the gentleman here today read, it sounded like he was interested in putting a bid in, but when he didn't have the option to do the rental portion, he said, you know what, it's probably not worth it. I can do the rental thing great. I'll put up with doing the other part just to have an exclusivity to rent, have a brick and mortar place to rent from one of our parks, which I think is a big selling point. So I think we need to have clarity up front. And I think if we exclude it, it's up to Blue Water to walk away or not. I mean, it doesn't matter, that's on them. But I think moving forward, we got to be very, very clear what we're willing to allow them to do or not do, because this is what happens when we're not clear. And we definitely, I was sitting here until he read that email, and I'm like, yeah, I don't like it. It's muddy. So that's my feeling on the whole thing. So
what do you say? Think we ought to rebid it or exclude it?
I think we should go to Blue Water and say, listen, because of this transparency issue, and we want to be transparent with our vendors and our public, that we're probably going to remove that from the contract, under our discussion here today. And if they want to stay with what they have, that's fine. If they, without that, then that's on them. And then if they walk away, then we rebid it, being very clear what we're going to allow the vendor to do.
And we can explain it to them like they took the old adage, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. So they just included their water. But in this gentleman's case, he asked the question and he was excluded, by even bidding on it. So
Got Commissioner Saunders lit up here. Let's give him. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said in terms of clarity, and I did have a bit of a concern with that, but in my conversation with Ms. Edwards earlier today, there is a timing problem, so we need to understand what that timing problem is. If you go to the vendor and take out the kayak rental and they say, yes, that they'll continue on it, that's fine. But if they say no, then we have, I believe, a really tight schedule here, so we need to understand what that is so we can be prepared for that.
If we do, we will not have the necessary services, so that means your ice, your bait, because as Parks and Recreation staff, we're not set up, I guess you can say, to offer these services right now. And if it does go back out to bid again, you're looking at an additional 4 months. 4 to 6 months, excuse me.
Why that long when this was a little bit quicker? This didn't take 4 to 6 months, did it?
It'll be an RFP process, not an ITB, so it's a little bit of a longer process.
But we have, from time to time, shortened that process. So I'm not sure how much we could shorten it, but I know we can, but it's just a matter of how much. I mean, you've already got the basic document.
We would, yes, so we would, in essence, reissue the solicitation and make that clarification.
So-
And again, for the record, just to clarify, the intent of the RFP was to have a concessionaire to provide all the services. When the question came in, it was not the county's intention to explore that option. During negotiations, it was considered and it was accepted by county staff to include the watercrafts. So we can definitely go back to the vendor, have a discussion to remove that, and then bring it back to the board.
And then if you sharpen your pencil a little bit, what's the quickest you could do an RFP? I know you don't have to have it out on the street for months at a time.
We would reduce, in essence, the time for advertisement. Typically, we do the 30-day advertisement, and we could reduce that to 21 days, and then bring it back to the board. We would have a selection committee meeting, so that would take another month, and that's why Ms. Lima said anywhere from 4 to 6 months.
Who is on the selection committee?
I can look that up. I don't have it with me.
Is it all staff?
Yeah, county staff, yes, sir.
So you could have a selection committee meeting on rather short notice. So
Yes.
I'm not understanding why it would take as long as you're suggesting. I would think that you would be able to do the RFP, issue that very quickly, have it on the street for a couple of weeks, have a committee meeting as soon as they come in, and then be back in front of us. I would think 45 to 60 days would be more than enough time versus 3 or 4 months.
And here's why I agree with that as well, is the word's already out there, so this has been advertised once, so this isn't some unknown thing. And Glenn and the rest of the universe are going to spread, if we go this direction, are going to spread that word like wildfire. Hey, the rebidding is being reopened, and so we're dealing with with known vendors who I think are aware of this. I'm not saying any of this is great, but if Glenn wouldn't have read that email, I think we got an unanimous vote here for Blue Water. But when I read that, we've got we got to be not only transparent, but we got to serve with integrity here. And maybe it was an oversight. I don't think any of us are saying that there was sort of. And I understand your explanation of, hey, this was the bid, but then when we sort of sat down at the table, but you sat down at the table with one vendor after everybody else walked out the door, and they didn't get the opportunity to sit down at the table and sort of negotiate that kind of thing either. So the way contracts work is everybody gets a fair shot, and knowing that we might have had one or a dozen different vendors not even bid because they thought it was sort of a very finite set of rules, and then once Blue Water came up, to Commissioner Hall's point, it's perfectly said. It's like, better to, beg forgiveness than ask permission. That's sort of what happened. And, I don't love it. Commissioner McDaniel and then Commissioner Saunders.
It also brings up the point, these were sealed bids. Now Blue Water's numbers are out. We didn't put out an RFP that says you're going to pay us 6% and 8% and 100%. Those numbers are already out. So with all due respect, Glenn knows what Blue Water was willing to pay. So if we do rebid it, it should be under these parameters that this board finds acceptable on those. Put those percentages back up on here for me, please. Under these percentages, this RFP or IRT or whatever acronym she used, these numbers should be specified in that advertisement that this is our minimum requisites for everybody to be bidding on. Because if I'm Blue Water and I'm looking at this, I have an opportunity to add in boat rentals or watercraft rentals of some kind of sort. But now my competition can offer 9% and take the bid away.
And Commissioner, I would like to ask for the board's recommendation. He was talking about being transparent and fair. You have a commercial vendor right now. They already have commercial permits. Do they lose their permits being a commercial vendor currently right now? And then also going forward, if we are doing this, are they going to have exclusive rights? Because currently right now, Blue Water does not have exclusive rights. So all the commercial vendors can still operate the same way that they're operating. But if we go out to bid for our RFP for this particular portion, are the vendors going to lose their commercial status? Because if it's going to be a conflict of interest, and then, like I said, will they be allowed to have exclusive rights? Because that's the whole premise that people are being upset for, and I'm trying to tell them that you're not losing your commercial status or anything. You can still operate the same way that you operate. And as Ms. Sanders stated, when we first put this RFP out, it was strictly for the marinas. We weren't thinking about paddlecraft. I didn't know that this email even came up until today. So it's a solicitation, and the only thing they can do is talk to procurement. They can't even talk to us because we can't talk to the vendors.
And to your point, and I'll go to Commissioner Saunders, we're not boxing Glenn out from doing watercraft, but his point is, hey, I could have had the whole thing. I could have had the store, I could have had everything, and then I could have had a brick and mortar place to rent my watercraft where, now you're not putting me out of business, but somebody sort of leapfrogged me, and maybe he would have even made a more competitive bid. Maybe he would have given us 9%, 7%, and 100%, and he would have been the top bidder. But we didn't even get a chance to hear from Glenn and from some others because they were scared away by the email that he read, but Blue Water wasn't. And then in the negotiations, Blue Water started adding in some sort of like frosting that sounded even better to us. And like you said, you not being aware that a bunch of other vendors were scared off, it sounded like the Blue Water deal was sounding even better by the second. And it sounds like we're all being made aware of this at 0 hour. I don't know. Sometimes too, when there's snafus like this, and I'm not offering this as, we're trying to do the right thing across the board and whatnot, but also too, we're trying to do the right thing by our citizens who right now have been suffering for months with nothing. So sometimes when a company has a snafu to include the county, sometimes you swallow the spinach and go, you know what, it wasn't perfect, Glenn, you're not being boxed in. I'm not saying this is the answer, okay? But just talking hypotheticals, and then, everybody's lit up here. But sometimes you sit here and go, you know what, we didn't do it perfectly, but it's 51% good and 49% bad. It's been 100% bad these last few months because nobody's been able to get anything. You know what? Lesson learned here. We didn't do it perfectly. Glenn's not out of business. Maybe he could have run the store. Maybe he couldn't. Or, like you said, maybe the default is we honor the contract with Blue Water. We exclude all the frosting that she added with the paddlecraft. But if she walks away, that's going to be disappointing as well. So because I know a lot of effort's gone into this. Let's hear from the other commissioners. Commissioner Saunders and then Commissioner Hall.
I'm a little bit confused, but I'm not so sure that that's a bad thing here. If we have a vendor that can rent the kayaks, and let's assume for a moment that that's not Paddle Marco. So we go through some bid or something, and Blue Water gets the bid and has paddle kayak rentals. What does that do to Paddle Marco and other vendors? It's a question for you because do we want to, if the operator of the facility can rent kayaks, then does that put the independent operators out there that, like Paddle Marco, that rent these kayaks but not on site, does that put you out of business?
No. It would just take away any potential walk-up or people doing research walking through the park.
So we wouldn't be creating a bigger problem for other people if we did that?
Her ability to rent things is still there. She has 3 permits. She can bring 3 trailers in and rent jet skis and kayaks at those parks. Once, especially Caxambas, if it reopens to commercial. She has that ability, but this just gives her a brick and mortar. So I'd be fine with removing water sport rental.
I just want to make sure we weren't creating other problems by.
No.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, what it does is it eliminates the brick and mortar competition for the watercraft only. So the 2 choices that we have basically are to honor the contract, exclude the watercraft. That's the path of least resistance. That's the fastest. She gets the first right of refusal. She either says yes or she says no. If she says no, then we can do the expedited RFP process. And so, can I make a motion? Is it time to do that?
Commissioner McDaniel.
All right, go ahead.
Well, she has 3 licenses. So, and she is allowed to do the watercraft rental. We would exclude the brick and mortar portion from this contract. She can still do her watercraft rental, but just not have the brick and mortar aspect of it.
She could still do it the same way that paddlecraft.
Correct.
Anybody else is doing it. And that gets us to where we need to be as expeditiously as possible. Exclude that from this agreement, and if she agrees to it, she's in. If she doesn't agree to it, then we go back out for rebid with these as with these as minimum requisites for the bid, and set these as minimums, which then and I really think we should do that aspect of it because we have 2 vendors that are here that potentially could have bid on this that didn't because of a email that went out that said no, it doesn't include what you actually do as a business. So
I just want to make sure that whichever vendor we decide, that the main focus was to make sure that we had ice, bait, everything that we needed for the marinas. This was just a step aside. And I want to make sure that people that are bidding, that they're not bidding for watercraft. They're bidding for what we're actually needing.
And I want to share this. I mean, those are niceties to have at the marina. But for those of us that travel to the marina to launch our boat, I'm just as likely to stop and get fuel on the way, and ice and food and anything else that I need from another vendor before I ever get to the marina. Those are niceties to have at the marina, but not necessities.
Oh, listen, I got to disagree with you. I got a ton of emails from some people that live right near the marina that use that marina. They don't travel to Walmart. They live right across the street from the marina. They live in Goodland. They live in Port of the Islands, and they're used to going over to the marina, getting ice, bait, Twinkies, 7-Up, Gatorade, water, and then jumping in their boat. And they can't get any of that now. And so I hear from those people all day long. Saying, when are you going to get the store open? And it was because our previous vendor provided everything. And a lot of people used the marina stores at Port of the Islands. They used it as their local 7-Eleven. They don't even have a boat, but they would go in there and buy Twinkies, bread, milk, everything, because it was a little general store, and now it's locked and empty. So it's some of these places are more than just the little marina store that somebody grabs shrimp and ice and then leaves. I mean, especially the one in Port of the Islands. That one's used as the local store because it's a little bit of a drive for them to go elsewhere. So, I mean, that's just the reality of it. You did make a great point, though, Alima, like some of the watercraft, to include Glenn and others, they might have bid on the whole kit and caboodle, but that's why I asked Glenn, hey, if you would have got it, you're ready to run a 7-Eleven? So you got the brick and mortar for your watercraft part, but just taking a guess here, I don't know that you're as perfectly set up as Blue Water to run a store that sells milk, ice, bait, Gatorade, and orange juice. And that's the big chunk of this. So it would have given you boots on the ground for your business that you're a pro at. But what we were really looking for was a Blue Water that could do all of it. And so the bigger thing is the store and the fuel and all of that. So if somebody that's an expert at renting, kayaks, whether it's Paddlecraft or somebody else, and granted, we won't know. Glenn could have put in a bid. He could have found a partner. He could have done something and said, I can't do the whole thing, but I found somebody that ran 4 7-Elevens, and that's my new partner, and I'll take them all. And he got boxed out of that. But on the flip side also, too, it might have looked like a very lucrative type of contract to some of these watercraft, exclusive watercraft companies. But I don't know necessarily that their bids would have been at the top of the pile with experience showing us that they can run 4 general stores, 2 of them pretty large ones. Commissioner Cole.
Yeah, I guess that was kind of on the lines I was going, because I don't know the history of Blue Water, but what I found out now is they have 3 permits to rent kayaks and jet skis, and it sounds like that's the business they do. I don't know what experience they have in retail and fuel refueling and fuel cells. I don't know what their history is in that. Do you know?
One of the owners, actually, from what I understand, one of the owners is the ex-husband of the former vendor. Mm-hmm. And so he said, I'm being transparent.
My wife does mortgages all day long. I wouldn't dare to do a mortgage, you know what I'm saying?
But he explained during the negotiation and when he came into bid that he taught her the business. So he has.
So she has no real world operating in a business like this. She's never had hands-on and ran a 7-Eleven like the commissioner's talking about, or sold fuel or worked in a gas station.
They're working together, so they have a business together. Not the ex-vendor, but the ex-husband and the current.
And Blue Water.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So our previous vendor was Cindy. So Cindy's ex-husband has partnered with, let's be transparent. Cindy's ex-husband has partnered with Blue Water, and that's who made the bid.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
This is a small town. We can use real names,
Being transparent.
Well, I just know our biggest concern is running a retail operation.
Yes.
And whatever they do on the side, that they make a little extra money doing their rental, I get it. But it sounds like her business is rental also, just like Glenn.
Correct.
It's her expertise. So, and you're being very specific. I want a store. Correct. I want a store. And you kind of look at Glenn, well, he rents kayaks, and we're questioning if he can run a store. He might be able to run a store just as good as she can.
Or he could have found a partner like
you know what I'm saying? I don't know at this point. So that's why I asked the question. I don't know who Blue Water is. I don't know who they are. I don't know her ex-husband. I don't know what their experience is. That's why I asked, and it doesn't sound like
they have experience.
Okay, so you're confident she's done this before.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we just need to take the watercraft rentals out, I'm happy to do that. I really don't want to have to go back out to bid because it's been this long. Currently, right now, the county is footing the bill for the fuel that we're selling currently right now. And we have staff dedicated to this operation that we could be using at our other park
So let me
facilities.
ask you this will help a lot.
Yes.
Okay, so Blue Water won the bid, and what we heard here previously is then while we sat down in negotiations, she was adding some little frosting things here and there. Whoever was in, I don't know if you all were personally in the negotiation, so, but if you were, give us the honest answer here. Was the contract already secured for the store? And then as part of sort of additional conversations, the watercraft sounded like a positive thing, but she was already locked in. So I'm asking you for a gut check here. Do you think she's going to walk, but because the watercraft is what sealed the deal? Or that was just sort of some extra conversations afterwards that made it that much sweeter, but she bid on the stores, got the stores, and then the watercraft stuff came after, which was, in my opinion, a foul, but was the initial locked-in contract for the stores only. She bid, she was interested, done deal, or did it take the negotiations to add in watercraft to really make it a deal that that got sealed?
When she submitted her proposal, she had everything included. So she showed what she would do with the stores, and then she also added in with the watercraft.
So the watercraft was part of the initial bid. It wasn't negotiated after. It wasn't
No,
something
that was her
sort of-
proposal. That was her proposal. Like I said, I was unaware that they had reached out through Bid Sync. I just found that out today. So when she did that proposal, we looked at everything that she added. She gave numbers for what she could do for the stores, for sales, for fuel, parking. Well, when I say parking, if the meters were down, she would take the fees for us, but we would get $9. She would get $1 for her credit card transaction if she had to take money for parking. But that was all included, and so when we talked about it, I was like, well, I don't have a problem if you're renting. We never gave them exclusive rights. We never told them that they could store any of their equipment on site or anything. She currently does this as a business or a side business, and if that was an opportunity for the county to get more revenue because we get 8% off all gross sales, I was like, go for it.
But what you found out today was there was other people out there that whose bids you never saw because they were sort of chased off with emails like what Glenn read.
Correct.
Well, I'm still a little confused because I'm sorry with names, but
Olima.
Sitting behind you, twice you made the statement that this was an afterthought. In a discussion, it was an afterthought. Was it an afterthought putting together the advertisement, or that's what I just want to get clarity when that became an afterthought, or when it was a discussion, a roundtable discussion.
So the RFP was issued to request a concessionaire to provide all the services as listed in the RFP. And in the criteria, like I mentioned earlier, there was a line stating that if there's any other rental opportunities to go ahead and list that for consideration. The question did come in through BidSync. It was discussed with county staff, and at that time, the response was no, the county's not looking for watercrafts per se, for the kayak services. The RFP is closed. We received 2. Now, let me just put it into perspective. We did advertise for a total of 47 days, only because there was not a lot of competition. So when the RFP closed, we did receive 2 submittals, and 5,693 vendors did get the notification of the RFP, and 45 viewed the RFP, and we only received 2 within those 47 days. The proposal is received. The watercraft services are included. Contract negotiations, Ms. Alima attended those contract negotiations, and then as part of those contract negotiations, they discussed including the watercraft portion of it. That's why you see it in this contract as written, because that was accepted by the county at the time that they were negotiating.
But were you aware somebody from your office had chased off other possible vendors, telling them that they couldn't add watercraft into the contract when you were holding a contract from Blue Water that had all of those things in her initial bid?
I was made aware yesterday that a question was posed in regards to that. At the time that the question did come in, it was presented to Parks County staff, and the response was no at that time.
What do you mean no?
Now, no, that they were not interested in including those additional services at the time, that it was strictly a concessionaire to run the marinas.
But Blue Water did include them in their proposal,
Correct.
so technically, if we would have been doing this 100% correct and we were sticking to our guns of we are not including watercraft, when Blue Water made their proposal and it had all the watercraft in there, we should have called Blue Water back and said, hey, you actually submitted a faulty proposal. Instead, that proposal looked very attractive to us because it had all these bells and whistles, and you and your staff didn't realize there was other interested vendors that got chased off because they were. It'd be one thing if Glenn sort of and others maybe misunderstood the proposal, but when he read the email, that was really the smoking gun. We don't really know how many vendors got chased off who would have submitted something very similar to Blue Water, and that's why they take exception to it. And then not only were they chased off, but we accepted Blue Water's bid that was on steroids with all the watercraft stuff, and we sealed a deal. And having said that, as our contract expert, I guess I would ask you, what's your recommendation? I mean, this is the business that you're in to represent the county, and this isn't to throw anybody under the bus, but I think we can all appreciate this is a little bit sloppy, and we want to do this right, and we want to make sure that we are transparent. So as our lead contract person that's standing at the podium right now, what's your suggestion? Do you think we should just honor the Blue Water contract and tell the people that were chased off by Carlos's email, hey, sorry, we made a mistake, too bad, so sad, but we've got a great thing in front of us here, and we're going to be open in minimum time and be serving citizens, or should we go back to square zero?
The procurement ordinance provides for the county to reserve its right to negotiate any type of contractual relationship. The RFP, again, included language that the services were limited, but not specific to all of them. It is really at the discretion of the board, like Commissioner Hall had mentioned earlier. There really are two options. We either go back and request for the removal of the language to clarify it completely, or we go out and we go through the RFP process again. Understanding and knowing that you're probably may end up potentially with limited competition based on the last posting and the time that we advertise for 47 days. But in any event, that is really the board's decision.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, sir.
There was 2 bids. Did the other bid have any contingency to do watercraft rental? No.
I mean, hearing everything that we've heard here, my motion would be that we accept the Blue Water contract, but we exclude watercraft. We get an answer from Blue Water, and then if that's something that seems like it has an appetite for it here, then the watercraft could be a separate contract. Blue Water could bid on the separate water contract, so could Glenn, so could a bunch of other people. But the contract for the stores and the things that Blue Water would have, we would find out from her. I mean, that to me, that just seems the lesser of all evils. I think going back to square zero, even though this is a little bit sloppy, I mean, the people that are getting harmed here the most are our citizens. And so, we have to take that in consideration. So we might not have done this one perfectly, but we do have a contractor that's prepared to get these stores reopened. The watercraft to me are secondary. I mean, I can tell you all but one of these is in my district, and nobody is complaining that they can't rent a kayak. They're all complaining about the stores, the bait, the ice, the water, everything. That's 100% of the complaints, because they know they can get a kayak. They know they can find somebody or what have you. So I'm really concerned about the stores. Commissioner McDaniel, and then Commissioner Saunders.
I think we ought to rebid it. With the already open bid that set as minimum parameters, on the premise that you said Glenn could have partnered with a 7-Eleven owner and actually he chose not to bid. Is he Zach's client? I can't remember the name of. I don't know if Zach actually named his client, but and it really is immaterial. We have 2 vendors that are here right now that were told no. We only are looking for the solicitation is only for the maintenance of the management of the marina and nothing else. So they just didn't even bid on it. There may be other companies out there that could, and I think we should, at the sake of making people go to a different store to get their ice for a minute. I think in transparency, we should rebid it.
Why couldn't we accept Blue Water with the stores only though and take out the watercraft? Why couldn't we do that? Because Glenn wouldn't have bid on that, so he wouldn't have turned in a bid that would have said, I'll take the stores exclusive of the watercraft. So I think, in my mind, we're sort of splitting the difference.
How many?
We bring it fair.
Why? The answer is, how many didn't bid because they thought it didn't include the rental, and how many are qualified that could have but didn't bid? Just that's my why.
Commissioner Saunders?
I think we're ready for a motion, but I wanted to ask just a quick question. You had a second bidder?
Yes, sir.
And was the second bidder's terms comparable, or what was wrong with the second bidder?
They really didn't have a strong proposal.
Okay, so we really are kind of down to one.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Based, and that one is based upon the RFP and an email that went out that said we're only looking for the management of the marinas.
I think the prudent thing to do, because of timing and everything, is to, and I'll make this as a motion just to get, I hate to say just to get the discussion going, but I'll make the motion to direct staff to go back to Blue Water, indicate that the inclusion of the kayak rentals was not a part of the bid request, and that is to be removed, and see if they're still willing to go forward with the contract. That would make it a conforming bid to what we had asked for. If they say no, then we're going to have to rebid, and that'll be a problem.
I would second that motion. It's still not tied up in a nice, pretty bow, but we also have to look at the emergent condition that we have here, the misspeak by our county person. So I would second that. Commissioner McDaniel.
Just one clarification on the motion maker. Don't specify it to be kayak rentals, but watercraft rentals at all.
Yeah, it was. I think watercraft rentals is what.
Oh, watercraft rentals.
Yeah, you're right.
You said
Absolutely.
kayak in your motion. I just wanted, if we're going to do it probably won't hurt because we have a limited pool of people that will be bidding, but I think doing it that way.
No, you're absolutely right. I misspoke.
Excluding watercraft would be okay.
But then I would expect we could get that answer quickly, and we shouldn't have to wait maybe even for the next commissioner meeting. County manager could let us know what the answer was. Let's not burn a lot of daylight here. If Blue Water totally falls out, then we are back to square zero. I mean, if this motion passed, but I got a motion. I got Commissioner McDaniel let up again.
Yeah, and just as a we can go ahead, if you want it, we can go ahead and vote. I just wanted to ask if maybe we wanted to go ahead and at least give a consensus on staff's next move. If Blue Water accepts our proposal with their contract minus the watercraft rentals, we're done. If not, then just go ahead and give notice to staff to proceed with another bid and go forward.
You want to authorize the county manager to enter into that contract if Blue Waters agrees to that?
Yes.
Yes.
And then staff to rebid if with those advertised numbers as a minimum for the next RFP.
If we had to do that.
If we have to, if Blue Water doesn't accept our terms.
Are we as clear as mud here? So the motion is made by Commissioner Saunders, seconded by me, but we haven't taken a vote yet, but just so you can have it clear here, is that we go back to Blue Water and say we misspoke or what have you, but the extras that you added in weren't part of the initial bid that we let the world know, so we're excluding that. We want to see if you will, keep the contract that is basically the store, the fuel, and all of that, and then get that answer. And if that answer comes back where, oh no, all the frosting and all the extras, what really locked in this contract, then guess what? Back to square zero, and then let's do an expedient, rebid and start from square one.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, if we end up rebidding, you want the paddlecraft in as an option clearly, or
Watercraft rentals.
Watercraft
at
rentals.
all. And that's the only exclusion in this contract is the exclusion of, other than her licenses, she's allowed still to rent and do as she does, but she's decided to fix the fixed stores.
understood for what we're talking about with Blue Water, but should we have to go and rebid this? Do you want the watercraft to be allowed, clearly specified as allowed under the rebid, or no?
And will it be exclusive?
Yes, I think it should be included.
Included?
All right.
Yeah, because that offers, that gives Glenn the opportunity to bid for the store and the watercraft.
Understood.
Because he was told that he couldn't bid with the watercraft.
Non-exclusive.
Okay, wait, before everybody just sort of, okay, so Commissioner Hall thinks it should be included, okay. Commissioner McDaniel, do you have a comment on it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm trying to get some order here rather than what we, controlled chaos where we're sitting here just debating each other, so.
If it were me, I would exclude the watercraft rentals from the fixed site locations.
Commissioner Saunders, what's your thought if it gets to that point, include or exclude?
I have no idea.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Cole?
I think we need a professional retail person running these stores. This is what we're really looking for. So I think if we have to rebid it, I think we should be clear there's no watercraft in the new bid, because that's going to give people that may bid on this just because they want to have the image of having a brick and mortar store for their watercraft, and they don't really care about selling the stuff. And we want to service all Collier County citizens with the right service, what they deserve in these stores. They can get watercraft, they can get their jet skis, they can get those rentals through the people who have the permits that are professionals in doing that. I think this whole thing, we own this. We own this through that email that we heard today, and we have to try to fix it up here the best we can, just to be transparent. So I think the best way goes, this is what we're looking for as a vendor, to run our stores. And if the Blue Water wants to be that person, they have that contract in hand already without the watercraft. If that's not what their intentions were, their motive, see, I come from a business where I look at motive. We look for motive, why people do things. If that's not their motive and they walk away, then maybe we will find a better 7-Eleven runner, person, operator, or whatever you want to call them.
And here's the thing about Blue Water, if they keep the stores, if she agrees to that, she can do the same thing Glenn's doing and rent craft or whatever, but she owns the stores, but can still do things outside of the stores. But I agree with Commissioner Cowell. This whole thing was about having stores that sold everything from Twinkies to shrimp to bait to ice, and that's the big thing. All the other stuff, we already have plenty of vendors that do that, and when Kicksambus opens, there's going to be a barrage of businesses, or maybe not, depending on what City of Marco decides, but at some of our other places, that's never been sort of the missing piece. It's replacing the store owner. So I think what we tell Blue Water is we're only accepting the store part. All watercraft excluded. Doesn't mean she can't do watercraft with a separate permit like Glenn does on a regular basis and everybody else. But the brick and mortar is the brick and mortar. And then if she says, oh, it's all or nothing, then we got to go out for bids. And I think actually the watercraft should be excluded. I think it's, so I don't know. I don't know what the count was up here, but I actually think that's step 2. I don't know that has to be decided right now. I think we should take this in smaller chunks and go back to Blue Water and see if she wants to keep the store contract.
Yes, sir.
So
Will do.
Commissioner Saunders?
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion because I've forgotten what it was, and turn to Commissioner Colwell and ask him to make the motion, because what he said was spot on.
Don't do the fingers, though.
Oh,
like that. Yeah.
All right. I'm half Italian. So. Yeah, I think this is what we're looking for. We're looking for a vendor. And I think that's the citizens of Collier County and the people who use our parks deserve that. It needs to go to her and say, listen, this is where we're at. It's your bid to have. If you want it, run the stores, run the best. You may be the best person in the world to run the store. So the motion is we just give her the offer to write a refusal, remove the watercraft, and then when we have to put it out, if she doesn't accept that, it's only for a vendor to run the retail portions and fuel sales of these stores that we own.
I second it.
With the minimum, if we do rebid it, it has to be the minimum.
Oh, yeah, and it has to, and we have to put it out there. This is what we're looking for, a minimum in the contractual agreements for percentages to and from the vendor to the county,
And
with those numbers included.
If the vendor agrees to admit it, then the county manager is authorized to sign the agreement.
Correct.
Yes.
And if not, let us know immediately that Blue Water has not accepted the deal and we're, going to go back out. Yes. So, and it is a lucrative contract. It's not just the store selling Twinkies. It's fuel. it's, yeah, the parking comes to us, but it's a big operation. I mean, the watercraft, I don't think is her cash cow. It's the stores, I would think, but could be wrong. But, okay, so I have a motion and a second, that,
Don't repeat it.
I'm sorry.
Just don't repeat it.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, bring me the head of Carlos.
Don't repeat it.
Christopher.
I'm Italian too.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15, staff and commission general communications. 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during previous public comment in this meeting.
We have none.
Right. That brings us to 15B, staff project updates. First, we have an update on the 4th of July fireworks.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Hanrahan, Regional Manager, Parks and Recreation, alongside with Paul Behrens and Marissa Baker. We wanted to just give you an update on the 4th of July. In honor of the centennial celebration, we wanted to partner with the City of Naples and put on a wonderful event both for the city and the county. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but the city decided to focus on the parade because the pier is still down, as well as a lot of the beach access for the City of Naples. So this provided us a wonderful opportunity to partner with Paradise Coast Sports Complex, sports facilities, tourism, and parks and recreation. So for the 4th of July, on the screen there, you'll see at the Paradise Coast Sports Complex where the fireworks will take off. People will be able to view it from the stadium seating, the Great Lawn, and the Cove. The facility will open, the Cove will open at 11 a.m. with family activities beginning at 3 p.m., which includes face painting, RC, the RC motor vehicles that you can run through the courses, as well as face painting, live art. At 6:30, we'll have a movie on the Jumbotron, as well as a live band beginning at 7 p.m.
What's the movie, just so we know that's nothing controversial that we're going to hear? What is it?
Absolutely, it's Sandlot.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we did a lot of research to make sure that it was something very appropriate for the entire family.
I don't know.
Born on the 4th of July then?
Yeah, no, and definitely not Independence Day. That one was mentioned as well. Like I said, with the fireworks beginning at 9 p.m., I do want to thank Zambelli, who we have back after we haven't had them for the last 2 years. They have been phenomenal in working with us to make sure this is a success. They, like I said, after the hiatus of 2 years, they know Collier County. They love coming to Collier County, so they're really excited to work with us for the fireworks. The Cove will be open, as I mentioned, from 11 a.m. We will have at least 8 food trucks. Also, within the stadium, on the backside of the stadium, the concession areas will be open, as well as satellite options for beverages and food. I'm going to pass it over to Paul to talk about the marketing program.
Good afternoon. For the record, Paul Behrens, Division Director of Tourism. Just really briefly, we're going to get word out and drive people to the sports complex. We've already kicked off some paid social Facebook posts and paid search. Actually, starting tomorrow on Wave FM, Wink FM, Latino 97.7, and Gator Country will be 30-second live reads that will run right through until July the 4th, actually. Naples Daily News starting tomorrow. There'll be a ribbon along the bottom of the front page, as well as a skyscraper that every day will have a slightly different message. Definitely carpooling is going to be really encouraged. So as we get closer to it, we'll be amping that up. And then we have a digital mobile truck, which is kind of a box truck with large panel LED screens. Not only will, in the couple days prior, will we have that in the community, it will actually be part of the Naples 4th of July parade. So it will be an obvious one telling everybody to join us later on that day. So that's what it looks like there on the right and on the left-hand side in the color where it says beach is the panel. We'll have that running all the way through until Monday of next week. And actually, we've got this event on calendars. In fact, at 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock on Wink News, they're running a segment that I was interviewed yesterday. We've got pages on our website, emails going out. So a good amount of communication. I think James had some wrap up as well.
Absolutely. Just wanted to also mention that the city of Marco Island will have their fireworks as well. Parks and Recreation will have staff, both the park rangers and maintenance, to attend to the Tiger Tail Beach area for additional parking, and that will be free to the community. And lastly, we hope to see you all there at Paradise Coast Sports Complex to honor America and 4th of July. Thank you all.
The only thing I was going to add, because I've seen a lot of the social media things, but on a lot of it doesn't clarify free parking at the sports complex. And the majority of events we've had at the sports complex, be it lacrosse, the football, and all these other things, people are used to the concerts. Parking was not free. So I just would just add that, because some people equate the sports complex with not free parking, but for this event, it being free. And then to the county, and I talked with Mr. Rodriguez about this, on July 5th, none of us want to be getting calls saying garbage cans are all overflowing all over the beach. Tiger Tail Beach's garbage cans are overflowing. The sports complex is trashed and all that. So let's make sure that, we start strong and finish strong. And we have had some disjointed events before where they were amazing, wonderful events, except at 7 o'clock the next morning when you woke up, then all of our phones were ringing off the hook that, the places were trashed and people left behind a lot of garbage and everything. I mean, let's have this be successful from start to finish. But the free parking, got to really make sure you hammer that home, because there's a lot of people that still aren't familiar with the sports complex. What I think the genius of this whole thing is we're going to introduce the sports complex to a lot of people that have never been there, that are going to find it, go to the fireworks, everything's free, and then they're going to realize that this is a great local event. And, I'll just end it by saying, and then Commissioner McDaniel's lit up here, awesome job pivoting. And my hat's off really to the county. Yeah, we always had something at Sugden Park, but not to this magnitude. And granted, the city's under some challenges now, but we could have taken the easy way out and just said, we're going to do what we always do. Yet I saw everybody really leaning forward, and now you see the results here. So I think that you all really are to be commended. But let's make sure it is an event that we're all proud of, and we finish as strong as we start. Commissioner McDaniel.
You made a comment. Is parking ever charged for at Paradise Coast?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Marissa Baker, Sports Complex Manager for Collier County. The operator has charged for parking in the past. They don't do it at every event because every event is negotiated on a situation-by-situation basis. But I do understand how that perception could be there, because sometimes it is and sometimes it is not.
Well, I would like to know an accounting of that, how the revenue stream goes, because we're paying for all of the maintenance and the upkeep and so on and so forth. And I'd like to know, I'd like to see, I didn't realize ever that there was parking fees charged at our public park. So I'd like to see that sooner than later.
Will do.
Okay.
Chair, to your point, the maintenance team for Parks and Recreation, they've been awesome. We're mobilizing from all of our regions, and they will stay until the job is done that night. It actually says in the email until clean. So I did want to let you know that we have thought about that. And one other thing you mentioned, I do want to thank, as you're right, we pivoted. It's waste management, emergency management, Parks and Recreation, fire, sheriff, as well as EMS, all coming together. We actually have a meeting this Thursday to make sure that we're ready. So it has been a wonderful effort between all of the divisions, all of the departments for the county.
No, I know there'll be plenty of garbage cans and whatnot at the sports complex because we're set up that way, and you might need some additional ones if we're going to have a bigger crowd there. But are we beefing up garbage cans at Tiger Tail and at key places along Marco, like South Beach, which falls under the county, and other places where we're definitely going to get a bigger crowd? Because you can see the fireworks on Marco from anywhere, and we have some county locations that will get a larger concentration of people. which also means that's where they're going to dump their, drink bottles, their whatever, their food things, and those cans fill up quick on the 4th of July. So are we adding extra garbage cans at South Beach, Tiger Tail, and some of the other key areas that are owned by the county? Because I actually sent a note to the city, and reminded them of the same thing, because they have some ownership of some pails. Have we done? Are we
So
doing
I
that?
will work with Alima and Rick Garby, superintendent of maintenance, to ensure your requests.
Yeah, please make sure of that, because we've not had that happen on a couple occasions, and we got bit. But what do you got, Tanya?
For the record, Tanya Williams, Public Services Department Head. To answer your question specifically, Commissioner LaCastro, Rick Garby and his maintenance team have staffed up the holiday weekend, Tiger Tail included, to include dedicated staff for those beach access areas. And so the garbage cans will be continuously emptied, trash will be picked up from sunup to sundown.
Okay, thanks. I don't see anybody lit up. Thank you for the update. Next.
Commissioners, item 15B2 is an update on commercial vendor permits. Mr. Mike Sario is on his way up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Michael Sorio, Beach and Water. Today we're going to talk about permits. As to the parking, we continue to enforce and evaluate parking, and most notably, we actually look for the trailer parking. So we have full-time code enforcement park rangers out there to educate, promote compliance as it relates to trailer parking. We have received some complaints on commercial trailer parking, notably over the holiday weekend. We continue to engage our stakeholders and our notable Chuck Huleski as it relates to limited vendor parking as well. As today, 2023 permits sold is 61,500. Each permit, the first permit's $250, the second one is $350, and the fourth and third is $450. And you can see it breaks down to a total number of permits of 212. Upcoming 2024 launch permits. This year, actually last month, we actually redid the whole application for the commercial launch permits, and it's been updated to include checklists for upcoming 2024 launch permits. 2024 launch permits policy has been updated and ready for implement for our 2024. 64 out of the 124 commercial launch companies have been grandfathered status for the 2024. If you remember back in November 2021, there was a perpetuity requirement, as if anyone had a license or a permit in 2021, they would be grandfathered in going forward as long as they kept their business open and up to date. As of right now, we have 64 of those companies that have continued their business since 2021. So there are 60 new businesses. Out of the 64 grandfathered companies, they have a total of 90 outstanding permits. So we actually started with 180 in 2021, and then it went down to 90. So there are 90 grandfathered or perpetuity permits out there that have continued since 2021 that have the license or will get their license for next 2024 season. That leaves 212 permits in total. There's 122 permits out there that are first come, first served basis. So in terms of essence is that for the upcoming season, we have 212 permits, 90 that are guaranteed till February, and that leaves 122 permits out there that could be issued for first come, first served basis for next year.
But that's assuming that 212 is a good number. It's not an excessive number. We don't, or we've had this conversation before where we were like, is it 180? Is it 190? Well, let's just keep selling them until we think that the seams are busting. So Is 212? It's the number we have now, and that's the number we're gonna max out on in 2024. At least that's your proposal. You think that's a manageable number?
No, I actually, if you look at the screen, you can see the public commercial parking spaces. If you're talking about permits, you're talking about one permit, one trailer, one
Right.
parking space. And so if you actually take a look at the boat trailer section 384, if you actually carried over 212, you're looking at 55%. If you had all the boat permits launched out there, they would take 55% of the parking itself. So I get why we had to do 180, because we had to accommodate the people that already had one in 2021. But from my own sense of where we need to be, it's between 90 and 212. So 90 is something we should be guaranteed the perpetuity people that had one in 2021. But if you were looking at for going forward, I would like to reduce that number of 55% down to something manageable, 20-25%, between 90 to 180.
So why aren't we doing that then for 2024? Why are we proposing 212?
Well,
is that what you're proposing?
No, my thought is only bringing you the updated status. Right now, we're at 212. It's really discretions. Consider this as a resolution. You can dictate how many permits.
When will we do that? When will we decide what 2024 the magic number for permits is going to be? It's not right now. You're just giving us an update on how the numbers look right now. But are you going to be coming, or somebody's going to be coming to this committee like they did last year and give us a proposal on how many permits? Because you're prepared to sell permits in December. So between now and December, we want to decide how many we want to sell. And I thought the number was going to be less than 212 because we didn't think we could fully support 212, is some of the conversations I recall in here.
Yeah,
previously.
But my recollection is that in 2021, in November, you came at 180, and then you came back. The Parks Department came back in February and said, "Hey, we need 212." So I don't know how you amend the fee resolution. I think in terms of when you amend the resolution to include that particular number, that would be the day that we actually do it.
Okay, because we understand the 90, the grandfathered 90, but the higher number from 90 to what, that delta in the middle, I thought 212 was a little bit too high on the generous side from previous conversations that we had.
You're absolutely right, Commissioner. You can actually take a look at the chart in front of you. Is 384, but as of today, Caxambas 54 is closed.
Right.
So that's done. And then if you look at the boat ramp for 951, there's rumors or there's speculation that might be closing too as well, to go ahead and work on that boat ramp as well. So that's 72.
Yeah,
in the bank.
that's the thought I had in the back of my head, is that if we sold the maximum number starting in December, we started to sell the maximum number, we got to remember that we've got some serious damage in some marinas that are going to be closed for extended periods of time. So if all those permits are out there, but two major marinas are closed, maybe indefinitely, because we have major seawall damage and whatnot, the people with those permits are going to want to go elsewhere, and we're going to have created a serious problem.
Yep. So at the end of the day, I would think that for me, as the Beach and Water, who's going to be overseeing this with our park rangers, that we should go by percentage. Percentage equals parking spaces, and I would think 55 is way too many, 55%. So if you're looking at a percentage as 20, 30%, then that would come up with a number where you need to be. But I think Tanya has a question about the fee resolution as well.
For the record, Tanya Williams, Public Services Department Head. Chairman, to answer your original question, Park staff are currently revising our Parks fee policy, and this will be something that we'll bring back to you late September, 1st of October. Staff are also, now that we have Mike Osorio on board with us, Parks Administration is also looking at what may be that golden number. 212 is a large number. We do have 90 that are grandfathered in that will carry over. So we're going to be bringing back some recommendations as part of our fee policy to you, where we would like to possibly identify the types of commercial activities at specific launch sites. And we'll bring back some recommendations and some options for you to provide us direction.
Yeah, I would just say that for 2024, we might want to consider an artificially lower number than normal because we're going to have some significant marinas closed.
Correct.
So although the number might seem excessively low to outsiders, it might just be for 2024 because, so just work that into the equation. The other thing and then I'll go to Commissioner McDaniel and then we have public comment. We did toss around the idea here of having you all flush out a totally different permitting process, which was permitting by specific park and not just these generic ones where people can go willy-nilly wherever they want. And we had said a year ago that wasn't the time to do it because we had so much on the plate and we waited too long to sort of kick that around. As we approach 2024, make that part of your discussion. And I know that is a much more complicated process, but we might be at the point now where our marinas are all busting at the seams that these generic permits that allow you to just go wherever you want doesn't really give us good oversight on who's going where. And then, we sell 212 and then we realize, and I'm going to just make up a number just for the sake of argument, then we realize 80% of those 212 are all going to Caxambas or they're all going to Goodland. Then we're like, oh my God, that's not what we thought was going to. And we got in a little bit of a problem over the last couple of years where an excessive number of these permits that the number kept increasing were really concentrated at one or two locations. And so then that's where we were brainstorming here and saying, why don't we figure out what the magic number is for Goodland, the magic number for Caxambas? And that's a big ask. That's somebody having to do a deep dive and run the algorithm and figure what that is. But I mean, we're sitting here in June and we're about to sell permits in December. I would just suggest that we work all the options into the equation. How many public comments do we have, Mr. Miller?
I have one registered comment that wants to speak on this item, sir.
Okay, let's go to the public comment, and then I'll go to Commissioner McDaniel, although I'm sorry.
Yeah, just had one. Right now, actually, it's under the fee resolution calls for limitations, and your director of parks has that authority. And we're looking, even though if we don't come back, there's going to be some restrictions on different locations.
Okay.
Even though that you might not think the authority does rely with the Parks Department, with the director. So limitations in there under the fee resolution.
Yeah, I think that's smart, and it's not because we're trying to restrict their access, but it's so that we know who's going where. And we might sit here and go, wow, we haven't sold very many permits for Port of the Islands. So it's like, hey, we can sell 30 more. That was the whole. So what's the public comment? And then we'll go to Commissioner McDaniel.
Stacy, I hope I'm saying this right, Mullinger?
Hi, Commissioners. Thanks for having me. My name's Stacy Mullendore. I am the president of Bimini Twist Charters of Collier County, Inc. I am a fishing guide of 32 years in this county, and I'm a Naples native. I am here because of the park permit situation. My wife and I are looking to move on with the second chapter of our lives. Part of that is looking at retirement, which has led us to putting our business up for sale. It consists of me being a fishing guide, which I'm going to continue to do on a part-time basis, but it also has an eco tour dolphin shelling sightseeing boat as well. That does have a permit to pick up from the county ramp and has since 2019. So in the process of trying to sell our business, the big hang-up so far for us has been, to the several people that have inquired about it, is the pickup permit. Does it come with the boat, and is it transferable? My wife has spoken to Commissioner Hall's office a couple of times on this, and so far he's been able to tell us that, yeah, it's going to be transferable to the end of the year, but after that I can't guarantee anything. So we have a serious buyer, and what I have with me here is our petition to buy our business. And in the conditions, the buyer says that, he's going to obviously obtain and assure all applicable titles, agreements, permits, and licenses essential to the operation of the business, including but not limited to the Collier County Commercial Launch Permit, are both transferable and renewable to the buyer upon the purchase of my business. So this permit is not transferable and renewable. It basically makes my business worth zero. So that would mean the only thing I could sell would be my boat.
Well, that's not true, because you could sell him the business under the condition that he apply for a permit and he be lucky enough to get one. And then the condition would be when he secured a permit, then he could buy your business. But my understanding, because this is big business in my district, is that the permits have never been transferable. We might have had plenty of people who are doing it, but that's why we have all new faces here, because some of those previous people were forced into retirement who weren't running a very tight operation for the county. I'm just being transparent. Your concern has merit, but the county's position has been transferring permits wasn't something that was ever allowed, even though it was done, but we've tightened it up. But the person buying your business could buy the business, and it's contingent upon them being one of the people that get one of the remaining 122 permits. And then if they can't, I'll defer to Mr. Osorio. This is something that we have debated. We've had these. It's not a large number of people, so you sit here and say, well, make an exception. But I think we've only allowed transfer if it was to a family member. So if your son wanted to buy the business, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Osorio, I think that's what the county has allowed. Predates me, so this isn't something that we invented here. But
Back in 2021, it was actually discussed, and one of the concerns was if we were going to have a perpetuity of a permit being years to come in the future, it had to be the same company. And so father and son, same FIN number, yes. They couldn't get any more, but it shouldn't be commercialized, or it shouldn't be monetized, these permits, because permits are only good for 1 year, and for the majority, it's first come, first serve. That's my thought. It's almost like a beach permit sticker is only good for 1 year.
So if he sells his business to a stranger and there's still months left on the permit, that stranger can pick up that permit, but then has to start from scratch, or he can't transfer it to a stranger.
I would say if he bought the business, he's going to get a whole new FIN number. I would assume that permit would be long and forgotten, be dead.
Yeah.
And you would have to go ahead, get in line December 1.
Right.
You're going to be the first one in line knocking on somebody's door to try to get this application to get that permit in, because right now you're 122 today.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner McDaniel.
I appreciate what you had to say. One of the comments that I was going to make was, while we're doing an analysis on this magic number of how many permits we're going to allow and not allow, give consideration to adjusting the permit parameters. I like the being specific with the ramp that the commercial operators are going to be using, but also give some parameters on the type of licensure. Your business is not worthless. You just have to spend more money if you come to a commercial marina and pay the rent for your boat and that operator that you're doing. So for you to allege that your business is worthless isn't absolutely correct. Now, I have compassion for what it is that you're in fact saying, but our boat ramps are for the general public, not for private business operators to utilize and take away from our public use. So one of my thoughts was we could issue license permits for commercial operators, but they have to utilize off-site facilities to park their customers and park their boats. They can come and launch their boat, pick up their customers, but the customers have to be shuttled in. They're not taking up space for our general public that are our and I'm talking to you because you're at the podium. I really wanted our staff to hear this. I'm certainly not going to debate with you the value of your business one way or the other. So if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to my staff. You happen to be standing at the podium.
Sorry. Yes, Commissioner.
Did he finish his time to speak? Are you done?
I had a couple others.
Please continue. I got drawn into a debate with you, and I don't want to do that.
I run my guide business out of a marina on Goodland, Calouse Island Marina.
Right.
They have a non-compete signed with Marco Island Water Sports. Nobody else in the shelling, dolphin, parasailing business can do business out of that marina. However, I'm a full-time fishing guide in addition to having the tour boat. So I can guide out of there because Marco Island Water Sports doesn't offer fishing. However, my marina won't let me conduct my tour boat business out of there because of their non-compete. So that led me to get my permit in 2019 to start up the eco business, and it's been running out of the ramp ever since, just for that reason. I would prefer to be in a private marina, but the marinas have pretty much waged war on all small business because all the big marinas are now owned by big corporations. So they're trying to thin the herd on people doing business out of their properties. Sure. So we're kind of forced to do business out of the ramp. I wouldn't prefer to do that, but I mean, it's been working for us since 2019. I know a couple years ago, y'all cracked down on limiting new permits to people, which didn't apply to us because we had already had ours. We kind of were grandfathered in. And then I was under the impression that, and he had just mentioned 60-some or 90 people were grandfathered in if you were in prior to 2021, which we were. But I was also under the impression that the sticker would go with the boat. So that way it wouldn't be, I backtrack a little bit. I had one buyer come to me and say, listen, I'm interested in your business. However, the sticker, I don't want to be limited to 6 passengers on my boat because I'm limited to how much I can charge. So if I can get your boat and take your boat to a 20-passenger or 30-passenger boat down the road and just transfer the sticker onto that, that would really pique my interest into buying your business. Well, I told him that I don't think that's a possibility, knowing the situation at the county ramps and the parking. So he walked. Well, this gentleman, and I operate it, it's a 6-pack tour boat business. Almost 100% of the people show up in one car for the parking. So anyhow, I have somebody else interested in it now. I was under the impression that the sticker would stay with the boat, especially if the boat stayed in the corporate name, and he would just continue to run it as Bimini Twist Charters, just a new president. So that's...
Well, the permit actually goes with the company, but if he's saying that if it's a new president, it's the same FIN number, well, then perpetuity will afford for this gentleman.
Absolutely.
But most likely, it's going to be a change in name or very similar with a dot or a period, and it's going to be a totally different company. So the perpetuity wouldn't fall for that new business owner.
I remember like an analogy, and it's a bad analogy, but when we had this conversation about a year ago, it was, it's like selling your car, but the person doesn't get your driver's license, and then you change the plates on the car immediately. So the county permit that you currently own, our position had been that it can't be used as leverage to make your business more attractive to a buyer, that the permit is something that went specifically to you. But on the flip side, I stand by what I said before. You could make an agreement with somebody who's interested in your business, but it's contingent upon them getting in line quickly and getting their own new permit for the new business that's using your old boat. But, I think we were pretty firm on that. So, so to answer your question, that's, unless, our staff has a different recommendation or the commissioners here think that that's a bad precedent, but I know that that's been the county's position. Commissioner McDaniel, did you have something? And then I got Commissioner Hall.
I want to speak with our staff.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, your question is for?
Well, Stacey, my understanding of you selling your business was to sell your business exactly as your business. ABC 123 company, and you just assigning different directors or different president, which that would be the same. To me, your permit would follow in perpetuity with that. If your buyer ever changed anything, then you're going to be subject to what Mr. Rosario is saying.
These permits do not last in perpetuity. All right, to say that it's hard to give a vested rights to a permit, now the board could do that if you want to establish that, but that's not the way this works. There's no vested right to a permit. We issue them annually. You can stop issuing them at any time. You can decide only residents, no commercial. You can put them out to bid if you want. The board has a great deal of leeway, but to say that they're in perpetuity when you always get one, that's not the current policy.
See, his advantage is he has one of the 90 grandfathered ones.
Right. You say grandfathered, but there's no ordinance that grandfathers this. Okay, this is just a current policy of the board that could change at any time. And once we start making promises to people that you can sell your business with this in perpetuity with the permit, we're starting to get into a vested rights on the permit. And we can do that, but I think you're going to need an executive summary and really hammer this one out, if that's what you want to do.
And I remember part of the discussion was, we have these 90 grandfathered ones. As those business owners start to retire, and some of them don't sell their business. We had several that decided to just, stop their business altogether. It would help us sort of lean out that 90 number, because we wanted that number to be a little bit smaller. I mean, 90 people that automatically get a permit because they're grandfathered in, I mean, it shouldn't be in perpetuity. I would hope a few years from now that 90 number would be less, because somebody would retire, they didn't sell the business, they sold the boat to somebody in Virginia, boom, the business evaporated. So now we're down to 82, and then 77, and 54. And I mean, I think that was what we had talked about in here as
And that's exactly what happened. You started with over 180
Yep.
in 2021 or February 2022. You're down to 90. So your analogy is actually correct. The permit wasn't in perpetuity. They were just guaranteed first ones in line to be able to continue their company.
Business, and the person who buys it keeps the same name as the boat, same natives, the charter and everything. They still don't get they don't get that grandfathered permit, because it goes to that gentleman right there. It's specific to the individual, correct?
It goes to the company. So if the company doesn't switch corporations as an FIN number, it's still the company with a different president. Sure, he can get in line, and he'll be the first one that it'll be 90. I don't want to say perpetuity, but it's the grandfathered in status. Is that the 90 that come for this year, 2024, upcoming permit launch we're going to be doing in January or December, we're looking at 90. Now, out of that 90, if they don't come in February, we're going to go and issue those 90 or excess, whatever those number might be, down to 80 or 10, whatever it is. We're going to give those to people that are on the waiting list. So there's 24 companies as it sits today are waiting to go ahead for the upcoming 2024 season.
We have some people that have the permits and they're not in a company name, they're in their own personal name, and so then when they wind up, that's not a transferable permit. So
No.
there's a loophole here where if everything's in the name of, Sunrise Fishing Charters, and he's going to sell that to a guy and it's just going to have a new president, then, to me, what I'm hearing is the loophole is he actually can take that grandfathered permit and give it to Joe Bag of Donuts, who's the new president of Sunrise Fishing Charters.
Correct.
But we have quite a few people that's not how their permits are set up. It's specifically by name. And me hearing that, I don't like that there's a loophole, because, some of the other people feel like they were penalized because their permit was in their name and not in the company, and they weren't the president, they were the owner, and then that made the permit untransferable. And a lot of those people came and complained that they couldn't transfer their permits, but he, might be able to, due to a technicality, because he put everything in a company name, and all he's doing is selling. Like you say, maybe that's not stupid, and I'm not here judging, but I'm just saying that's where some people said the county should have a smarter process that doesn't allow those kind of loopholes. So
Well, I would say that a sole proprietorship is old business. I don't know any companies that typically do sole proprietorship. They usually have an LLC or a corporation due to tax reasons. You saw that somewhat in licensing years ago. There's only a few handful of licensed contractors out there who do business under their name, under sole proprietorship. But for the most part, I would venture to say 99.9% of these permits that you see today, that with 2 and 12, they're all somewhat, they might say they're Michael Sorio, but they're Michael Sorio Incorporated.
So this
or an
gentleman doesn't have a
LLC.
problem then. He can sell the company and transfer the permit to the new company president. I got Alima back there shaking her head going, no.
Well,
no.
it depends how you sell the company. I'm not.
So I want him to leave here with an answer. Can he sell
Yeah.
his company and hand the permit to the new president of his boat?
No,
Okay, why not?
because it's a new company. Now, if
No, the guy's going to keep the same name and he's just the new president.
okay, well, then it's not a new company. New company would be a new FIN number. In other words, he is leaving the company. I could be Michael Sorio's Construction today and Michael Sorio's Construction tomorrow with a whole different FIN number. If I'm just switching corporations, or am I switching?
The person that buys this company, do they get a new FIN number, or they can
No, they'll get the same number.
If you are just adding a vice president or a treasury, no, we could even name change. But the real key is the FIN number. If he's selling his business and a new business company comes in, it very well he's buying the name. Then he'll go out and open up on a Sunbiz on a different corporation name, and that's a whole new company. So no, that would be prohibited, and for good reason.
Guy come in and he just becomes, before the business is sold, he takes on a partner, makes him the vice president, then he and his wife retire, the new vice president becomes the president, FIN number's the same,
Yep.
company's the same.
That's okay.
Now the new owner of this boat with what a brand new company isn't waiting in line for anything. He's one of the 90 grandfathered people because he bought a company from somebody that had one of the 90 grandfathered permits. I mean, I think that's foul, but it's, and it's not I'm not saying he's breaking any rules or anything, but that's where I think our process is
Well-
weak, because I hear from people who maybe weren't that astute to sort of put it in an LLC or whatever, and they get boxed out, and when they sell their boat, that new person is back to square zero. And they feel like it's a technicality, and that it's a technicality that's a weakness in our permitting selling process. And because he is able to maybe transfer the permit, it's our county permit that makes his company very valuable to sell, because he can say, buy my company and you don't have to wait in line for the 122 permits. You're grandfathered. It's like, you can jump on the boat and it's like you're me.
There's no right to the permit.
What's that?
There's no right to the permit.
He's saying there is if
There is no right to the permit. I mean, we issue them for 1 year, and that's it. All right, they're non-transferable. Again, this is a county park. I mean, somehow we've evolved this into allow commercial operations in it.
grandfathered people don't get it for a year, but they get it automatically the next.
If the board wants to set that as policy,
I mean, that's what I thought I saw in the slides.
but right now you are creating a vested interest in his business. We're talking a lot of money here. All right, and what I'm telling you is that's not how we currently set up these permits. If you want to set up these permits to give value to the businesses, that's your prerogative.
We don't want to do that.
Well, but telling him he can sell his business and transfer the permit and it'll be grandfathered in creates a vested right. You've just created a tremendous value to these permits.
No, and that's not what we want.
That we just get like, what, $150 for?
250.
All right, they're worth tens of thousands of dollars with that vested right.
As it currently stands, just for simplicity and clarification for the record, Tanya Williams, Public Services Department Head, when an applicant applies for a commercial launch permit, the application itself states launch permits are non-transferable, period. That launch permit is good until the end of the calendar year. Now, what we ran into back in 2021, when we had a multitude of people in chambers regarding access to commercial launch permits, and the fact that we had more demand than we had space to allow. The idea of grandfathering in was brought into record. And at this point in time, you do have 90 permits that are grandfathered in. They're still not transferable. They have until the end of the year. They do get first in line to get those 90 permits renewed. But as the language in Parks policy and the application stands, it says that permits are non-transferable. And that's the way your park staff have been operating.
But the 90 people get first priority in perpetuity, right?
No.
No.
No, this board at any time can decide that we're going to do away with the permits, or we're going to reduce them in half, or we're going to double them. It's board prerogative.
But for right now, the 90 people in December at the end of this year will have priority before we start selling permits to everybody else, correct?
Yes, sir, unless between now and then we change that.
I have a question.
Commissioner McDaniel's lit up, but he's over here. He's got a headache, I could tell.
Yeah, he's got a headache because we're having a public hearing on a subject that isn't open for a public hearing. We allowed a public comment on a circumstance, and we don't need to be debating this right now. This is a report from staff with regard to our launch permits, and the interweb is flying with with accolades. So that's what I'm over here
Well, I
trying
don't
to
let the web
monitor while we're
decide,
having
I don't
it.
let the web decide this meeting. I think that the
I'm not
detail.
suggesting that the web is deciding this meeting,
Details that have
Mr.
been
Chair.
brought up here to give us information, I personally feel, have been a little bit confusing, and that's why we're all having discussion here. If we want to take the slides on face value and, you know, have a debate later, I don't think we were debating. I think there was some things on the slides here that were confusing to this commissioner, sounded like possibly confusing a couple of others. I'm not monitoring social media right now to determine how to direct this meeting.
I wasn't monitoring social media right now. What I was doing was objecting to the fact that we're having a discussion about something. We should have a public hearing on this. Because the last time we started talking about this, the operator community was in absolute uproar. There's no argument that we're in a short on public facilities for commercial operators, and that we are looking to wean away from commercial operators utilizing our public facilities. There's no, you and I are in complete concert with that. And that, again, was one of the suggestions that I was thinking about, was changing or limiting the capacities of the commercial operators that use our public facilities so that we have the greatest, because I think the general consensus is our public ramps are supposed to be for the public and not value added to commercial operators and the like.
I don't think we're having a public meeting when commissioners are questioning the staff that are here briefing. Yes, this gentleman, you know, got a chance to make some public comment and then has sat down, but I think the majority of our exchange here has been with Mr. Osorio, with Alima, with Tanya, so I don't look at that as a public forum, but I don't see anybody else lit up here. I think we've given quite a few questions and maybe homework assignments based on your informational briefing to us that has caused me, you know, some concern just looking at the numbers and hearing some of the answers to some of the questions. So obviously this was an informational exchange, and I think what it has shown us is that before we start selling permits in December, we better start talking about this a little bit, and we got to make sure that there's not loopholes that certain people, you know, are exchanging permits possibly without our knowledge or without our approval. So, I mean, I think that was pretty clear that there's some unanswered questions here. And this commissioner's got a concern that 212 might not be that magic golden number, especially when in the next 12 months, 2 major marinas could be closed for maybe almost a year. So, you know.
Commissioners, we'll return back to you well before the December date with, first of all, some answers to these questions, and second of all, recommendations, as well as getting your input. That way we can bring this at the appropriate time at a regular board meeting based on this conversation.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner McDaniel's got a question about his road. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Do you own a grader? Did I hear that? Go ahead, sir.
I got a picture of me on my grader, so be careful. And I just want to make the point again. I said it once before, but that man was standing at the podium. Give us a report on alternatives for licensure for these businesses. Again, a business owner shouldn't be penalized just because they're a sole proprietor instead of an LLC, because everybody's gone to an LLC. But give us some alternatives for categories of licensure, so that an operator who has an eco-tour business can launch his boat, pick up customers, but they can't take up public access except for that 5 minutes that he's that he's launching his boat and then going forward with his other things.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What we want in Lima is consistency, you know, and no ambiguity. So, you know, it's crystal clear. So.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I agree.
We were at 15B3?
Yes, sir.
So I asked for this. I know all the commissioners here had gotten a presentation from Verizon, and my takeaway from Verizon was a real positive one, but they sort of left me with the impression that they've been working closely with the county staff, but maybe things aren't moving along as quickly as possible. So had some concerns, and that's putting it mildly. But what I said to the county manager was I think it might be beneficial to all of us to hear from the county staff and separate rumor from fact, but also too to figure out maybe a more aggressive trajectory, or to hear that we actually do have one. And so, Mr. Bosey, give us the overview of what's going on with our discussions with cell phone towers and cell phone carriers.
Thank you, Chair. Mike Bosey, Plan Zoning Director. May 10th, Verizon came and visited each one of the commissioners, had a conversation, also met with staff initially. We coordinated a meeting on May 25th with Verizon, went over their initial draft, had a number of questions that we sent to them. They sent us back. We worked with our consultant that we have on board with AB&B to incorporate those questions and those responses to those questions to our proposed draft. We are meeting tomorrow with our consultants as well. We're going to have another working session, and on Thursday, we have a meeting at 10 o'clock scheduled with Verizon to review where we're at in the status, and then we're going to give them where we're going from here. Of course, what we know is after we get done with our draft, we have to take it to the DSAC subcommittee, we have to take it to DSAC, we have to take it to the Planning Commission, and then we can take it to the Board of County Commissioners. So we are moving along. Like I said, it's perfect timing. We have a working session tomorrow. We have a meeting with Verizon on Thursday. From there, we're going to wrap it up. I would anticipate with the DSAC subcommittee, they don't meet in July, so sometime in August we could schedule that meeting. Full DSAC in September, Planning Commission October and November. Hopefully December or January we could be before the Board of County Commissioners with the updated telecommunications section. And just a little quirk note: Verizon they are vertical real estate customers. Tower companies, American Tower, SB&A, Crown, those are the entities that build towers. But Verizon has a lot of in-depth knowledge, communication with them. They've peer reviewed in terms of the best practices within the state of Florida. We've went out, we've tested those, we've looked at what they've provided. We think it's a good product. We think it's going to be something that's going to provide a little bit better ease of use for the users and hopefully provide better coverage, because we know that these are essential services. These provide direct E911 communications, and we need to have the most robust wireless communication systems that we have. And the complicating factor is there's 4 individual carriers, 4 national carriers that are out there, and there's sub-carriers. Each one of those have to have the same arrangement of locations and towers. Not each one of them are equal as well. So there's a lot of different variances that go in, but what we're trying to do is provide a telecommunications section that's permissive to the industry, but also respective of the rights of the property owners and surrounding property owners. So the towers are permitted up to a certain height. Once they get a certain height, once they get past those certain heights, that's when a public hearing process would come in and people would have opportunities to weigh in. And that's a balancing act that we're trying to strike the right accord to.
Commissioner McDaniel.
So, and, this has been going on longer than May. Now, I'm assuming your recent meetings, the May you're talking about was last month's May, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So so the frustration that you heard, Commissioner LaCastro, from Verizon was the same frustration that I had been expressing, and it travels all the way back to when the Wave Tower people were here in front of us and hadn't been putting the necessary infrastructure in, and I learned that day that we have a code that was written in 1996. Is that what my memory serves me correct as?
It goes back forever.
Right.
Yes.
It goes back to forever. And the code that we currently have requires new cell tower builders to go get permission from the other cell towers that are here in order to construct a tower, even within the zoning parameters that we have allowed.
That's called co-location requirements, and jurisdictions want to have co-location requirements because co-location requirements minimizes the visual intrusions that additional towers will have. So there's a balance to it.
Well, and the other balance is out of balance because you've typified the cell service as an essential service, and it's not designated as an essential service, though it is utilized as such.
Our land development code recognizes telecommunication towers that provide E911, which they all do, as essential services. So our LDC recognize them. We just don't permit them by right anywhere. There's restrictions to them, and that's the complicated nature of it.
and one of the complicating natures of it. And so the frustration comes up is that we don't have a plan. We have an antiquated code. We don't have a plan to provide for necessary cell service for our community. Again, we've got property rights, we've got visual intrusions and so on and so forth. So the frustrations get piled on top of, because when people hit the button, they want that thing to go. And they don't want to be constrained by a bandwidth. They don't want to be constrained by necessarily anything. They want that thing to go. And so that's our frustration.
And one other thing that the state legislator has done in the right of way, they are permitted to locate within the built environment with only a permit, no public hearing, things like that. The thing is, those cells are somewhat limited. They're not as, the radius isn't as effective as a full-scale telecommunication tower. So that's a little bit more costly strategy. So we're trying to find the right balance. We're trying to find the right balance between what's the height that could be permitted, where it can go, where it goes without a public hearing, what's the height that needs a public hearing. And an example, and one of the things is a little bit frustrating is Verizon pointed out that an area near Camp Keys Road and Oilwell Road that they were having problems with coverage. And I questioned them why that was, because in our agricultural zoning district, a tower up to 250 feet is permitted by right. They would just need an SDP. They just need a property owner that's going to lease them 100 by 100 space for that tower to go there. So some of the issues that they've identified wasn't with our code. It was with an inability to find a right co-location spot. But we are working with them. Like I said, we're meeting tomorrow. We have a meeting on Thursday. We're going to advance this forward, and we're going to bring an updated telecommunication section for the board to ultimately consider.
One other quick question. How are we coming with the PUDA on Orange Tree, the water facility? Oh, he looks at you. Mr. French. Yes, Jamie French for the record.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm not going to be like Mike Sawyer and say what we're going to talk about is the Orange Tree PUD amendment, but I guess I just said it. But Jamie French for the record. Commissioner, I spoke with a vendor today. They happen to be in front of you, Mr. Mulhare. They have not submitted yet. They'll be submitted in the next few weeks for the amendment to the PUDA. The difference with this one is that when Orange Tree was created, this activity was prohibited.
Specifically, that's why we decided we
Right.
needed to do the amendment a year ago.
They've been on board, sir. So we're working at the speed of the industry. If we thought the government worked slow, nonetheless, I did speak with Ellen Summers today from that firm, and she said she's nearly ready to submit, and she'll be submitting in the next few weeks. There will be a public hearing as well as a neighborhood information meeting that would be required because it is an amendment to the PUD. So as soon as we get that in, we understand the importance of that, especially for that community. I've also got hopefully I've answered your question. I also have a meeting this Friday with Comcast. As it turns out, that small antiquated tower that sits on our golf course site that's actually owned by Comcast, and there is a tower on there. So we're leaning forward with some of these tower owners. For those that may have leases with the county, or perhaps those that we know are smaller towers that maybe we're starting to see that equipment disappear. We have an inspection report, as many of you may be aware. We became more in line with the state over the last few years on their tower inspections. They have a radio engineer or a tower engineer that certifies their tower. It was every 3 years. We've extended that to every 5. So as we're starting to note some of this equipment leave, or some of these towers, we're not seeing them as effective, or perhaps they're smaller. We want to start that conversation with them because I can tell you, driving through the estates, living out there, we affectionately refer to some areas as the no phone zone, and we know that they do exist.
And there again, we had a hearing on this a year or so ago. You came through with a list of government-owned properties and that sort of thing, but the left hand wasn't talking to the right with the co-location language that's in our LDC and those sort of things. So those, you had actually produced, both of you produced a list of properties that were what I designated as the low-hanging fruit that could be utilized by these tower companies, but I don't know that we've actually effectuated the LDC amendments to allow for that permitting process to go.
And that's part of what we're doing now, and I would tell you is that with Mr. Finn's guidance, leadership, and assistance, we're going to look at all of the county properties. That's certainly on his to-do list, and as I said during the budget hearing, he and I speak often. So
Guidance,
these are just
leadership, and excellence. Boy, we're doomed. That's good. Listen, I would just propose to the county manager that since there's a bunch of meetings with Verizon at our next commissioner meeting, even though we're not looking for you to give us a big sell proposal, but I would like a 15B 2 weeks from now to just tell us what happened from the meetings, just to give us feedback in 2 weeks on the meetings, not the big proposal where towers might go or whatever, but just get us up to speed. We're not going to meet with Verizon in the next 2 weeks, but you are multiple times, and with the county expert. So I would just say, let's add that to our meeting in 2 weeks and give us a how goes it, from those meetings. It would be valuable to just get us up to speed.
Yes, sir. We'll do that. And so the board knows this is part of our economic development and as well as feasibility with regards to resiliency in our community. We're looking at this for our long-range plan as well.
Okay. County manager, what's next?
That brings us to item 15C. This is staff and commission general communications. Well, happy 4th of July early. Hope to see you all at the sports complex.
Yep.
And we also have the time, just a reminder, because our next board meeting is on the 11th of July. We have the time capsule opening at the museum on the 7th of July, so Friday, and also the time travelers picnic. So if any of you are around on Friday afternoon, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. With that, I have nothing else. County Attorney.
Hopefully Jimmy Hoff is not in it. Nothing.
Hopefully who?
Jimmy Hoff is not in it, yeah.
Okay. Anything?
Commissioners.
Okay. Commissioner Cole?
I just feel bad. I'm going to be out of town for the 4th of July because I really enjoyed the Zambelli fireworks show. They really put on a good show. I grew up with the Zambellis up in Zillionople, I believe, Pennsylvania. So they put on a good show. But I'm tired. I'm ready for bed.
Yeah, I'm thinking you're past your bedtime.
Commissioner Saunders?
Mr. Chairman, I've got 12 items I need to go through.
Terry's over here having a conniption. We were already an hour past our break, but
I'm just wish everybody a happy afternoon.
okay. Commissioner Hall?
I have nothing.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Happy 4th.
Okay. We covered a lot of ground today. I just want to remind us as on a positive close, we did 2 awesome things today. We fully funded a veterans nursing home, and we had Senator Pasadomo here leading it off. Leave here knowing that all of that discussion was awesome. We have an incredible opportunity with First Tee and the golf course and all the things that Commissioner Saunders has been leading. And so, thank you for that, and we look forward to that progress. And we voted on option 1 for our central receiving facility. That's a huge investment in our community, and I know that that's something that's going to be a legacy type of thing that's going to live on long past us. So I had a lot of other complicated conversations here about all kinds of other things, but leave here knowing that 2 big, huge, major things. And also we approved a storage unit that I hate a little less than every other storage unit in Collier County. I'll go on record. Thank you. We're dismissed.